We are live from beautiful Copenhagen with a fresh set of contenders. It's EMEA's turn to step into the arena for their first monthly final of the season. We're here in 2026 Brawl Stars Championship. Welcome, also welcome to Ark and Trev. My name's Sunny. I'm super excited to be here, gentlemen. Yesterday, East Asia already set the tone with 3 upsets. Who are we expecting to cause that upset today?
I was so shocked in East Asia yesterday. It's such a rarity to see so many underdog teams come through. But again, a new year, new teams, buffies, it's all kicking off. And one thing I know for sure is that in EMEA, you can never predict the outcomes.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. As far as upsets go, I'm not sure if there's really any that I see in the quarterfinals, but then again, I didn't yesterday either, so I can't really guarantee that at all. I'm looking at quarterfinal number 4. I think it's going to be pretty 50-50, same as quarterfinal number 2. I think those are going to be the big games of the first 4.
And this is how today is shaping up. We have 4 quarterfinals for you. Many of those are going to be tight again. SK Gaming versus FACMN are going to make the start here. Team Heretics versus Foot Esports. Second one, Humble versus Big. And then Reply Totem versus Navi. That second one gave me a little bit of trouble with my predictions, Trev. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a pretty 50-50. As I just said, 2 and 4 are the ones that I kind of had some real difficulties predicting. But I think at the end of the day, like, they genuinely can go either ways. It's 100% a 50-50, 4 very solid teams in those 2 matches, and it can go absolutely any way possible.
Any quarterfinal you are looking forward to the most?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think you've got to keep an eye on Humble and see how they're faring because, you know, in monthly finals, they can be a bit sporadic sometimes. Sometimes they can leave at a very early stage. At LAN, no issues at all. I mean, realistically, other than, of course, just coming second at the World Finals, which I think is still a fairly commendable score. We can all agree. So, yeah, in terms of the monthly finals, you know, performances, sometimes they're a little bit in question.
And Trev, you're usually brutally honest. So do you have any team that you did not expect to be here today?
I pride myself on it, to be honest, and I think FACMM's the one that we kind of, I don't think really anybody expected them here, to be honest. We saw Novo Esports kind of fall out as well, who would have been that kind of 8th team I would have expected to be here in the EMEA region. But I welcome these underdog teams, and some of the performances in East Asia yesterday, I really want to see CMM do well, but they've kind of got a little bit of a tough opponent, so I'm not sure how far they're going to get.
As I already said, East Asia set the tone yesterday. 3 huge upsets. Our predictions were in shambles. Do you think EMEA is going to match that, or maybe even raise the bar higher?
I think for the underdog teams here today, it's going to be a big battle. I mean, it really is, especially when you consider teams like CMM playing against the same team that they failed to get to the semi-finals against last year in the 2 monthly finals in which they competed. I think it's going to be tough. Certainly for some of the prodigy players like Guesty, that's a player that I've got my eye on today. You know, is he going to be able to continue that kind of success rate that he had with Angel Boy in the Matcherino tournaments, or are nerves potentially going to get the better of him?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling the same way. I think that's the kind of guy I've got my eyes on today, especially. You know, he's 16 years old, fresh, off the back of turning that, obviously. So it's his first year in Brawl Stars Esports. He's played a few match-arenos here and there, so, you know, synergy's not going to be an issue, but I do think it's definitely going to come down to him in that matchup.
We still quite recently had a little update to the game. We received buffies, and that has shaken up the meta not only in ranked and ladder, but also in competitive. So the most picked brawlers in East Asia are also showing that. Frank, Mortis, and Spike were our most picked brawlers yesterday, and yeah, we have a little graphic for you. Mortis, 10 times picked up here. Spike is actually the most picked up here with a win rate of 50%. Is it even warranted that he's picked up so often, Trent?
Yeah, you see, the thing is, for me, 50% is not the best of win rates. We all know that. You know, he's winning bang on half. But he's been picked 10 times and banned 18, which I think is the main part. People are going to be banning him on maps where it's going to be a first pick. So he's not really having the opportunity to play himself on the maps where he's going to want to be. So I think 50% when you're kind of just forcing him because he's so versatile, it's not that bad. I mean, it's definitely not good by any means, but we'll see if it changes today.
We also had some non-buffy brawlers up there. Some of them we expected to show up more, like a Poco. Maybe that's just an EMEA thing, and East Asia decided to, yeah, go with their own thing.
Yeah, watching the EMEA quals, Poker came up a lot, especially combined with Frank. I think that in EMEA, we tend to kind of have a bit more of a concerned approach to some of the heavy hitters. In East Asia, they like to let them slide through. So I want to see more Frank bans here today. I think the reason why Spike's getting such a good success rate in terms of like how often we're seeing it, because despite it being a low win rate, being played and banned as much as he is, he's obviously a very clear threat. It's because how versatile he is. You can pick him up in any game mode, and obviously with the tank kind of method that's forming since buffies, you have to have something like that in your back pocket.
I think in some of the Zeta matches we had Frank even banned out or picked up first every single round. So yeah, those buffy brawlers definitely making a huge call here. And as we already talked about, some of those quarterfinals gave us some trouble with our predictions. Yesterday, we've not been great. Let's put it that way, guys. We might have cursed some of the teams. Let's hope that doesn't happen today. Trev, are you feeling confident with your predictions today?
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like, I don't feel too bad. A couple of them we've already mentioned 2 and 4 multiple times where it could have genuinely gone either way. So I don't mind with what I've gone here. In terms of Humble and SK, I think they're the more tied on ones, big coming into that quarterfinal number 3 as, a bit of a rookie team from last year. So nice to see them returning and doing well in 2026. I think SK is the most clear cut, but the other two can absolutely go either way.
So I think it's safe to say that we just went with the safer option here again today, Ark, but we saw just how unsafe those can be.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously this is a different region, and from what we've tended to see, EMEA can be incredibly close. But more often than not, siding with the favourites has to be the way that you go. And I'll say it again today, that these are probably, if you're watching from home, some good starting points at least to consider when it comes to your predictions. But then again, said that yesterday, and we got 1 out of 4 correct. So anything can happen again. It's a brand new season of the BSC. If you could predict it, then it wouldn't be nearly as exciting.
We have some new teams, some new talents. We already talked a little bit about Guesty. That quarterfinal number 2 is definitely one I'm looking forward to. It's super close. And Trev, I think you were also kind of almost leaning towards Foot Esports winning that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think it genuinely just depends if Guesty's going to be able to show up or not. In the quals, it seemed like maybe he was a little bit nervous, and I think the team in general, when you've got so much relying on you, when you're so young and so inexperienced on these bigger stages, it can absolutely get to you. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to pull off those really good drafts that he does so well, and his mechanical skills when all the pressure kind of lies on him. If he does well, I think they maybe can beat Heretics.
And then Ark, we're gonna kick things off here, right, with SK Gaming versus FACMN. That's the new team I was talking about. SK Gaming, obviously, first seed last year. They're also starting into this season as the first seed, and that's why they're playing against FACMN. But I think they shouldn't underestimate them. I
don't think SK Gaming will underestimate anyone in which they play. They are so locked in, and with Pedro at the helm in terms of coaching and advice, they've got such a guided approach when it comes to how they go about their matches. I mean, last year, 3 monthly final wins, 4 grand final appearances. They were absolutely on fire. Again, failing in that semi-finals at the World Finals, definitely, I think, for many who expected them to go the distance, disappointing for them. But what a year it was for SK Gaming last year. And the fact that they still want more, they want to be the team to lift that trophy. Anything less is a loss. I think that says so much about this team.
SK Gaming and Reply Totem did have a player swap. They brought in Noe now as a replacement for Joker, and Noe is someone who has never played outside of with his own countrymen, now for the first time joining into an international team. How do you feel like that's going to impact how successful they are today, Trev?
This is the thing, right? With what Ark's just said, he's just said, they want more than that 3rd to 4th spot, and this is a guy who's experienced that. He's won it all, so why not add him to a roster that's already pretty successful and has those ambitions? He's felt it. He's going to want to do it again, and I feel like this might be the guy to take them to that position. Nothing on Joker at all, because he's an incredible player, and they absolutely were one of the favourites going into Worlds in 2025. But I think this guy's just got that little bit more experience, as he's already done it before.
And he looks pretty locked in already. We had the chance to sit down with him before his match starts today, so let's hear what he has to say about his new roster.
You had a lot of choices this off-season. What drew you to SK Gaming most over other teams?
I mean, I always wanted to join SK, and Oppa and Yoshi were looking for a player, so they are my friends, and I just joined them.
What are you most excited about, and what would you say is the most difference between SK Gaming, your current roster, and the previous team you played with for years?
Now I am talking not native language, but Polish language, so I have to adapt in English, and I think that's the most exciting thing for me right now.
from Polish to English. That's going to be a challenge for him, but he actually says he's excited about it, Ark.
Yeah, which is really great. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the kind of attitude that you have to bring in. And I think now he knows himself that, it's time for a bit of a change. And change can be a very, very positive thing. I think that you've got to embrace change. So it's fantastic that he's going with that headspace.
Trev, you feel like he's fitting right into that roster? Are we going to see any struggles here, or communication and on top as always?
I mean, I don't think there's been any hiccups so far. They had a pretty clean run through, right, in qualifiers. So, I don't think it's really had an issue too much. But when you get to the monthly finals, you're going to be facing these better teams. And yes, they will have done to be able to qualify to the monthly final anyway. But there's just more dense skill in a monthly final than a monthly qualifier. So I think this is going to be the real big test for them, whether or not they're going to be able to get it done. Because when we were looking at it last year, when they were playing with Joker, they were getting to those finals. They were winning monthly finals. So it's going to be a real test for this roster today in first monthly of 26.
For me, a highlight of today is that we once again have a bit of a new roster amongst those top 8, which is an EMEA special. I think last year we only had 2 teams consistently qualifying for every single monthly final, one of those being SK Gaming. And now, yet again, we have a new roster that we haven't seen very often. Arca, Dekai and Remika have had some showings last year. How did that go for them?
Yeah, not great. That's the thing, not great. But Kello coming in this time round to add something to this squad. But Ramika and Dekai were the core of the roster of KDS Esports, and they had some showings, 2 monthly finals at the most in April and July, but they failed to claim a set in either of those. And sadly for them, it was against the very same team which they are playing today, SK Gaming. Now, in July, it was a closer affair. They were able to gain a game in each of the sets that they played, but it was still the same result. A 0-3, no progression to the semi-finals, and just those 2 monthly final appearances, as we know, can really affect that kind of confidence.
Yeah, I hope they still come confident into their match today, even though it's yet again SK Gaming that they have to play up against. Yeah, Trev, how are you feeling? What do they need to even be able to have a chance today?
I mean, I think for a team like this, they've got to really hope that SK are on a bit of a down day, which, I don't think we've experienced for SK Gaming in a while, to be honest with you.
It's a big ask.
Yeah, it's a big ask for SK to be on their worst and you to be absolutely at your best on a day like this. They've had experiences, as you said. They've taken a couple of games off SK Gaming, and I really don't like games like that where you get games within the sets and the scoreline overall doesn't reflect how well you've played. Because getting these games, taking SK Gaming to 2-1s in every single set that you play, that's solid in itself with how good that SK Gaming roster was.
They did have a pretty good, solid monthly qualifier run. Some people are saying they might have had it a bit too easy. Would you agree with that?
Who?
FACMM.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I don't think you can really say that playing against Reply Totem in the qualifiers is ever going to be easy.
Exactly.
I mean, they got swept. I think rightly so, but Reply Totems, we know, had a pretty difficult run against WW team, which was Alex and Cubic and Arthur. I think that for CMM, they've done fantastically well to get to this position. I don't think that anything is ever easy in the BSC. I think we can all agree.
We want to have a look at the maps now, starting things out on Hard Rock Mine, a good old classic. I want to talk a bit more later on also about those brawlers that don't have buffies yet, but still are quite prevalent in the meta. Rico, for example, is someone that shows up on Hard Rock Mine quite often. We're going to head over to Super Beach afterwards, Golden Gulch, Ring of Fire, and then Bridge Too Far. Personally, I love a good Bridge Too Far map. It's really just about winning your lane and making your way even to the safe. One of those maps where Chuck could come in. We did see him yesterday. Did not always work out great, but let's see if he's going to be picked up today as well. Question is if we will see those last 2 maps, because if I take it from you guys, this is going to be a 3-0 sweep.
Well, I never say never, right? But at the same time, I think that it's likely. But in the East Asia yesterday, that simply wasn't the case. I think certainly for matches 1 and matches 3, that's more likely to happen. I think for 2 and 4, definitely expect some upsets along the way potentially. I think careful of the Chuck in Heist for sure. I think going along with what you were saying previously about brawlers that don't have buffies, I think Pierce, especially if we get to that 5th and final set, it is going to be a big factor. You just really cannot underestimate that brawler at the moment in the present meta. It's just so strong.
Pierce, Rico, Mina for me as well. Trev, anything in particular you're hoping for to see today in the draft?
I mean, we've also seen a lot of Cordelius as well. That was part of the graphic that we threw up, and we haven't really touched on that too much. And, it's a defensive brawler against so many brawlers that can go offensive at the moment, which is why it seems to be coming in. Exactly, the Chucks, the Franks, the Minas, that's probably why he's coming in, because there's so many aggressive brawlers in the meta at the moment that guy just keeps on showing up, and he does a very good job against it as well. And I think the maps also, at the moment, are really catering to him as well.
So we're saying SK Gaming probably the favorite in this one, but if yesterday has taught us anything, then it's that everything can happen. We were wrong in 3 out of 4 predictions for the quarterfinals. I hope the people at home had better luck and they were right. If you don't have your predictions locked in just yet, head over to event.brawlstars.com. You can still do that for that very first match, SK Gaming versus FACMN. So yeah, we had many Buffy brawlers yesterday in the top 3. Why are the other 3 not showing up? Where's Colt? Where's Shelly?
I mean, before
I
Buffy,
think they showed up a little bit, right? They're just not as prevalent.
In mode, yeah.
This is the thing. Like, I think they're showing up more than they were, which I think is a good sign for Buffy's. And, you know, I'd argue they're more balanced because they're showing up occasionally, not, you know, showing up really often like the rest of them. And that's how I think these things should be introduced to the game. You know, when we see an occasional Shelly and occasional Colt coming out on maps where they would have been good anyway, but then they've just been kind of had that added bit of kit that makes them, you know, very good on that map.
But then again, you know, players specifically too. I mean, OPE, I think, would say the opposite. I think that he would say that Shelly is in a crazy good place because he is just that dangerous with it. And I think Humble, for example, you know, watching their calls and seeing them play Colt a great deal on Heist, you know, these are players and brawlers which can really gravitate. Boss is just an unbelievable Colt player. And when you see him really mantle a brawler that has a brawl buff that just hasn't been seen as frequently, I mean, he really puts that brawler to good use.
So if you like Colt, you better tune in for the quarterfinal number 3 then to watch Boss popping up on him, at least if we go to Bridge Too Far in that one. Yeah, I really feel like I liked the Shelly that we've seen yesterday. Colt didn't really have a lot of showings. Ems got nerfed. She was the strongest brawler ever over the course of the last winter. Did those nerfs really hit that hard, Trev?
I think they did. The knockback's been hit hard, along with the invulnerability, which were the 2 things that kind of put her in a really good spot and made her a bit better into Mortis. And now she doesn't have those, or as strong. The Mortis is just dominating her.
So if you ban out Mortis, then you can play M still? Is that how that goes?
We didn't see many Mortis bans yesterday. I'm not sure that we'll do the same in the EMEA today, but sure, for me, Ems was one of the top buffied brawlers that is now definitely dropped off.
So really just hoping that SK Gaming has already found their stride. They have a new member in the roster, and I'm super excited personally to see FACMM. How do they work around not having a coach? How is their draft? Because yeah, of course we know what those top teams are drafting. Sometimes those fresh teams show us something we didn't see before. Is there any brawler you're secretly hoping for that is going to be picked up?
We've all got our personal preferences. I know for Trav it'll be a Tara, for sure.
Yeah.
For me it'll be a Rico. But I think in this current meta, you have to always side with the Buffy brawlers first, and then kind of work back from there to your Pierces, to your Minas and that kind of thing, and just kind of whittle down. Map-specific, player-specific picks can definitely shine through, but I think you kind of have to go with the heavy hitters.
I think if yours is Rico, then there's definitely a chance for you seeing that today. He's super strong in the current meta. Mine would be Stu. We only saw him once yesterday.
That's a
I was very happy.
shout, by the way.
What?
Disgraceful shout of a favourite brawler, I can't lie.
And his favourite brawler is Tara.
Nothing wrong with that.
I don't really know what to think of that, honestly.
Sounds like some bias going on here a little bit.
Really? We usually like to talk about what's a region favorite or a region special. Like in Latam last year, we had the Juju popping up on every single map and mode. Yesterday, I felt like we saw a lot of Charlie, especially as that gem carrier. We're heading into Hard Rock Mine now as our first one. What would be your gem carrier?
I think for me, I still quite like a Gene, but it's just very tough when you've got these big tankier brutes like a Frank coming in to whittle down that HP. You've got to have that aggressive lane side to match with that gem carrier.
We want to head straight into the action, and now we're starting things out. SK Gaming versus FACMN on Hard Rock Mine. We already talked a little bit about what could be picked up. Now we let the pros do their job. The bans are already in for SK Gaming. Sandy, Ellie and Ross have been banned out. For FACMN, Spike, Pierce and Ems banned out. Mortis picked up. That's the other way around than what you told me, Trev.
Yeah, but when you look at OPE on that Brawl, I don't think that's a surprise to see him pick it up nice and early on, to be honest with you. He absolutely runs rampant on that Brawl, and you were talking about it with Shelly as well. There's just a few brawlers that he's so comfortable on, and it's an absolute pleasure to watch him play them, and Mortis is definitely one of those.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that we are now a place where Mortis is this strong. It's worth picking up first, regardless as to all the hard counters that could follow. because, like you mentioned, Shelly is still open here. Cordelis potentially still available. CMM going for the healing idea, and Pam, to be fair, is pretty tanky. That healing station can also apply damage, and therefore, if you are trying to lurk and creep up with the Mortis, then you can be seen in advance. I don't mind it. It's not the worst of gem carriers. Pam has been making a bit of a revival towards the end of last year.
Pam definitely a EMEA favorite on Hard Rock Mine. I see Rico still open. Definitely one of the best lanes for me, at least. And then on the other side, Crow would be what I picked up for mid here. Very good against any heals, and he's such a good gem carrier because he can always jump out of harm's way, which he might have to do. Shade is coming in for FACMM. Very strong brawler in lane as well, and probably better than the Rico, not gonna lie. You can just go through walls and hit hard. The Rico's not gonna have a fun time there.
Yeah, I like the Shade a lot. The aggression that you can really bring in that brawler is very, very solid, and shouldn't really struggle to get supers when he's faced off, against a Mortis or something more aggressive that SK Gaming might bring in. We've seen, especially in East Asia, a lot of these compositions where they just double down on aggression, especially on this map in Hard Rock Mine. Have a gem carrier that's going to be pretty sturdy, which was Charlie for the majority of yesterday, and then have two really aggressive brawlers just run it down. The Shelly's going to come in now, and Ope's got his pick of the lot here. Does he play Mortis? Does he play Shelly? He's just so incredible on both.
Well, this is the problem that I felt like CMM had a chance to hard counter the Mortis with a Shelly, and if you leave that to SK Gaming, of course they're going to kind of pick it up and take away what was the best counter to that brawler, and in the best hands, I imagine, of OPE, but they are so diverse in SK Gaming. That's the thing, especially when we see roster changes. We were saying, on the way to the venue, like that Drage is a prime example of someone who was really drastically changed his brawler caliber on Navi. But for SK Gaming now, the Gus, that is a really lovely mid gem carrier and can really pack a punch.
Good old Gus on Hard Rock Mine, that's something we see quite often. Can also, of course, shield the Mortis, support him a little bit more. Now we need something on the side of FACMM to address the Shelly. Something to deal with her could be Rico. Now I wonder how well Rico will do into the Mortis. I would probably side with SK Gaming's comp here. FACMM has a well-rounded comp, a lot of tankiness in mid, so at least the Pam is going to survive one or two Mortis attacks.
Yeah, I like it a lot, to be honest. I like both of these compositions. I think what you said, Ark, about the ability of them maybe taking the Shelly and having that ability to counter out the Mortis might have been the play, but I do like that Gus a lot. We touched on it yesterday. It didn't really get picked up as a mid too much. It was kind of consistently Charlie on this map, played as one of the mids, and I was like, we saw it pop up on one of the knockout maps. I was like, where has Gus been today? But seems that you're picking up early on, bit of a region favourite.
Well, it is going to be OP on the Mortis. Now you're on the Shelly. Already, it is the Rico that comes out on top. On that left-hand side is Dakai. Now will heal up and gradually push his way forwards. Leaving that left-hand side now. The choice between OP is whether he goes in the aggressive or tries to flank his way around. Meanwhile, now he's trying to get into that spot top right and lock himself in.
Yeah, great positioning for Naui at the moment. Ope trying to establish himself behind this unbreakable wall. Dash there as well from Naui. Not even running the clay pigeon, just running it down into the face of his opposition. And although Kello does have quite a few gems, I don't know where they've really come from. It seems like SK have been in a pretty good spot so far.
Yeah, OP falls again on that left-hand side. Ramika going to town as well, straight down the mid. 2 gems in his pockets, and OP with a lovely gadget through the wall will leave those gems be dropped and available for SK Gaming to go back to the pocket of Ryoshi.
Well, a hypercharge available from the Rico as well, so can defend from afar. Here it is now on the Pam station as well. Don't think he's going to get much back from that super, and Ope will pick up Remika up top as well. There's the Scrap Sucker once more, and this Pam healing station doing some good work, but Yoshi finds the angle on it and brings it down. Still a gem lead at the moment for FACMM, but with this hypercharge coming in, might be an issue. Super forced out by the Shelly just to keep them both alive.
Ramika low, pinch now between Naui and Yoshi, and falls. That should allow Yoshi to get back into the mid, but he's low, has got a shielded hand if he has to pop it, and a hypercharge potentially here too. FACMM are in the lead by 3 gems, so SK Gaming need to go a little bit stronger and more on the aggressive. Dakai is doing a great job for CMM on this left-hand side. Naui on the right, battling with Ramika as well. Ramika's just surviving, gets the kill as well on 197 HP.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit of a waste of super in some people's opinions, but I think he should have just thrown that second Shelly super out right there, deal with him. And down goes the gem carrier here as they have 9 over their head. I think there's about 8 laying on the floor there, so they just need the 1 more to kick the countdown off, and there it is. Still a Pam healing station available as well as the Shade super might be able to stop this push, and the hypercharge there as well for the healing.
Very tense for SK Gaming now. They can potentially get this gem from the mid, but Yoshi is in a real rock and a hard place. Now he's going to the gems. Oh, Dakai comes in yet again. CMM get the steal. 20 gems in the pocket, and the first game goes their way.
Yeah, really sketchy all round from SK Gaming there. They seem to be okay off the start, had some good positioning here and there, but it's just relentless shade pushes and non-stop Rico shots coming from the left-hand side, because it seemed like Ope was pretty shut down by the Rico there, so the mid wasn't really getting too much control from Ope on the left-hand side. Surprised they didn't maybe even try and switch, get some of the walls broken down, try something different, because although they had a good few gems throughout, never really seemed like they were in control of the game towards the end.
Nervous smiles for me towards the end of that player cam for CMM. Maybe they can't believe their luck, but for me, Dakai is still so good in this left-hand side lane, so confident and consistent in his approach. And SK Gaming are floundering somewhat, just not really sure how to break this. Good taps from Yoshi, but two that didn't follow up could prove costly. A nice combo spinner gadget there from OP will seal it. They've got to focus their attention on Dakai because he is so dangerous.
Well, OP doing a bit more this time, focusing down on the shade rather than the Rico, and bit of a lockdown of this left-hand side here as they've got the Pam healing station along with that Rico super just sat there. Remika managed to cycle out his super as well, and Ope just dashes forward for the gem to extend it to 6, but still need a bit more as this is very capable of a turnaround for the side of CMM.
Remika, oh, lovely swipe to follow up there as well from Kello. That will seal OP and leave again. All three members of CMM in this middle of the map. SK Gaming are going to struggle to push in, especially with a Shade Hypercharge and 3 consecutive swipes onto Naui. Yoshi as well has to pop the shield just to stay in the question. Finally gets the kill, but CMM are so aggressive in their approach.
Yeah, burned a lot of the clock there and picked up some gems along the way, so although he didn't manage to get the gem carrier down, it kind of allowed them to get back into the game. And don't forget, he cycled this super as well, but with Inaui over this left-hand side and a super of his own, going to make it very difficult for him, but he just swoops into that unbreakable wall and goes maybe a little over-aggressive there as well, especially with the Shelly in their backlines. SK going to take the lead for the first time here.
OP trying to get some value from this Hypercharge, but shut down yet again by Kello, who had a Hypercharge of his own. Those shields coming off the back of that Pam healing station are going to be massive. 8 gems for SK Gaming and 8 for CMM now. And it's going to be a battle for this mid as Dakai pops his Hypercharge. Yoshi and protective shielding, and emergency shield still goes down. It's just OPE, and with such little HP, has nothing to say. And CMM go back to spawn with all the gems.
I mean, 10 seconds, what chance do they have here? It was a brilliant takedowns from CMM at the perfect time, and I don't think they've got the time here to be able to do it. Mortis coming in, healing station down, now you're on the right side with the super. OP trying to get the job done, but he's cut short by the clock. CMM gonna take this first set, and we're carrying it on from the quarterfinals yesterday. Possibilities of big upsets.
And in the first set of 2026, 75% of this roster have got more sets than they claimed the entirety of Bubbly Finals last year. It's as simple as that. I think SK Gaming just underestimated them a little bit here and just had nothing to really go with. They were just all over the place, not really working as a squad.
Super nice gameplay all around. Remika doing some great job of staying aggressive here, cycling supers, getting back into the mix over and over again. Didn't manage to get the kills, but during that kind of onslaught that he was going for, his teammates just got gem after gem in the mid. Lovely stuff from Dakai here, cycles the super and manages to get the kills, and he is dominating all the way through. Ope gets the refrag, but just wasn't enough in the end. Ope doing his job, Naui with only 1 kill there on the Shelly as well. Decent amount of DPS, so surprised to not see him get more, but he just didn't have a lane where he was succeeding.
I love the stats on the side of CMM, just very balanced between all 3 players. I was surprised to not see OP on the Shelly, but this is what I'm kind of reserving myself when it comes to SK Gaming and some of the squads this year coming in, because we need to see how they fare when it comes to bringing players in. Now he's got the experience, no doubt about it, and maybe that was just a misdraft first set, underestimating how the draft was going to go. But this next set will really say quite a big story, because if CMM get another set here, it would be absolutely crazy to me. And SK Gaming, who were so consistent in 2025, may have met their match in the first round of the monthly final in February.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't even like the last game was a turnaround. They dominated both of the games, so intrigued to see if they're going to be able to carry that on here. Ban-wise, looking at the Willow, the Ems, and the Spike on the left-hand side for SK Gaming. They're going to take the Hank as their first pick, but overall first pick for CMM was the Shade yet again, and who can fault them for that after how well they played it in the last? The Jackie, the Frank, and the Cordelius were CMM's bans, but that Hank into Shade is going to be great for SK.
Yeah, I like it. I like it from SK. Mortis is open, but again, that shade deflates somewhat what SK were thinking, because when you're playing shade, you can just go into a wall. There's nothing that Mortis can really do against that kind of brawler, unless they haven't got the utility to be able to defend themselves. Poker going to come in, Poker and Hank. When Frank is banned, it makes a lot of sense when you break it all down. Still, Buffy Brawler's going to be available here, but the big ones, it seems so far on EMEA, getting shut down early, and I quite like that. The Spike, the Ems, and the Frank, it does bring things back into somewhat of an order. Pierce available here, though, potentially Mina also here. Could be a very, very good shout for CMM.
Yeah, going to need some big DPS here against the healing and the tank that SK Gaming have got. Shade's not really going to bring a lot to the table unless he gets away from that Hank who's just going to be following in the entire game. Gale going to be picked up then for CMM. Just trying to halt what SK Gaming are going to be bringing to the table. The hypercharge pretty decent. We have those 3 knockbacks instead of 1. It's not a brawler we see often. It's just certain circumstances it seems to work.
Well, I know Kenny will be extremely happy to see his old man enter the arena once more. And it is definitely going to do a good shutdown potential. El Primo, as we know, with the suplex, can certainly really cause problems with a Hank and just deflate that bubble.
See that coming.
Shelly again. Yeah, I mean, it's an SK Gaming special, and I think that it could do a great amount. I would like to see OP on it. I just feel like he is the best Shelly player in this region.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't really get the chance to get on it in the previous set, but we'll see this time if he has a bit of a better way. Not that the Shade was really doing bad against the Shelly in the last one anyway. He was kind of dominating that lane, but there was a few unbreakable walls on that map that he could just kind of traverse around. And it's not really the same for this one here. So SK Gaming needing this set to get back into it. If it gets away from them and it goes 2-0, it's going to be a very tough time to try and reverse sweep this. But, you know, it's only one set. SK definitely aren't out of it yet and came into this one the heavy favourites.
Last year, SK Gaming only lost in monthly finals to Inner Circle, Team Heretics, and Humble. And they are all teams that have got a great deal more experience than CMM. So if they were to take a loss, it would be their worst performance, at least for 2 years, in my opinion. But now, in a much better spot. Now he's burning that bubble up, trying to get a connection eventually. But now all 3 members of CMM back in. Needs to gain something sort of that hypercharge potential as quickly as he possibly can. Great slow though on Kai, and it is going to be OP on that Shelly. That makes me feel much more confident.
I mean, this is the thing, like, both teams have got lane matchups that they desperately want. And it looks like SK are getting the ones that they want so far. Shade being forced over and over onto this Hank, and he's just rotating straight left. Shelly's going to go towards the Primo, which is exactly what they desire. It's been all Gale so far doing the defending, and he's really had no team.
I think Ramika needs to play a very strong game here and target the Hank, and for that reason, I think OP will probably be trying to shadow Naui as well and protect him in that way. Hello. Oh, great smash there from OP through the wall. See it coming as now Dakai goes on the assault, but getting tapped up himself. Hypercharge for OP, forcing this right-hand side. But a Gale twist, that means that Yoshi cannot get to that ball. It's going to delay things so much and allow a potential respawn.
Well, they got the break now as well, but Poco just backing all the way up, just grabbing the ball, putting it behind this unbreakable here and waiting for their opportune moment. But so far, the Gale's just been shutting everything they want to do down. Another slow was on Remika there, but he does have a hypercharge, and they're going for the Gale this time. I think he just missed that bubble slightly, and Remika maybe going to be able to eventually get this matchup, and that's... he's just giving it straight to the opposing team, and Ope's going to slot that one in. No kit needed to be used there, and a slight mishap where Remika saw an opening gives SK their goal.
Good capitalization from SK. The irony of having the Gale on the other side of the field, a strategy which SK are renowned for over the years, could come back to bite still if CMM can get another goal. Now the ball being pushed away is Ramika going on the aggressive, but there's 3 members of SK there, and it's going to only go one way for him.
Well, the jump's there again, just trying to get OP out the way, and now Dakai going in, should be able to pick up this kill, and we're going to need a bit of help from Kello to get this one through. The pass is... Oh, he found it past Yoshi! What a pass, and what a finish from CMM to get them back in it just before overtime.
One of the nicest goals I've seen for such a long time. Beautiful work from CMM, and now it's all guns blazing. A hypercharge there from Kello, trying to make some space for Ramika, who needs some super. He's got to respawn back in, but SK now have got a massive opportunity. They can make a little bit of space here. There's a wide open goal for OPE, and he doesn't hesitate to score.
I mean, they've just given them the ball again. Just put it in the pocket, point for a draw. I don't think you're winning that in overtime. Seems like slight mishaps are really costing them here. First time SK score, Primo just, obviously you see an opportunity there, right? You go for it. I think you have to. But in that situation, he just passes the ball straight to Shelly and overjumps. It's a massive oversight and a big misplay. They're going to need to change things up. If they can get goals like the one they scored, they're winning.
It really was that shot, a stunning goal, wasn't it? But SK Gaming wasting no time in the first 10 seconds of play to eradicate 2 members of CMM and bring this ball forwards. Kai will have to try to advance, gain anything off the back of that radius that he will have as a defensive measure. Ramika coming in now, has got super also, but this slow from Naui is dangerous for CMM.
Remika just not getting a lot back from anything here. Shade going to go really aggressive on OP, find a couple of critical hits and get some good damage in. Now the jump coming forward, lands it onto Naui, but he's not going to get very far. Shut down by the Shelly next to him, and the Poco doing a great job of keeping his teammates in the mix. This might be a pass forward, and the goal here is there was an opener, I thought, on the left, but he's just going to choose to wait this one out. They know they're in control and don't want to take any risks.
Well, it was a guaranteed goal if Naui had super passed it, but he didn't. It wasted a lot of time, and that might cost SK, but playing this slow as they are behind, I can understand maybe why they were like a bit reserved and a bit more cautious. But let's see now. Ramika just jumps in again to all 3 members of SK. A blocked 3 blow from the Gale might delay things slightly. Yoshi maybe with a little bit of a sidestep. That ball pushed to the side by CMM, and SK could have maybe been doing better to hold on to it in that position.
Well, Shade just going to pass the ball back up again, going to actually go out the map to try and avoid some stuff here, and the hypercharge coming forwards now. OP getting hit hard, but he'll get his super eventually and just deal with him quickly. Twister going to be placed on the ball on the right-hand side. I don't think they were really even going for it in that circumstance, but here's the hypercharge from Remika, evades the super of Naui, but he's just getting healed all day long. It's giving Remika a good cycle, but he's still getting nowhere.
Well, as long as Kello is in the mix, then he will have that Twister to protect the ball. He's now pushed much more to the left-hand side, though, as Takai going on the aggressive. Now the ball being pushed to the left by Ramika, as SK Gaming are on the hunt. Hypercharge for Kello, great connection. A beautiful stun, a secondary stun as well. Ramika comes in with the ball, it's pushed clear by SK. And now it might slowly advance. OP on the defense, has to pull the hypercharge. A beautiful pass to Takai. A CMM score with 15 seconds left of the clock.
Well, they've had nothing all game, and I'd argue SK had a really good chance to score. 10 seconds now to do just that. The ball goes in the corner. He needs to get a Twister on this. Can he find it? The knockback's there, and the Twister on it as well. That's going to stop all advances of SK Gaming, and CMM tie it up in Brawl Ball.
That is poetry in motion to see SK Gaming, all 3 members looking at the ball, protected by nothing less than a Gale Twister. The very strategy that made them famous in Brawl Ball. And it might be something of a little bit of a gracing period for CMM to maybe even steal here another set.
Definitely putting SK actually at risk now. Before they were feeling pretty good. This might be a walk if he didn't pass it to him there, but just drops a Twister here and finding himself in a bit of a compromised position. And now SK back in control of the ball. Takai getting slowed again and will be dealt with, leaving just Primo on defense.
Ramika goes straight into all 3 members. OP's having a great time of that one. And it shouldn't even require much in terms of healing. Another hypercharge put to this right-hand side by OPE. This is a wide-open goal, but the Gale is so strong on defense. Ramika gets the ball as well now, pushes it to the side. And that's, again, valuable time for CMM.
Yeah, they are doing a good job of cycling out. I think Yoshi falls here, and the ball just placed back in the corner. Takai's going to get a super against him from the Shelly. And the map is opening up. I think it gives Gale a bit more of a say, puts him in the game more, and they can't evade. But Remika with a hypercharge, going to have to make some big plays here, I fear.
Yeah, I think the ball's going to be coming forwards here as Takai has picked it up. Ramika falls though. Kello then shortly after. It's now Takai all alone on defense here. He keeps getting past the ball as well. He's gone back to the spawn side, staying on the line, and SK yet again can't find an opening.
I mean, their death cycle has been very solid from CMM. There's always some there on defense to stop the advance. And now they're going to try and mount an offense down this right-hand side. The hypercharge is there from the Shade, but Ope ready to fight that one out with a super of his own. But he can't take both of them. Nice shot there with the gadget as well. He's still going forward, getting so much ground, and what a stun from Kello! They're walking over them, and that's going to be the goal to put them 1 up, and they're burning the clock.
Yeah, wasting all the precious seconds of time is absolutely the way to play this, because there is 45 seconds left now for SK Gaming to get that response. Now he's trying to push himself forwards as OP flanks this left-hand side. There's a lot of utility, it must be said, for CMM, and Takai uses it early. Ramika coming in yet again. A huge smash from OPE. does take care of business, and now 3 members of SK Gaming bringing this ball forward. But again, Kello has got the gadget, and he doesn't hesitate to place it down.
Yeah, that's going to stop the clock a little bit here. The hyper is not there for the Kai. Now he gets it and doesn't pop it. Just going to wait for another one here. Rebecca going forwards, needs to stop them from getting the ball. Throws him away and goes back to the corner. Can Yoshi get it out? He can. The knockback's there, and Ope stunned. Can't get the ball yet, but has the hyper. No super use just yet. And he will find the pass to Naui, who gets the goal and keeps SK alive in the dying seconds of Brawl Ball.
And SK Gaming have got a pretty decent comp for overtime, as we already saw, but Takai knows for that reason. He stops going the aggressive and pops the hypercharge. Kello's got super, pass to Ramika, and Ramika scores it! CMM, and 2 sets up against SK Gaming. We are now in very dangerous territory.
That is incredible. A great answer from SK Gaming to push that to overtime, but they had so much kit used in that one push that it just left CMM with so many hypercharges, so many supers that they could just push straight through them in overtime. Incredible stuff. And I've got to give it to Kello. The plays were really made by him. The knockbacks, the stuns, and even towards the end there, managed to get the ball to Remika and force the knockback through.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from CMM. And, I mean, we are eating our words here on the desk, happily so, but nonetheless, it's exactly what happened yesterday in East Asia. It just feels like the underdogs are really having a fantastic start to the 2026 season.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't see Ope's face there, but his expressions just seemed so stressed, kind of hands on head there. And what a push-in that was in overtime as well. Not much of a reaction from them, to be honest with you. They thought they'd be trying to hype people up, but I mean, kills after kills after kills, but they weren't finding the goals. Just one more over the side of CMM does decide it, and Remika, he really did well on the Primo in that matchup with 7 kills, was forced on the Shelly for the most part. All members of CMM doing a great job, I feel.
But I think there were places where SK Gaming could have done better.
Oh, yeah. I thought there was open goal, to be honest with you.
There was open goal, and that super pass that just did not happen. And that delay, those few seconds, make a massive difference to that. The spawn cycle then was in CMM's favor. Like you rightly pointed out, they were just very cautious to not all go down at the same time. There was always someone on that back line defense, and I think it speaks volumes to the way that they are approaching this. It's not just random, it's not luck, it's CMM being incredibly calculated and keeping calm against a massive, massive titan like SK Gaming.
Well, who would have thought this would be the score coming into this one? To be honest, probably us after yesterday. We probably should have presumed this was going to happen with the underdogs running riot here in the February monthly finals. But SK Gaming still a bit of a chance. It's, you know, even if I came into this game and I was like, okay, CMM have got a 2-set head start. Do I think SK can win? Absolutely. There's a possibility of a reverse sweep here, and it's not a small one either. But if CMM keep on playing like they are, keep drafting well, it can be done in 3.
It's now a very scary place if you're SK Gaming, a team which only faltered in the semi-finals last year on the world stage, now 2 sets down to a team where 2 of these 3 players only made 2 monthly finals in 2025. Unreal, honestly. Here's first pick for CMM now, and that's a very strong pick at that. Bands of Tick, Mortison, Squeak, Brock, Angelo, and Mina.
Yeah, it's an extremely good first pick here to have a very solid brawler to be able to pick up. They banned the Mortis out the way, so OP won't be seeing that brawler again. And a bit more of the aggression banned out from SK Gaming with that Mina as well. Honestly, surprised to see Tick out the mix, to be honest. I didn't think he was really a brawler that people considered at the moment, but this map can open itself up to throwers, and if you leave yourself susceptible, then absolutely can be taken advantage of. Gene is going to be SK Gaming's first, along with the versatile RT, which has the range and has the close range as well for those closing seconds.
CMM do this?
They can.
Is this going to happen?
Are you asking me? Is that rhetorical?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you right now.
You put me on the spot? They can. They absolutely can. They can close it in 3. They've got a good first pick as well. We'll see the next 2 in just a second. But SK Gaming, even if, as I said, even if you'd have put this in front of me, CMM are 2-0 down, 2-0 up. Can SK Gaming win? I say absolutely. They will 100% bring a fight here. But Gray and Gus, I think, are a further 2 good picks from CMM.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that CMM are drafting exceptionally well here. Gene and RT for SK Gaming. It's lacking a little bit of aggression, but then with the Gus on the other side of the field, you kind of want to stick to the range game or some control for me. And you can't really go throw because the Grey is just too suppressive into brawlers along those lines. So It's got to be somewhat of a long-ranged extension. Or something really super tanky, but then it's so high risk. Ruffs makes a lot of sense. Over time, just continuously increasing your team's ability to go on the aggressive and survive those sharpshooter engagements. For SK Gaming, a team which is so good at keeping a calm head, they've had some roster changes this year. It's now a time that's going to put them to the test at the earliest stage of 2026.
Yeah. And nobody would have expected this either. I don't think they'd have expected this. I'm sure they've probably been screwing the semi-final maps more than the quarters, expecting to breeze past their opposition here. I do like that Ruffs pick last, though. Obviously, with the 3 single projectile brawlers on the CMM side, he's going to be able to do a good amount in that late game when that gas starts closing in. The same with RT as well. So, SK Gaming, very good late game comp. They've just got to be cautious of not being picked off by these brawlers, by the TPs of Grey, because I think they'll win the late.
Well, both sides scouting their left and right bushes to now determine that all 3 are still in the mid. A nice walking cane connection there from Kello on that top side. Does also clear 3 tiles of grass. Kai going a little aggressive here. Might choose to come back and heal as the Gene spray will keep him low otherwise. Bit of a jab at each side just to try and get that early utility.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we've really had that many hits, to be honest with you, so Super shouldn't be very charged here. Kello going to rotate to the right side, go for the walking game, find OP there as well, and gets a couple of hits. Risk here for OP, and he gets battered by Remika, who doesn't find the return blow from Naui to take him down. He's marked, they're just backing off. They know they can win this in a 3v2.
Kello's playing unbelievably well on this Grey, and as you likely say, you know, they're not really landing lots of shots in this early outset. Now starting to really up the gas on the side of CMM and just decimating SK. But this work by Kello early on is fantastic. Breaking that left side bush, breaking some of the map down the bottom right also. That's where you've really got to connect those early walking canes, and he didn't hesitate to miss.
Yeah, I mean, that was lovely from Kello as well. He did use the TP there, but got the 2 shots back straight away. A little auto aim up top, auto aim up bottom. Can't blame him for doing that. What a walking cane again, and he's got the hypercharge ready to roll. And if I look at this and see what's charged right now, a Gust Shield, a Grey Hyper, I'm thinking, all right, we're going match point.
It's Kello's first monthly final. He's new to the BSC. He's playing so well and just completely unfazed by the credentials of SK Gaming. Takai now has got a shield as well. That could prove to be quite hazardous for SK Gaming to breach, as the entire middle of the map is now opened up by Yoshi also.
Yeah, well, Ramika's still sat in the mid. Gene pulls there, so that's OP's saving grace, along with Naui with the ability to drop his legs. This power-up's still lurking here. They don't want to overstep and go for it and feed some possible super to the Pierce, who should be fairly close, considering just one of the ones who hasn't had a super just yet. Hypercharged TP's still there, but they're all grouping up, and they know they can't really go into... Oh, what a hype! What a pull that is there! Now he's got his legs dropped, power-up collected as well. Remika might need to focus him. They're finding all the kills, and now he's down as well! Match point to CMM coming up next, and another underdog story in February.
SK are not even remotely in this game. They have shown nothing so far. Everything they try is countered. CMM are firmly in this driving seat. 2 rounds away, and SK will go down in the quarters. They've got to pull something out of the bag, and it's got to be now.
Need a little bit of a different stance here as well. Can't have those walking canes connecting early and getting super, because the Grey TPs are what start these pushes that are winning it for CMM. Pierce yet to really find too many shots. Takai's still down the bottom in a more aggressive position, but Yoshi doing some of the same over the left.
Kello yet again creeping on this right-hand side, trying to get an early walking cane. This is a great wall for him to stick behind as well. SK know that they can't then move forwards. And once that gas starts to come in, they'll be too close to the edges. They'll have to be forced out. Kai as well would love to get a shield to allow the Grey to be more on the aggressive. Both sides being very cautious now.
Yeah, I mean, SK have to be. They really do. They can't take any more risks. And CMM don't want to let it get to their heads. They're on match point against probably the best team from the region last year. They're the sandbags down, used early, so they won't be able to tank later in this. OP uses those support for the Vengeful Spirit, and that's a kill there. Takai gets one more, and now he's the only one left. Doesn't even use his super. And one more round needed for CMM to take down SK Gaming.
I had SK to be in the grand finals.
I had them winning it all.
What a start to the year for CMM, but it's not done yet. The job is still at hand. Now the sandbags is all that's brought back from that walking cane. SK know that they are floundering, but they've got to come together now. It's a real test to this roster. It'll be such a disappointment if this does not go their way.
I mean, this is by far the best position SK Gaming have had in these knockout games. All control, Gene pull in a hand, the wall broken, power up laying on the floor, Naui with his super as well. And the Vengeful Spirit does, I think, just clip a wall there and not find Remika. Kello trying to come down the left-hand side, making the move, and someone needs to do it, but he's getting hit hard by Naui and Ope there.
Last year, SK Gaming either made the grand finals, won the grand finals, or left in the quarters. This is the question now on our minds. Is it going to be the latter? Oh, it's going to be a start. Now he finds a connection as well. It's a sweep, a wipe for SK Gaming in a round. They're clinging on.
They absolutely needed that, and really SK Gaming didn't have to use too much kit to get it done either. CMM shouldn't be getting that much supercharge off that interaction, and still SK sitting with all three. The Gene pull's going to be huge for them. And Yoshi still power up in hand, surprising not to have seen him provide that, but might want to take a few walls.
Spedder from SK. Hunkering down, walking cane, and OP responds! What a beautiful magic hand, making a 3 versus 2. There's a hypercharge there for Yoshi also, who's going to use it now. Probably hand it over to OPE, or maybe even the RT's probably the better choice for me actually, and now he will pick it up. SK cannot falter now, they've got to secure this round. Big taps from the top. Now he is being patient with this hypercharge, as I think is wise, but he can't overextend. He's got to be careful to not go down. He is the playmaker. Remika falls now, and SK Gaming seal it. They get a game. No time like the present.
I mean, that was much better from SK Gaming. Absolute domination there in those 2 rounds in that game. Really was. The positioning was great. They didn't let the opposition build up supers. They kept their own supers themselves for the big moments. And a good turnaround there. When you get Walking Cane, he just pulls him back, doesn't give him the chance to TP out. So nice stuff from SK Gaming, and they're back in the game.
But needless to say, it is still match point in favor of CMM now. Amid another miss Walking Cane from Kello. These are the moments where rookies are put to the test. Getting a match point is one thing, securing the win, another story. And SK are starting to communicate better, their confidence starting to grow. CMM clustered still with this top left. They've got to get out and spread out of this position. Yeah,
Kello's getting battered here. He's the one on the front lines, the other 2. Bit of a longer range to evade some shots. Great stuff there. 2 Vengeful Spirits will find Remika, and a hack gadget will kill Dakai. Kello down as well, and Remika, the only one remaining. Supers getting farmed over and over by SK Gaming, and although CMM started this set so strong, it doesn't seem to be in their grasp now.
Pitch perfect from SK Gaming there. See how quick the round went and the amount of utility which SK have got. All 3 members with super now, and CMM floundering a little bit. They can still win this set if they bring 2 consecutive rounds forwards, but with SK now in this position, I think it's becoming less likely.
Yeah, you've got to doubt it when you see all the supers of SK Gaming at the moment. Gene pull, rough super, and the RT down the right-hand side. He gets hit. Oh, good Walking Cane there. The pull in return, though, I think killed him. Lovely stuff there from Ope. And the sandbags placed down, and that's another one fall as well. They're just falling apart. They hit a good Walking Cane. It looks like they've got a chance, but SK just turned it on them. Brilliance from SK Gaming, and that's what we come to expect from this roster. They get the set, and it's back to 2-1.
This is what I kind of don't understand, is like, we see that and moments of brilliance from SK Gaming, but why did it take to get to a match point against them to pull out the bag, you know?
Yeah, I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer for you. Yeah, exactly. You're really putting yourselves back up against a wall to then show what you've got. And I don't think they were really playing bad in the other 2 sets. They weren't taking opportunities, and there was a few mishaps here and there. But I think so far, the CMM roster has just been playing really well. Kello, in those openings, in the opening game there in this set, played incredible. And then we saw nothing from them after that.
Finally, SK Gaming wakes up, takes a set for themselves, but it took them a while to finally pull up their socks. And even though they had a pretty good draft in that set 1 and 2, I don't know what happened. What is it that makes it FACMM is winning against them today? Are they just mechanically better than them? Did they draft better? Is SK Gaming not communicating well? There's many reasons, and it's probably a mix from all of them. What's your opinion, Ark?
Probably all of the above. For me, all of the above.
Okay.
It wasn't a great first starting draft, I felt, and Brawl Ball, some big missed opportunities. I mean, it was very apparent to me that they were just not able to really seize the moment. And going into that third set, you know, there's some nerves that were clearly showing, that, you know, massively so. And it's just that experience that shone through towards the end that saved them, really.
It really just follows the same pattern we had yesterday already. If we say they're going to win 3-0, they're about to lose 3-0, right, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it might be getting to the point where you just don't listen to us at all, scrap whatever we say and just go with your own heart. I thought this one was going to be pretty tied off. SK Gaming coming in and sweeping, and we've just had their backs against the wall with a match point against them, and CMM playing really, really solid Brawl Stars, and they've still got 2 sets to close it out now. So although what we've just seen from SK is really good, they now need to continue that again for another 2 sets.
They picked up Shelly a couple of times, which was one of the Buffy brawlers we haven't seen too often yesterday. Is she just not that good? Is there a reason why we don't see her too often? And is that why SK Gaming is not really prevailing?
I don't think it's the brawler at all. I think that it's SK stuck inside their own heads right now. They've had a roster change. Sometimes they take time to then, you know, even out the creases, so to speak. CMM have got nothing to lose. That's what makes them dangerous. They haven't got these massive amount of expectations on their shoulders.
That is so true, CMM. They just want, they're probably happy to be here right now. If they can take a win against SK Gaming, that would obviously shake up the region. And that in the very first month, those points are so important to establish yourself, put yourself into a good position for the rest of the season, Trev.
Yeah, well, Mina going to come in as the first then from SK Gaming. I like that pick, really, really solid. The shield that you can place down with the gadget is still so strong, stopping pretty much all projectiles from coming inside it. CMM back to them with 2 picks. Ban-wise, we're looking at the 3 very aggressive and tanky brawlers from SK Gaming. They don't want to play the Mortis, Ali or Frank, which gives it a bit more, you know, chance for CMM to just kind of run them down and beat them that way when they know they are in reality the better team mechanically. And then the M's, the Pierce and the Spike on the other side, which are 3 solid bans from them as well. Finks coming in from CMM, good pick.
Yeah, I quite like it. I think at this stage it's hard to go too aggressive considering that Amber is still a very viable option that really takes away that unpredictability in which it brings. It's definitely something strong for the mid to combine with the Finks wouldn't be the worst of shouts here. I think Gus could still have a good place in this kind of map and mode. Let's see how CMM want to go about things, but some Buffy brawlers could be an option. I mean, certainly, well, we talked about Stu earlier. Sonny's happy.
I hope for your sake it works. I really do. After I spoke so bad about the brawler, I'm really hoping for your sake it does work.
I was just having a little celebratory dance over here. I'm super happy to see Stu come out twice this weekend so far. Finks and Mina actually the most pickup brawlers in scrims across EMEA last 2 weeks. So I'm not surprised to see those 2. Pierce actually banned out. A little surprising, he was picked up quite often, not banned out too often, despite him being quite strong. Leaves us open with, a couple of other long-ranged options they could still go with. What we were kind of hoping for, Ark, was a Poco comp.
Looks like you might get it.
Exactly. And now we have already 2 tanks on the side of SK Gaming. I kind of see a Poco here. Glowbird, of course, could be an option next month. Actually still banned this month. But I'm sure we're going to see some action from him too. Byron, maybe Gus again. Many options here, but it's probably going to be a healer, right?
We can do this.
Not the healer I was expecting, though, honestly. Poco, Byron, or Gus were my 3. And they've gone Pam. It's still very good, especially on this map. Lou going to come in. Definitely a bit of a kryptonite for the Draco, but yeah, quite a balanced in even draft, I would say, for the most part, but it depends how each side want to play it.
I mean, I love the way I'm saying, SK Gaming don't want to bring in the tanks. They don't want to have this be kind of a bit of an unpredictable matchup, and then they just run it down themselves. But that appears it's the way it's going.
This is exactly what Zeta Division did yesterday. 2 tanks or 2 assassins, pairing it with either a damage dealer or a healer. So SK Gaming, I think they do well, finally picking something like this up. FACMM, honestly, at this point, they would take this win with pride, and I would be super happy for them.
Well, I feel they need to take this win in this set because the longer they leave it, the more SK get warmed back up and the who they are. OP on this right-hand side, now going to struggle as Ramika breaks that top L wall. And so far, it's SK that are firmly on this zone.
I mean, lovely stuff from Remika so far on that Stu, doing a lot of work, but it has been all SK Gaming getting the percentage down, and Kello not taking any opportunities to heal up here. And regardless of getting 2 kills and just leaving Naui alone, they haven't really done too much. Here's the shield from OP as well. Doesn't have any ammo to make anything work, and they're getting so many kills, but nothing for it.
So far, objectively, SK have been much more focused on this zone. But now, CMM being resourceful, bring in some of their utility. OP has got the dancing flames on his right-hand side, though. That's a concern. Enough to make CMM back off.
Super heavy aggression here, a little breakthrough. Didn't, I don't think, do what he wanted, and they're in the backlines. But Stu doing a good job of kind of dual-wielding him, dealing with them both. OP in the backlines now, trying to get Kello down, but can't. But Pam will put the nail in the coffin for him, but CMM are more than back in this.
Yeah, this Fink Super really helping hand. A lot of the shots that were coming their way. Hypercharge now popped by Remika. Littering the map with flames to rival that of the Draco. And slowly but surely, CMM are starting to bring back this objective. It's neck and neck, 63% apiece.
Yeah, super back and forth, but here's the Pam healing station with the hypercharge. Fink's going to throw down one of his own, and that's going to take so much to get these little meaner tornadoes out the way. The percentage is close, but they've won the zone back for now. Now he's still sitting quite healthy there with a shield on top of his regular HP, and OP getting back onto the zone.
Now SK are going to hold as this hypercharge of OP decimates everyone in his wake. Now just Kello, who will fall swiftly after, and SK Gaming have just been able to hold on to claim this first game.
That is lovely from SK Gaming. There was chances for CMM in there. There really was. They played some seriously good Brawl Stars at times, but as soon as that Draco super hits, you've got no chance unless you've got a big answer for it, like a hypercharge roam from the Lou. So there's a chance. I think they are absolutely in this set. They just started really slow, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like I said, the longer this is drawn out, the more SK Gaming will start to dig deep and know the ramifications of a loss at such an early stage of the season. Every month matters now. There has never been fewer spots for the World Finals and Brawl Cup for EMEA now. It's not the same as 2025. You've got to be on your A game at every single moment.
Well, this is one way to have a better start. OP wasted his super, they've got full control of the zone, Pam's down. They're in a wonderful spot right now. Yoshi trying to rotate down this left-hand side, and Dakai still has this super on the zone, kind of on the floor, sorry, and now he's having to wait that one out. And they've got a wonderful lead so far. OP still yet to find another super after wasting his first, and Finks will throw down one of his own along with another Lou ice ring.
This feels like a lack of urgency from SK Gaming almost. Yoshi needs to probably flank around this left-hand side and get behind the field of action. Nice healing station from Naui, but they're saying that with no cover to hand, it's immediately eradicated. He wasn't able to body block it himself. Now, SK creeping forwards. OP trying to make some space, but SK are behind. They've got to regroup, stay present in this match, or they're going to be against another match point.
Love that wall break there from Remika on the left-hand side. Gives him a huge opportunity to pinch in when he's just in that pocket. Now he has to get inside this windmill here, and the super just flies straight past Dakai as he's got the Fink super down from Kello. OP low, does have to force a gadget, which means he won't have it in a few seconds when he comes back up. Another hyper there from CMM, and another one on top of that as well. Now he's decimated, and they're back on match point.
And look at that, plenty of seconds to spare. And CMM, another match point for them. They couldn't seal it in knockout. Can they seal it in hot zone? That is the question. We saw this before with them. They were just so consistent in skill. That nervousness of being able to actually do the unthinkable, that is now the demon in their head they've got to battle and secure.
Well, it needs to be a good start for CMM again. Same goes for SK Gaming if they want to remain in this game. And a good position early on for OP. Didn't go down the left-hand side this time, and Remika will use the breakthrough. Now trying to burn some damage onto him, but he gets in that dragon form, breathing the fire. He's still burning, not looking too healthy, but yet again, it's back to game one, SK Gaming on top.
Yeah, no percent so far for CMM. And SK Gaming now on 40%. We've got regroup. Battle is down. OP still staying alive as well with his helping hand of the last stand gadgets. SK have done half of what they need to do now for CMM, some mid-control, and now awaiting their third. This is the time to win things back.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to have to be super cycle after super cycle for Kello and Dakai at the moment. They really need to keep on raining these down, otherwise that percentage just deficit they've early had against them is going to be a big, big issue. Ope going to get into the Dragon now. I think he's got a gadget at hand as well. Super's there, and he's going to use the Ice Block. Try keep himself alive, but it doesn't last very long. Remika doing a lot of work. Scrapsucker there for Naui as well, and he's just rotating to this right-hand side. Super place down for Kello, but there was really no one there to support him until now.
We need more from Kello. These time warps are what helped CMM in the previous game so much. But that's a devastating hypercharge from Naui. It will provide so much for cushioning for SK Gaming despite the freeze of the Lou. They're staying firm. All three members now battling for this final 19%.
Well, Hyper popped and they find Ope there in the corner. He's got Hyper though, and that's surely going to be the end for them. Remicus using the Super now. He's got a gadget there as well, but actually the Hyper's not doing too much. Nakai's still alive, now falls. And Naui with this healing station in the back and then pinned in from 3 angles is surely the end of CMM.
Kelly popped a premature hypercharge now. SK Gaming grouping together and taking care of business. Ramika's still on the zone, doing his best to stay alive and heal up accordingly to Kai. Low HP, Kello is there, but SK Gaming will secure a set in the final hour.
There was absolutely a chance at the end. They just weren't finding that kill on the Pam, and his healing station keeping him in the mix for so long. Really nice stuff from SK again. Game 1, pretty much perfect. Game 2 really didn't go their way at all. But then in Game 3 again, they bounced back. And once more, CMM can't get the match point goal.
You've got to give it to CMM here. They keep their nerves under control, even though that first set goes towards SK Gaming after they've just lost Goldarm Gulch. But they're still will to fight. They want to take this home. They have 2 chances already, Art. They pushed none other than SK Gaming, #1 seed of EMEA in 2025, 3rd, 4th at the World Finals in 2025. They pushed them twice to match point.
This is the thing in EMEA, you know, the curse of winning, being stuck inside your own heads. The teams are and have the most experience in their credentials are the ones that know what it takes to get past that mentality. It's a very, very tough thing. And so at the moment, CMM are really doing exactly that, despite some very strong stats. The gravity of what they're trying to achieve is really, really struggling to go around.
I do want to say that Stu pick worked out quite well, Trev.
Absolutely did. And listen, I'm sure, like, I didn't say ever it was a bad brawler. I said it's a boring favorite brawler. Like, I don't know anybody who's gone, I tell you what, I like a Stu.
Infinite supers, you know, just like zoom around the map. I mean, regardless, it didn't win it for them. That's the thing.
It did do well, though. It did really well. It was honestly the brawler that was making the biggest amount of
I felt was actually doing more.
Really?
I did. Those time warps were flowing so well in that second game. Towards the end, I didn't see enough of them from Kello.
I really liked all 3 members of CMM today. We also have to mention here, they played with 0 up until this point. Kello actually just joined the roster, so he's a guy that we have never seen on any small or big stage, and now immediately stepping up to play in the monthly final of the BSC. He must be quite nervous, and still they have actually taken the first 2 sets. Something that we see quite often is that the newer teams struggle in the first set and then they wake up. Here it's the other way around.
Yeah, well, this is the final set. Either way you look at it, you know, for SK Gaming, they've now got all the momentum. I think that for CMM, they had to seal it either then in Hot Zone or prior to that in Knockout. Going into the 5th, my money is back towards SK, despite how they're playing being a bit shaky. I think that they've just had that ability to now go, right, 1 more set.
I think that where it really helps to have a coach as well. SK Gaming 2-0 down. Pedro is there to help them calm their nerves, to prepare for the next set and pretend nothing happened before. And maybe that's where CMM is now struggling, Trev. They have no one to tell them, hey, you can still do this, boys. They need to do that themselves. And you also were in this position before. How do you feel in that moment?
To be fair, I just got destroyed.
I was going to say, are we really getting advice from Trevor about how to play in the pro scene?
Technically, I'd say, well, once I did get reverse swept by SK Gaming, and it was not a nice feeling, I'll tell you that, in a qualifier. To qualify to the month final, I was crying in my shower afterwards.
I bet, yeah.
Well, I hope FSCMM still take this one with pride, and they still did push SK Gaming twice to a match point. Do that, you know, that's still a very good, successful feat, but it's not over yet. They can still take this one home. They can still be the ones to make it all the way to the grand finals, and SK Gaming knocked out right in the quarters. We're now on bridge 2 for a map I kind of wanted to see, so I guess I'm not too unhappy about the outcome here. Chuck is actually banned out in this series. Eve is going to be picked up on the right-hand side. A brawler we talked about yesterday as she's nowhere near meta, never picked up, but if she's good, then on Bridge 2-4.
I mean, it makes perfect sense here. Angela being banned, and you know the big heavy hitters like the Chuck, the Melodies, Kaze's all out of the question. Cole as well, another good ban. 8-bit, I love that brawler on this map. I really do. It's often forgotten, but I like that CMM are considering it massively so. I think it wouldn't be the worst place for a Juju here. I think that in the current meta, she's really kind of out of it. It's possible. It depends about any potential wall breakers coming through at a later stage of this. But I think that so far, I'm liking what CMM are bringing.
Yeah, I think it's really good. If you can manage to cycle out so many of the Eve supers, get your hypercharge, have them just non-stop coming in against, you know, these usual single projectile brawlers on a map like this. And there's the Juju that you mentioned. So the throw is coming in, and I do think it can work. I think it can work really, really well, but at the same time, I think it can just as easily be pinned in spawn and do nothing.
I don't think there's any other heist map where we see those brawlers come in. Here it is because of the water. So Juju and Eve have a little bit more wiggle room to dodge the incoming shots. Eve also particularly good against Nanny that has quite a slow reload speed with her little spawns whenever she has a super. Last pick now for SK Gaming, probably something with even more damage as they right now just want to hold control. Never mind, it's going to be a defense actually. Otis coming in. It seems like they do expect FACMM to come in with some aggression themselves. With 8-bit, Eve, Juju, Otis and Nanny on the map so far, Arc, it's going to be a very passive, slow-paced game.
Are they expecting maybe like a Miko? Potentially, is that what the Otis is on their idea? I mean, something like that wouldn't be a bad shout, or something tanky. I think tanky's kind of harder to make work for the Miko on this map. You've got much more ability to swap lanes. Brock, I think, is a good shout, and I'm pretty sure that CMM may have just dodged the bullet by not doubling down on what they were maybe considering. SK Gaming to go with that. Whether that's kind of seeing through some of the data, or maybe it's just something for their consciousness to go in with something. Now the question is that Otis going to be doing as much against the lineup which they're looking into?
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. They had to have that precautionary measure, absolutely, in case something more aggressive did come down. But I like that pivot from CMM. They maybe were going to go something aggressive, but now bringing in a brawler with great DPS, the ability to break grass, to break walls, kind of open. I think there's unbreakable walls on one side, but on the other side you can still break it. So that gives Juju less legs for walking across the walls. Obviously, it harms the Eve at the same time, but it's a win and lose, you know? That's
the advantage of the last pick here. They had to pick up Otis. Let's see how it bears out. Last set of this series. SK Gaming versus FACMN.
Well, an early break there with the rocket fuel for Takai. And OP just trying to maneuver nicely so as well forwards, getting some good taps with the poison there. The fuel will trickle him down. As Yoshi staying firmly on that right-hand side, a good solid rock as always for SK Gaming. Now he there brings forward the peep, and so much of a tankiness from that shielding too, with a little tap onto the safe as well.
Yeah, but so much of a super battery as well in that situation. Brock being provided. Here's Remika. Shouldn't be too far off now either, and OP moving up the map. Not going to be the biggest DPS on safe, and Kello trying to get some DPS down himself. He will fall on the right-hand side as Grigri doing some good work. Yoshi pivoting back to the right, and Brock will go straight over there to meet him.
Well, Naui, again, on this Nanny pick, is the man to watch for SK Gaming. Going to be trying to cycle those peeps in. I think with the help of the hand of the star power of Tempered Steel, so that he can stay more present whilst in that peep form. Whistling down, Kello chose not to go for the safe for the moment. As time goes on, SK Gaming do need to crack that first stage, but they're doing better than CMM in that regard, who have yet to even scratch it.
Great pinch from Takai though, and then Remika pinches the left-hand side as well, so 8-bit should be able to heal and get up. Same with the Brock here as he does outrange the Otis, but Nanny coming in with a hyper charge now, just running him down and pops that super as well. Probably got the TP and does go straight for him. Can't find the kill. Wow. Goes down himself. What a move from Takai. Bit of help from Remika in there as well. And that should be some big shots and save. Takai will lose his life because of it, but should pretty much equal the score now.
Ooh, it didn't trickle down, so it's still 87% on the SK Gaming safe. If nothing changes, that is enough to win the game. Now he as well, renowned for his Nanny play. So bringing it in at this stage of the competition, I quite like. You can see how little damage is really being dealt to him when he is losing that peep. But a trade nonetheless on the left-hand side. 20 seconds remain, and now every inch of damage counts.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge. Remika just going to have to throw a super down more aggressively, try get OP to fall, but that's a waste of a hypercharge. Full control now in the hands of SK Gaming. Still a chance, though, as they tank that shot, 1% in it, but SK holding so firm. Takai popping a hypercharge, needs to move. Remika moving up. Kello going for the damage as well, but there's a TP up top. Ope falls, the damage starts to come down, but Nani did enough on the opposing side, and SK Gaming go to match point.
What a difference a few set make for SK Gaming. Now, they get a match point. They cannot let this slide. If this goes to match point, it's going to be very dangerous territory. And that wasn't the highest of scoring rounds for Heist, not by a long shot. So this time round, I think they would much prefer to give themselves a bit more of a cushioning, because that was a little bit close towards the end.
Yeah, absolutely, and CMM definitely had more chances to get some damage in there as well. Now just a few mishaps on the Nani TPs, sometimes not having as much luck as I'm sure I'd have hoped. Kello really finding it difficult to place down these damage boosters. He's getting hit hard by the slows there coming in from OP, standing on that water. A good jump across from Remika, should be able to get this finish, and does. And the Brock rotates left.
With the helping hand now of that damage booster, Takai will have a lot more fuel to his rockets. Good taps onto OP and Yoshi, clearing up some space, but nowhere really to be seen from the mid from Remika. He does need that. Oh, now he might get a bit of poison trickle down as well from these E-pets, and he actually will fall off the back of that as well.
Yeah, Grigri coming in, but he's not really getting a lot back from that. Just buys himself a bit of time and doesn't take any damage whilst the teammate's down. There's the wall break, giving him a bit of a better angle towards Ope there, but he's just going to go to the right side and pinch there instead.
Yeah, OP is getting great value. He really is. Kello now double teamed. A nice meet there from Yoshi. Again, coming in strong for his team. More damage to Remika. But look at the safe. It's still just only a 4% in it game.
Yeah, there's the fat splatter, and that'll add 2% a tick more for the side of SK Gaming. Hypercharge coming in from Naui as well. OP trying to make a move through the middle, but doesn't really find too much now. Good kill there from Naui, and that's going to be the first crack gone for the side of SK.
Much, much better. And a peep earned there by Naui. Takai really struggling on this right-hand side versus Yoshi. He might opt to go back to that left. Kello popping hypercharge, trying to make his move forwards, but goes down immediately to the zaps of Naui.
Yeah, huge stuff there, and OP having to force a lot of shots through there to get some in. And now he's going to get traded out. This might be the chance for them to re-crack that safe and bring it even. With 30 seconds left, we need a lot from CMM.
This could be it now for Kello, getting some really, really consecutive shots onto the safe with the help of the extra credits gadgets. Now 75% apiece. Takai for hypercharge now. If he connects to some of the safe, it could be huge. But a knockback from Naui might give some space for SK to respond.
I mean, that's huge as well from Kello. Great defense. Remika has control through this mid. Kello needs to be stopped on the left-hand side, which means OP can't go aggressive through the mid. There's the Grigri to dual wheel the lanes, but he's going to fall, and Naui has to use a super and a hypercharge to get up, and he won't. Brilliance from CMM to get their third match. I think maybe more than three, actually, because they've had a lot of match points prior to SK winning one back. But they've had match point after match point after match point and haven't been able to close it out. Can they do it now?
Is this the game where CMM can take a step back, breathe a breath, and realize that they can do this? Or will SK Gaming put a stop to this madness? We are about to find out. It's such a very close set. A couple of percent in it. Both sides really are struggling somewhat in different ways.
Yeah, Lope gadget quickly and goes forwards, but luckily traded out. I think a little bit of a clip came in there from Naui on the right-hand side as well. Takai, I was honestly expecting more from him in this Otis matchup. He probably will outrange him with the explosion radius and goes for a rocket fuel to get that extra radius going as well. Gets a hit, but nothing more back.
Takai just waiting out the fat splatter on the left. OP is doing a fantastic job, by the way, of just juggling this mid-side lane. It's now down to really Takai to try and break some of that up, get a bit of angle onto him. He'll go for the push, though, opting to prioritize Yoshi, who he has been struggling with just a touch. Naui, the hypercharge now, waiting for these pests to go down to not interfere with that peep, no doubt. Oh, but Remika strikes, gets the takedown, but no damage onto the safe. Now Kello, extra credits. That is a lot of damage.
Got the kill too, and he's going to be tanking with that as well. Now he pops a hypercharge to try and get something done, but Kello still dealing damage to the safe. They get that first crack down, and 93% still up top. Should be a TP from Naui, but not sure if he's going to get much back from it. Kello with another extra credits on safe, but only 1 or 2% taken.
Yeah, good defense there from SK. That could have been a bad situation going worse. Kaya's got to juke for his life now. He's got no support. He's double matched between Naui and Yoshi. Remika would love to get a little egg on the map here. Bring in some pests to be able to tank some of these shots. Rocket fuel from Takai. And meanwhile, Kello should maybe full, but slow, staying alive on 800 HP, but that mute is going to trickle down as well. CMM are doing well, but it is on a knife's edge.
Well, there's 40 seconds left. SK don't seem to be getting control. The waste of a Grigri as well. Good kill on the right-hand side from Yoshi. Should allow him to go up, and a lovely one on the left too. But the Eve Pets with this hypercharge, keeping them mostly at bay and not letting him get that damage. And there's only 57 on SKs.
If Ramika can get just a couple of percent, just 7% on this safe to crack it, it would be massive, but now 20%. SK Gaming behind. Rokello cracks the safe. SK Gaming are in trouble.
They need to make the move now. Still a crack left on CMM safe before they can even start to get the damage to next. 12 seconds, and this might be a defense. Down goes Otis on the left-hand side. Now he falls as well. And Kello on his debut, spinning on SK Gaming as they take them down in a 5-set series to make the semis.
2026 seems to be the year of the underdogs. No doubt about it. For SK Gaming, a squad that only went down in the semi-finals of the world stage, now out in the quarters of their debut monthly final. This will send shockwaves throughout EMEA.
It definitely leaves me in shock, let's put it that way. The hatchlings from Eve definitely worked out. Remika with the most kills on the side of FACMN. Was a good pick coming into this. We talked about it. SK Gaming had to pick up that Otis just to prevent a tank from being picked up. Yoshi did well on the brawler. And I don't think it's just a draft. Overall, FACMN just a stronger team today. A well-deserved win.
That crack huge as well there in that moment. Really nice stuff from CMM. And you can see as well on SK Gaming's faces, not pleased about that, and who would be? When you've been in a position getting to the grand finals, winning them, coming out of last year as the top team, to lose in the first monthly final in the first round, it's got to be devastating for them. But you can't take it away from CMM. They were 2 up, multiple match points, and eventually get it done. In my eyes, that's a deserving win.
I'm told we have to look at talent predictions. We can just skip that, right?
I mean, we don't need to linger. We don't need to linger, it's fine.
I would like to change something.
Moving on.
Can we please have me choose the other team in
On
each
every
single quarterfinal?
qualifier.
It's the same thing that happened yesterday already. We only had one single prediction right, even though we went with what probably 99% of the community went with, just the obvious choice. If Seed 1 faces off against a team that we've never really seen in the monthly final, that has faced off against them twice last year already, Ark, of course you go with SK Gaming.
Yeah, you got to go with the favorites, but for me, that is a match that SK Gaming should not be losing.
Oh, really?
9 times out of 10, yeah, maybe even 10 times out of 10, they should not be losing that match. CMM played impeccable today. They played fantastic, but regardless of how well they are, even on their best of days, SK Gaming blew it.
I'm super happy for them because Remika and Dekai, they've been in the scene for such a long time. We've seen them pop up every now and then. They've won a couple of smaller tournaments, and now this is a breakthrough for them. And as you said, Ark, this is going to shock the whole region. We're looking at the bracket now. CMM is going to move on into the semi-finals. And now they're facing off against either Team Heretics or Foot Esports. And after this performance, they might as well make it all the way to the grand finals. Yeah. Who do you have it? If, let's say, Heretics makes it through or Foot makes it through.
It only gets easier for CMM from here, to be honest. It only gets easier, in my opinion. You know, I'm not going to lie. I probably will still pick against them. They've put a great performance in. If you give me that SK Gaming versus CMM matchup 10 times, I'm picking SK every time, even after seeing that. Because I think that's usually how it would go. But as I said, SK have got to be on a bad day, if not their worst day, and CMM had to be on their absolute best, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for me, that is a match that SK cannot afford to lose, but Team Heretics for Esports going to be a very, very different story in that regard. I feel like these two teams, you know, are so well known to all of us, realistically here. Team Heretics, of course, like Chaos. Now Marco and Sabim joining that squad, and for Foot Esports, a very interesting prodigy story on the rise here with Guesty coming in. Angel Boy, Nob, and Guesty has been a long-awaited roster in the EMEA.
Team Heretics had a very early finish already in the World Finals last year. Didn't go the way they wanted, so Chaos, the only one left on that roster, now picking up 2 newer two newer teammates, but we of course know those two, Trev from Novo last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming into 2025, I didn't know those guys, to be fair. So they've clearly had an extremely successful year to be picked up by someone as seasoned as iChaos and have that trust in them as well. So I do quite like this team. I think they performed incredibly well last year. Chaos and them both got cut short at Worlds. But I think regardless, this is a team that can do well and probably will do throughout the year.
Team Heretics had a perfect run in the qualifier, included actually also a match against Navi with two old teammates from Chaos. Chaos, this seasoned veteran, the mentor from the other two if you wanted, probably the IGL. We had the chance to sit down with him as well. Let's see what he feels about today.
iChaos, this is your 4th year in a row with a new roster. What are your expectations for this team compared to previous years?
Honestly, I just decided to go for a rookie team. I'm gonna say, like Marco, EMEA, they are really new in this scene of competitive. So I think I can make them better, and also I think I can get the same from them. I think they have the ambition to win. So yeah, my expectations with them is just winning some monthly finals and then going worse and do a really good job.
Winning some monthly finals is the goal here, and I think with SK Gaming already out of the equation, they're probably happy if they make it through the semis. At least the grand finals should be in it, right?
I mean, it's a place where they've been before many a time, and I think last year we were really impressed with the way that Nova Esports really progressed throughout the year. Definitely still making the World Finals with a bit of a helping hand from the events of Brawl Cup, but nonetheless, I like the confidence there of iChaos saying that with me, I think they'll be even better.
So Heretics, one of the only two teams that actually had that perfect run through the qualifier, 9-0, so not a single set dropped. Looking at their scrims, they're not doing the very best. That's Foot Esports, and that's their opponents today. No one else has a better scrim rate than them. 70% won in the last 2 weeks, so that's impeccable. And there we are all hoping to see this new star player, the most awaited player of the season. It's Guesty.
Finally, I'm available to play it, and I'm so happy with it, and I hope I can compete really good.
Like you mentioned, match arenas for a few years. You're no stranger to tournaments by any means, but the BSC is a step up. How are the nerves today compared to your average other tournament that you've played in the past?
I mean, it's hard to say for me for now because I played only monthly qualifiers, and that's it from all tournaments. But now it will be monthly finals, and it's way harder, and I'm a bit nervous about it, but the most important that it will not affect on the match itself.
Guesty literally grew up in the competitive scene, with records dating all the way back to 2022. He has been playing some match arenas on the side, some smaller tournaments, but obviously only turned 16 now, so he wasn't allowed to play in the BSC yet. Many thought that he would immediately team up with Angel Boy, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that I've had on my horizons for probably the past 3 or 2 years. In my notes of every year I write down players, look out for this person. And now we finally get to see him in the BSC. But because of that reason and because of the fact that we've all been anticipating this moment, that's my only reservation. When we saw previously in the last match with CMM, those are guys that have got very little expectation. I think that does speak some volume sometimes, that when everyone's rooting for you and everyone is waiting for you, that puts so much more pressure on your first match.
We're talking about this Ukrainian prodigy. I kind of feel like we talked about that before. Angel Boy was that just a couple of years ago. Now he steps up to be the mentor and the IGL of the team.
Yeah, I think it's a big year for him as well, to be honest with you. He needs to prove himself away from kind of the more seasoned veterans he's been playing with for quite a few years. So he's taken a similar route to Chaos, taking a younger player, still sticking with Nob, who he's played with before. So has that synergy already built with both of the teammates, because he's been playing with Guesty before he was even able to play in the BSC and match arenas and stuff as well. So I think this is a team that can go very far, and I expect big things, but I'm not sure if that's going to be a downfall for Guesty.
We've seen the maps. We're kicking things off here in our match number 2 on Super Beach. This is a map just as seasoned as Chaos on that Heretics roster. We've seen it for quite a while. We've seen it throughout B metas, thrower metas, and now also with Buffy's arc.
Yeah, this is going to be a real interesting one. Yeah, Frank, I was going to say, for me, a fond memory last year was when, Novo Esports were and did win their monthly final, playing a lot of tanky brawlers. It was a tankier meta, which really favoured them. So no surprises to see that Frank coming out on their side of the field, along with the Meeple. The MENA for Foot Esports will be a great shout. The bans are solid so far from me. The Mortis, the Poco, the Shade, the Spike, the Ems, and the Willow.
Yeah, very solid all around in terms of bans. The MENA first pick I like as well. And back over to the other side, Frank is one of the ones that's going to be devastating to so many players. Shelly in return then from Foot Esports, and who can blame them when you're faced with a tank? Why not take one of the better tank counters?
And if you do face against a tank, maybe even round off the comp with another tank counter. Cordelius technically still left open here. We'd love to see him. Pierce left open for a solid mid. And Super Beach is super open in that middle part. You can super shot from mid into goal. So having someone who can stand his ground there definitely helps. Mo is going to come in. He's probably going to play lane. I wonder who is going to take over mid for Foot Esports. 3 aggressive brawlers, 3 brawlers that want to be in your face.
I love the Mo pick. We saw it a great deal yesterday in East Asia, and it's serving EMEA very well indeed also in Brawl. So it's going to be a real challenge to work around, especially when that Mo can feed off so greatly off the back of a Frank and things like
Sandstorm!
that. Sandy going to come in for Heretics. Not my kind of first favourite brawler on this map, but certainly one that can bring home some goods. And we all know how influential that Sweet Dreams stun on the gadget side can be. Can sometimes, if left untouched, just be a guaranteed goal.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Nice drafts from both sides, I will say. The Sandy, as you mentioned, in front of goal is incredible. And Frank will be able to break up a lot of the map as well. Kind of leave MENA only being able to dash about, use that mobility to the best of her ability. And the Shelly really got to work cut out for with that Frank. Needs to pocket him hard.
Okay, well, let's see. It's one of the most long-awaited debuts of any player in the BSC. How will Guesty fare? He's playing on the Shelly, the top left-hand side, so he needs to break open as much as he can. If he can get some good value early on, that Frank will have nowhere to go on the side of Heretics.
Well, nice little gadget there from Chaos. Actually affected both of them in Angel Boy and Guesty on the left-hand side. So really nice stuff from him. Marco will go and claim that lane. And it's going to be hard for Shelly to push back into there, to be honest with you. You don't want to be feeding those sandstorms over and over again, and especially when something like a Frank can fly under the radar.
Good dash from Angel Boy, but now being scrutinized and forced away there from the Rude Sands of the Sandy. Marco gets a nice pinch between Chaos and Guesty. Nob comes in. A great defense from that boy. That was going pretty much the way of Heretics there, so a good interception.
Yeah, really nice as well. Had to kind of force that super out from Chaos. And Guesty's going to go on the right-hand side. Finally get to that matchup against Sabine, but Marco will be there waiting for him. Angel Boy coming aggressive now, super used as well, trying to cycle it out, gets another one back, and Sabine sent back up into the air again. Angel Boy actually gets caught around the left-hand side of his gadget, sorry. And Guesty breaking up some of these walls, keeping Marco at bay.
1 TP2 outside of the windmill. And that was all it took for Sabine to capitalize. Very passive game so far. Both sides know exactly how influential just a bit of feeding can be for their opposition, so I like them being resourceful in that regard. But it could be go time if the Heretics. Sabine's also got hypercharge too, and there's a Frank with the buffies. We know just how much that can do to score your goal.
Yeah, Marco just can't get within range of Guesty there, doesn't want to overstep either by trying to push a bit further up and feeding him hypercharge. Angel Boy, another gadget. I think he was maybe trying to bait a super there. But it didn't come out. There's the stun on the right-hand side. Guesty going to go straight for him and get the super off, but he's going to be faced with a Rude Sands, which actually might kill him. Just narrowly survives. A couple more ticks would have been the nail in the coffin, but Nob traded out by Chaos, and he's doing a good job of keeping his team in this mid.
Yeah, important taps there, landing 2 out of the 3, and that was enough to secure the kill. Super out the elbow. Look at Angel Boy popping up there with the hypercharge, continuing to cycle these kicks, and that should be, oh no! A pixel to the right! That should have been a goal! Team Heretics off the line. Get a second chance at Grace.
See, the thing is, I do think it was a tough angle, and I genuinely think if it was going in, it might have been saved by Sabine off the line, so had to try and get it right in the corner. Still into overtime here. Nob's going to want to try and get a super because he's got the hypercharge in hand. Same with Guesty, same with Marco. They're going to be the deciding factors in this overtime.
It's going to be a tough overtime here for Heretics. Sabine definitely going to be having to be really on his A game. Oh my word, Nobs goes surely, and it's a team wipe for Esports. Nobs taking no chances, scores it. Team Heretics cannot afford an overtime, that is clear.
Well, it's very 50-50, to be honest with you. One lane was won by Foot, one lane was won by Heretics, and in the end, it was just who had more hypercharges and managed to get them at the right times in overtime. So, a good start for Foot Esports. Guesty looking good. Really solid stuff from Angel Boy, being able to dominate and dash and use those hypercharges to the best of his abilities to put Foot in that position in the late game.
Now, Angel Boy going pretty aggressive early on. I quite like it. The windmill gadget to hand, allowing him just to be a bit more further forwards. Not really getting much towards a potential superhero as well. This is bad for Heretics. Now a knockback gadget there by Chaos, but surely this will be a goal. Guesty with a lovely angle there in the first opening 30 seconds of play. Heretics looking pretty weak in that regard.
Yeah, really good from Foot. Solid stuff overall. And forcing that goal in early. Just great synergy across the board to win their one-on-one matchups over and over again. Guesty will be feeding the super of Marco, but they're going to try their best to keep them out. And Guesty continuing his run forwards. Angel Boy waiting for the ball, but Sabine might be there as well to stop him. Good shots, and he evades nicely to stay alive.
Yeah, Chaos being rewarded by his accuracy for sure. Oh, didn't quite land that one. That was quite pivotal there, maybe. Sabine breaks the entirety of the right-hand side. Not sure that would probably dwell well for him, more for Marco. There's looking lanes now. Pushing forwards. One thing's for sure, Heretics do need this goal.
Absolutely, still got a bit of time. Guesty trying to push out on the left-hand side, baiting a few shots from Sabine, and just his presence is pushing them back. In goes Nob, but he's going to be able to switch straight back out this form and maybe do a Marco. Good kill from Guesty, following on with the hypercharge too, but a forced gadget from Chaos. Angel Boy still moving forwards, gets the kill, but Nob not going to be able to force that one in. He goes down, a minute on the clock for Heretics' answer.
For Esports with one game and one goal ahead. Team Heretics need this moment to count. 50 seconds. This for Esports looking continuing to go on the aggressive as Angel Boy exploding onto the map, leaving just Marco all alone to defend this on his own. It's going to be for Esports to claim the first set in convincing fashion.
Yeah, really nice from them, and I love that from Angel Boy. He's done it in a couple of games now, those hypercharged supers. Just dragging them forwards onto these brawlers that are going to be good at the close range. Lovely stuff from Foot Esports. Seem calm, seem composed, have a great draft, and I think Guesty adding exactly what needs to be added.
Yeah, he had a very good matchup. The Shelly into the Frank. He stayed on Sabine the entire way through. But these goal-scoring moments were pretty much all Angel Boy for me. Yeah, nice bit of speed there.
Might have got in. I think
it might have possibly gone in. Sabine had the hypercharged speed as well, so that was definitely a factor. But definitely a close one. That was the only real moment that we saw a weakness really from Foot. They look so confident.
Yeah, I mean, if the only mistake is kind of a 50-50 shot, then I don't think you're going to be too mad about your performance so far. So far, so good for Foot Esports. Really nice plays overall, and when they can overwhelm their opponents like this, they're not going to complain. Really good start. Stat-wise, in terms of kills, it's not that far apart, but in terms of control of the map and those explosive moments, it was all Foot Esports.
Yeah, and in terms of goals, not a single moment really capitalized there by Team Heretics. That has to change in the next sets to come. But for Foot Esports, I like the way that they are approaching this. They are just kind of focused, very locked in. Nob as always, just really eyes down and no celebrations until really the game is done. And I think that's the way you go about doing it. Team Heretics have really clean qualifiers, honestly. Sweeping Navi as well, who we'll see later on today. But for Foot Esports, it was not the same story. They had to go up against their own academy team to qualify for the monthly finals.
Had a few sketchy moments in that game, to be honest with you, as well.
Yeah.
Their backs were heavily against the wall at certain points, but definitely did a good job of making it all the way. As you said, Heretics were a bit more smooth sailing, so we expected them to come in with a bit more feist, but after beating Navi 3-0, I was expecting them to be doing pretty well as well, to be honest with you. Chaos getting revenge on a couple of his old teammates. Ban-wise, though, as we go into Golden Gulch, the Spike, the Ruffs, and I actually couldn't even see that third brawler in time. The Grey comes in as Heretics' first pick. It was the Squeak, and then the Foot Esports bans are going to be the Mina, the Pierce, and the G.
Good to see the Pierce ban here. That's probably my go-to brawler on this map in the current meta. Let's see how Foot Esports want to approach this to start things off. Angelo going to come in. And RT as well. Very much what we kind of saw previously today. The EMEA flavors really shining through in those two brawlers for me. For the Angelo, it's high risk. Angel Boy, who can forget back at LCQ in 2023, such a solid player on that very brawler himself. So I want to see him really pop off if he is playing that Angelo pick. On the side of Team Heretics now, a chance to combine with this Grey, maybe even some cheese to come through as well.
And you know what I think about that.
I know what you feel about that.
So I'm not even going to say it. I'm just going to carry on talking about the draft. And Gus is going to come in then for Team Heretics to add to their side. Wouldn't have been what I was expecting, but still can come through. I like what FUT Esports have got. We saw the RT being played by SK Gaming in the previous set. It was with the Ruffs, so he kind of got his hypercharge a little bit easier, but had its moments, great taps and wonderful stuff all along. Same can be said about the Grey. It didn't get the victory in this first series, but I think it was the standout brawler from his side.
I think that says quite a big story, because for FUT Esports to still commit to the RT despite the Ruffs ban, it says that we are going to continue to go for it regardless.
Mom never
I think Team Heretics did
misses.
pretty well there to read that through the data and just kind of take something off the table. Bell, again, not the flashiest, but still very, very solid. And I think that mark, very rightly, would be good to apply in this regard for the RT, but can be eradicated as well, going to leg form, so this will be considered.
Move those feet to the boot box,
before the wall break. What's not to like really about that? It's a safe pair of hands, but it can get a lot done, especially in maps like this where you've got to eradicate the bits of bush and various areas in the mid. It can be quite claustrophobic when the gas comes in on this map.
Yeah, I will say FUT Esports definitely have the range here, but if they kind of step out of line even the smallest bit, they're going to be punished by that walking cane of Grey. Bring them into range and be able to get his TP is going to be a big thing for them. So I think it's, yet again, a pretty good draft from both teams. Solid for both sides, but Heretics desperately in need of getting this here.
Well, for Esports, so far,
I've got you in my sights.
no signs of slowing. Will that be a difference maker here? Team Heretics do need to find their footing. That's to say the least. So already claustrophobically pushed into this back left corner. Not a great start. I mean, Team Heretics just basically gave up positioning power, but Guesty almost went down there, almost overstepped, stayed alive at 100 HP.
Yeah, so low. Both teams trying to enforce a 2v1 on either side, but Sabine not going to have the range that Nob has to kind of prevent that in this situation. He's just sitting back in the grass. They don't know where he is, and that's going to be a good break there as well. Follow-up shot from Guesty too, but this is a wonderful position for FUT Esports, and I don't know how they let this happen.
Yeah, it feels like Heretics want to be here as well. Missed mark by Chaos. That's a rarity there. Allowing a bit of a walk-through for himself and Marco. Reverse polarity used there as well. All three members of each side standing until then. Nob finds Marco, making it a 3 versus 2 in favor of FUT.
Yeah, tapped again, and Chaos one shot now, and he'll go down as well. I don't think Sabeem's found that much damage, to be honest with you. 2, maybe 3 shots. Should be just a couple off of it, and still doesn't get the kills or hits to get his super. All 3 supers for FUT Esports, and yet again, looking really good.
And so far, it's not even close, is it, really? Except for that one moment where Guesty almost went down and overstepped. Nice break there from him, but it might actually be maybe more in favor of Team Heretics. They're just so far back, but they find now Angel Boy. That's really the first moment they've had to breathe.
Yeah, big overstep from Angel Boy there, and you see Nob just rotating over to the left-hand side, because if Sabine TP's on him, he's going to be completely fine. Guesty getting tapped by Chaos here, but he wants to try and bring this back. There's the pull forwards, but didn't choose to follow up with anything just yet. They know they can try and win this in the late game, because it's a 3v2.
Well, at this rate, Team Heretics, if they do win this round, we had a bit of a disadvantage coming in, because Guesty's done some good work breaking those bushes. Reverse polarity not going to connect. And so far, Heretics playing it cautiously to not feed in. That RT hypercharge is the concern. Nob pulled in by the walking cane, but staying still alive. This could turn around. It's not an easy one for Heretics to do under the circumstances, but now into the gas, as for Esports will admit defeat for this round.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Heretics. They managed to get that kill on Angel Boy, and they, yeah, again, FUT had that position where they had them pinned, but a little bit of an overstep from Angel Boy did get himself killed. Guesty, hypercharge on the right-hand side, should put him in a good position to win this Bell matchup, and a wonderful tap early on from Angel Boy, but as the same as last game, he was getting some good taps and got punished quick.
Nice mark from Chaos with the hypercharge. Now Guesty is in a perilous position, but Sabine now outsteps himself, and 2 versus 3. Heretics are already quite fumbling this at the moment, and now what can Chaos do all alone? It's just going from bad to worse, but Esports are only climbing in confidence.
I mean, I'd like to mention that he did just TP directly into a rocket. I don't think he was even aiming there, to be honest with you, but nice stuff from FUT Esports nonetheless. Heretics do seem a little bit lost at times, I won't lie. They've had a few good shots, a few good kills, but the 2 rounds that FUT won, it was domination.
Yeah, it really was. I know for Angel Boy, wanting, I'm sure, a grand finals appearance with Humble, as we've seen a lot of chatter on social media from him recently. That wouldn't happen until the grand finals if Humble were to win all of their matches. But for me, Heretics, they're so far behind. Their head's not in the game right now, and again, already in this back spawn area. I mean, it's just really quite hard to watch.
Yeah, it really is. Well, Marco getting hit hard as well, and Angel Boy might be looking for that piercing shot. Little break there as well. They tried to kind of time that perfectly together, and Guesty not going to find anything there. He evaded the walking cane, 2 down the right-hand side, and he's still putting up a big fight on the RT here as Nob, and kept them both back quite well.
Big rocket rain there from Guesty. Oh, look at this. Both sides toppling. IKaos is low though, and there's a great rocket from Guesty. And now he will stay standing. 2 versus 1. FUT Esports firmly in control at this moment in time. And ready for this round, Sabim. I mean, he's got such a battle here. I just don't see how it can be done.
Yeah, Sabim's got a dream, but it's not going to happen. Quickly shut down then by FUT Esports, and I'm not going to lie, the Brock kind of did get Angel Boy killed by breaking the only wall that was keeping him alive, but they had a plan, they did well and kind of executed it in the long run anyway, making that a 2v1. Chaos going to get caught out on the right side, and that's too many times that he's fallen. And Marco's going to be joining him too, and I don't even know what to say.
It's not even close.
Oh, speak for me.
I was going to say, I've never seen you speechless. Trav talks is now Trav's mute. Are you good?
I don't know if I am, because this is just absolute night and day. We had such an incredible game for the first series of the EMEA monthly finals. 3-2, a massive upset. And it doesn't even seem like Heretics are in this game.
Yeah, they are all over the place. And as the sets go on, FUT's confidence will only grow. It's just like they're just walking into shots. I mean, quite literally in their last game as well. And it's just like they've always admitted defeat before they've started. It's such a weird thing to see.
Yeah, it really is. DPS-wise, I mean, we don't expect too much on Knockout, to be honest with you. 5 kills from Nob, putting in a great showing, staying with Guesty. Angel Boy stepped out of line a few times. I think Guesty got him killed in one of the games, to be honest with you, by rocket rain in the wall that kept him alive. But he did, to be fair, overstep in a couple of those rounds and get himself killed, which gave Heretics a bit of a chance. But I think at the same time, they were still very much in control.
I think for me, for esports, I've got some very high expectations of themselves. And Guesty smiling at the moment. The job's not done. Team Heretics have got the ability to bring this back, but so far, I've just not seen enough from them. I really haven't.
We're not really seeing a lot of him there, to be honest with you. He's hiding behind his cap, I think. Hopefully we'll see more of Chaos in this next set, along with his 2 rocky teammates. He said he had faith in them. He thought he was going to be able to make them better, and he thought that they were going to make him better in turn as well. But we're yet to see that at the moment, as it does seem to be the side of FUT Esports who are running away with it, and they get pierced too.
Yeah, Ring of Fire. That's a very, very good starting hand for sure. Pogo, Mortis, Amber, Ems, Finks and Ems double banned out by Team Heretics then. I'll still leave some good options. Spike has got to be the pick for me from Team Heretics. That would be a good help. Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. Good insurance policy for tanks in the later game, and good range also, and the ability to be able to have something on the zone as a deterrent for the objective.
I mean, this is the thing. How many times did we see Spike pop up yesterday to see him really not showing too much today?
Banned out all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Very different here. It seemed like we were kind of letting him slip through a bit more in the East Asia region, whereas here in EMEA, they like to keep more of a wrap on him. The mean are going to go along with it as well. I like that. We've seen some great things, and no surprise after seeing it in the first set, taking it away from Angel Boy too.
Frank isn't banned here. I think for FUT Esports, they could play into the Spike. We've seen crazy things in the meta now since the buffies. People just don't seem to be scared of it. Otis, for me, feels more like it's either doubling down on the idea to have the best counter for Ali or a tankier idea. Now, realistically, Team Heretics can't consider it, can they?
It's going to be tough too, to be honest with you. It really is. And they need some range, I feel. They need range. They need a kind of defensive measure against the Ali that's going to be running rampant behind them. I feel like there's so much still left to be desired for this Heretics side here. So we'll see what they're going to take. We've got 7 seconds until they have to go with it. But the alley is going to be a real thorn in the side here, I feel. They go with the Frank, they are going to go with it. And that kind of makes it a bit harder for Ali to just jump on everybody and kill them. But Otis still going to be a real issue for Frank and Pierce if he can hit those shots whilst he stood stationary. He's going to get hit hard.
I mean,
no range.
Frank into Otis.
No range either.
No range. I mean, it's just super hard to hit the alley. I just don't see it here for Heretics. I was hoping to see a draft that would give me confidence, but really all I'm seeing now is Split sweeping this series.
Listen, my predictions say that they were going to. So, at the same time, I don't mind it. But Heretics, I want them to put on more of a fight, because our predictions are slowly but surely across the board becoming extremely unreliable. And I'd like to see us keep some reliability at least. So Beam in the back lines then, trying to fend off Angel Boy, doing a good job so far. A couple of shots jumped over, and there's another one as well. He's doing wonderful. And Angel Boy survives, and very little of Heretics do.
Look at Guesty as well, dodging these shots. I mean, that's absolutely beautiful. And Angel Boy making light work of Sabine on his alley pick, as you'd expect. I mean, now a gadget nicely done there by Sabine. That was not easy. And objectively, actually, not much in it.
Pierce shot there, and Chaos going to get obliterated with a bit of help from Guesty there as well. Angel Boy sitting on the water here, and a muted Sabine not going to be able to get too much done. He's just going to bounce on top of him there. Lovely stuff. Percentage-wise, it's not that bad. They're still in it, but they're getting no kills.
Yeah, it's child's play, honestly. Possibly one of the most one-sided matches we've seen so far. But it's still not over yet. Heretics can make good on this, but time really is running out. Angel Boy just going crazy. Finally goes down to Marco. But realistically, considering how Heretics are playing, I'm actually surprised it's as close as it is.
I've got to say that's lovely from Marco, to be honest with you, and that pretty much brings it even in terms of percentage. Good clip from Sabine there on the edge of Angel Boy as he was trying to get around that wall, and a wonderful pull into Angel Boy. Now, coming through with the hypercharge in the back lines and a wonderful nuke from the Otis before he went down. But Team Heretics still in the lead, but I don't know how.
Marco's doing fantastically well in the zone, being able to dodge and juke his way just to buy time. Sabine now using the HP and the life plant of that spike gadget now. Just being present, doesn't really matter about kills necessarily, as long as the time spent is there. And now for Esports, they've got a lot of catching up to do, 10% needed. They've got to knuckle down now.
Sabine so low and not really healing either. Marco just about evades that super coming in from the Pierce, and Angel Boy going to go straight towards Sabine here. Might be able to get the kill. Jumps on him once more, but so low, and the Pierce shot hits. Guesty trying to keep them in it, but he's going to miss that hypercharge on Chaos again, who comes onto the zone. And Heretics didn't seem in it, but they're playing the objective, and Foot are going for kills.
So close. But is it? In terms of this set, that was very, very neck and neck. But I still feel like the mechanics are thoroughly with Foot. And as time goes on, they continue that. The spawn cycles are not going to be in the favor at all of Team Heretics. And this will just be reverse swept in terms of the set. Foot are going to be so confident about this, but Marco's cooking a little bit better now. A good super already from Chaos and Angel Boy weak on the left-hand side. It's almost 20% for Heretics in the opening few seconds, but now for Esports starting to gain some momentum in the mid.
Yeah, Marco doing well here as well. The life plant thrown forward to keep him in the mix for a bit more time. But Sabine just yet again walking onto the zone and dying. But they're getting the percentage. They're getting it done. And that's what Heretics need to do at the moment. Focus on getting the wins rather than the kills, which Foot seems to be doing.
Well, we find Angel Boy nice gadget there from Sabine despite the mute. Now able to push up with the helping hand of Marco, body blocking for him. This is better from Heretics. A hypercharge from Chaos as well. Angel Boy, though, in the back lines is lurking, and that's going to be a threat. The life plant will helping hand, keeping Marco and Sabine in the question here. So Angel Boy goes down as well, and Heretics are claiming things back.
Yeah, but the percentage is still so bad for them. They're not getting anything at all. Throw to super out to try and keep Chaos back. Guesty's getting hit again. Just about evades that second curveball. And Angel Boy trying to get some work done. Needs to bring Marco down here, who's doing an incredible job. There's the hypercharge on Sabine. He might fall as well. And they're slowly clawing this one back, but Sabine just narrowly surviving in the back lines.
Angel Boy still on that left, but Marco having super now. Nothing to deter things. Knob, low. Good taps from Marco, but didn't get the life plant the way back. He's having to juke his way around things. Chaos the most alive in terms of HP now. He's missing a lot of these shots.
They're just walking on. That's all they need to do at the moment. Just continuously walk forward. Angel Boy's not going to be able to kill Sabine in time here, and Marco a bit of assistance. There's the gadget again, and he's just staying alive time and time and time again. This is going to be a Heretic set. To be honest, for the start, it didn't feel like it, but that one felt a lot better for Heretics.
It felt better, but is this just delaying the inevitable? That's my reservation there. Regardless, for Heretics, they needed a lift. They needed something to be able to discuss between matches that would give them at least a glimmer of hope. But there's still so much work to be done.
We're heading into another set 4. Proves once again just how competitive this region truly is. Foot Esports showed up big time in the first 2 sets, showing us what they did in scrims as well. As mentioned, best scrims results so far. Team Heretics now turning things around here. Trev, I feel like the draft also really went their way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no matter what Foot Esports were doing, the Heretics were just on the zone. They just didn't seem to have enough DPS to deal with the Frank. Yes, Angel Boy was doing a great job. He was doing absolutely everything he could with what he had provided. He was getting kills. Pierce was hitting shots. Otis was hitting shots. But all the damage in the world just wasn't cutting it.
I mean, 2 of the brawlers that have been picked up most were Frank and Spike. They're showing up here again. Mina also amongst our top 3, at least from brawlers without buffies that are super strong. Looking at the stats here now, as you said before, we see Foot Esports playing for kills, whereas Team Heretics is playing for the objective, and that's why they win in the end.
Hot zone is not about kills. That's the thing. If you're able to cycle the Frank, the big beefy brutes onto the zone, and then Mina with the maneuverability, you know, over a matter of time, it's just logical, isn't it? And Team Heretics, though, that's what worries me. You know, they're depending on that sort of game style, whereas other game modes are more likely to be dictated by how much you stay alive.
We're heading over to Bridge too far now. The heist map where it's all about winning your lane. And Trev, we talked a lot about it before in the match SK versus CMN. We usually see at this turning point the team that finally has won a set doing a bit better. They finally found their stride. Do you think Foot can claim this one 3-1 today?
I mean, there's absolutely a possibility. Team Heretics absolutely seem more in that than they had done in the past 2 sets. So we're seeing improvements to them set after set after set. But they still need 2 in a row against the Foot Esports team, who so far, in my opinion, has been dominating. Yes, we might have had a few issues with the draft in that previous set, but Foot Esports, if they get another good one here, I think they're going to be perfectly fine. Heretics started things off with an alley, and then over the other side, we're seeing the Otis and the Chuck for Foot Esports.
Love that Chuck pick, but Cordelius is still open. The Team Heretics having someone who's sitting back with that go a long way. Nanny, though, going to come in. Interesting stuff. Not even going to have an answer for the Chuck. Maybe just want to go and run it down. And I mean, it would be the worst of ideas. Extra credits from the 8-bits. I don't think if they're trying to do a base race, they're going to have a damage booster to even helping hand it. I mean, where's the value that you're going to be able to earn running down the field? I think that they are playing a risky game here.
With how quick those picks came in, Team Heretics knew exactly what they wanted to play. Ali, of course, also a brawler that can walk over water, or rather dive below it. So definitely a good brawler for Bridge too far. Mina coming in as last pick for Esports. They did have her also on Super Beach. It did fairly well for them, Trev. So I feel like that's definitely a good pick. They have something for defense with that Otis, Mina, which is an interesting pick on such an open map, but with where she is in the current meta, I'm sure she's gonna still do well. Chuck, for me, always kind of a timer. He will eventually do damage to your safe. You can't really prevent that, so I like to just go with more DPS, quicker, faster, beyond that safe, and I think that's what Team Heretics is trying to do here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very good so far for Foot in terms of drafts. The Mina was solid, as you said, in Brawl Ball. It was doing so much. It was being the aggressor. This is not a map where you'd usually see her, and that's why I question it just a little bit. Marco here playing through the mid, long jump towards their opponents. Angel Boy needs to set up some of these posts and get going to really get the damage in.
It makes perfect sense to target him really much at the beginning outset of things. The faster the Chuck can get set up, the shorter the game will inevitably be. You are effectively against the clock as soon as Chuck is starting to whiz down towards your safe. So a good start from Heretics in that regard already. 25% of time and a damage boost down for Sabine. Already immediately taken care of as well there. So jump straight back in. Onto the 8-bits, will still demise. I think now Chuck can't be far away from being set up.
Yeah, really nice move there from Nov as well. Just had to wait for him to get those kind of jumps and ammo out the way. Lovely super there from Guesty as well to stop Chaos from going forwards with that TP. Still, a lead at the moment for Team Heretics, but they've got to be very cautious about this Chuck.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a lot of damage. A great windmill there from Guesty will deter a little bit away from Sabine. Now being aggressed on his left-hand side. It is neck and neck, but Heretics have got to keep up the damage rolling in because the Chuck is a menace on the side of foot.
Yeah, really, really nice here. Chaos on the right-hand side in the bush. There's the Fat Splatter just keeping him back for now, and that's 8% left. Then Angel Boy will get it done. They were being dominated for the first half of what we saw of that game. As soon as those were up, they knew they couldn't overcommit, which is what they were doing, and it was working. Overcommitting, getting the damage was working for them. But as soon as the Chuck's there, getting damage, they have to split that, and they can't match the damage.
And Heretics approached it the right way, really focusing their attention onto Angel Boy, delaying that Chuck setup. But they have not drafted a defense for it, so they have to really get this game done as quickly as possible. The longer it goes on, the more it only favors foot.
Yeah, well, good kill early on as well, but Guesty will get that one and pop up a shield there too. Chaos gonna fall as well, and Nob picks up the mid. Couldn't have really asked for a better start in terms of positioning now for FUT Esports, but they are still about 15% down.
Marco takes some nice shots there, saving the safe. But again, it's Angel Boy on this Chuck that is going to be the problem. And Team Heretics are slowly advancing, but not getting enough damage. There's one safe crack, but Chuck is going to do that in one single swoop.
He's set up so early here as well, like there was really no fight for it. And now he's going back and forwards. He can do this over and over again. Marco will pick up a kill. Nanny will TP down the right-hand side, but it's going to be so hard to manage. Guesty going for Sabine as well, and he gets that kill. That's going to stop a lot of DPS coming forwards. And Chuck straight back the other way.
Second safe crack inbound for FUT Esports, but in the meanwhile, Heretics have one of their own. But look at this damage raining still in by FUT. They're almost on their final crack, and Team Heretics are nowhere to be seen.
Well, Angel Boy there again, going for the safe once more, gets the final crack. Team Heretics up top aren't even defending now. They're trying to base race it, but they're a crack behind. And 8% down the bottom as well is not looking good, as both the MENA and the Chuck get the job done for FUT Esports in a 3-1 against Heretics.
A very, very convincing one for FUT Esports today. Guesty did so well for his debut, I've got to say. That was my only reservation, and I'm glad they proved me wrong in that regard. Heretics were nowhere today. One single set based purely around agility and HP on the zone and hot zone. Outside of that, they were just all over the place.
FUT Esports takes this one 3-1 in the end. Looking very strong in the first two sets. Team Heretics didn't really stand a chance up until set 3, turning things around seemingly, but FUT Esports claws their way back. I did expect this quarterfinal to be one of the closest ones to the Trev, but maybe even a bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, even the set that Heretics won, it looked like they were getting dominated. Which isn't always the best thing in the world, but they were playing the objective really well in that set. This one, I mean, you can just see 128,000 damage on the safe by Angel Boy. As soon as he got set up, if they weren't far enough ahead, they were losing that game, and they weren't far enough ahead in either.
I think if you want to leave Chuck open, you need an answer. Either you play something directly against him, like that Cordelius we mentioned.
It was open!
The Otis.
It was open!
Obviously picked up from the other side, so they could not go with the Otis, but yes, Cordelius would have been an option. If you don't do that, you need to go with triple damage. As I said, Chuck is kind of a timer. He wants to do damage faster than your opponent, and with the Ellie, that just didn't really work out, I feel.
I've never seen two brawlers be snapped up so quickly in the draft, neither of which answer the biggest problem on the other side of the field being the Chuck. I mean, it's not, no, it's just common sense.
You gotta respect the confidence, though. You respect the confidence.
I don't. I respect it if it proves the results, which it just didn't.
The big question in the end, Trev, you kind of touched on it already. How did Guesty do? That awaited player finally found his footing in the BSC, and how did he do? I
mean, I think he played very well. I think Angel Boy might have still been the shining light throughout. His MENA in the first set, his Chuck in that last one. I think Angel Boy is kind of the shining light in this roster. Guess he was so solid as well. I'm not going to take that away from him. He said he was nervous in the interview prior, and it didn't seem that way.
Didn't seem it. Yeah, didn't seem it.
We usually get a lot of emotions from Angel Boy. We remember World Finals, we remember LCQ. Did pretty well with his old roster, but I feel like he feels even more comfortable with this one now. All of a sudden, he's the IGL. He has to step up his game, but as you said, he seems to be super, super confident in what he can do.
Yeah, you got to remember, in terms of this roster, Angel Boy and Guesty coming together is one thing, but they've been playing historically for years in match arenas. So this is a synergy which is not the same as other rosters coming together for the first time, where it's a case of are they or aren't they, as we saw with SK Gaming. This is two guys that have been tied at the hip for a long, long time.
I think it always helps to play with teammates you know for a long time already, and this is also going to be our next match as we turn to Humble. Next, we want to have a look at the brackets, though first we need to figure out still who Foot Esports will face off against in the semis. They move on. FA CMN is their opponent. Let's see who will make it through to the grand finals. There, CMN, that young roster, the underdogs. If they can beat SK Gaming, can they also beat Foot after what we've just seen, Trev?
It's going to be a tough ask. They should be losing to SK Gaming in reality. That's what should have happened. SK should be in the semi-finals against Foot Esports. And I think Foot are going to be flying. They're going to be very happy that SK Gaming have been taken down, because I would personally want to face CMM over SK Gaming. So they're thinking, all right, nice, free route to the finals. And I don't think they can think like that. They've got to get their heads down, not really feel too overly confident about CMM. Otherwise, they'll fall to them as well.
As we've spoken about, we want to have teammates that we've known for a long time. I'm super happy to stand with you here yet again. We have now Humble, 3 players who stick together every single year so far. This is the 3rd year they've already been playing together. On the other side, we have Big, Arthur and Amos also sticking together for a 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, this is going to be a very exciting thing to see for me, whether Big can bring something here. But Humble, they are just that rock squad. The winners, the champions of 2024, 2nd place runner-up last year in 2025. For Big, this is going to be a really, really tough one, and they know it. For Arthur, Amos, and now Salty coming in as well. And got to mention as well, Salty able to knock out his former teammates of Novo Esports in the qualifiers. That was a massive moment for him, and one that really came down to the wire, a 3-1 scoreline, so relatively convincing. For Humble today, the start of their 2026 season has got to be a solid one. We've already seen SK Gaming, who were the number 1 seed rather, coming into the World Finals last year, Humble being the number 2 seed coming into those World Finals, be upset. Humble cannot afford to be upset here today.
You want to stand alongside teammates that you feel comfortable with, so I thought I'd bring in another friend. Welcome back, Kenny. You watched the quarterfinals that just went down. SK Gaming lost. That was a huge upset today. You also voted Team Heretics to win. How are you feeling so far?
I'm fine. You just kind of get used to it at this point. It's just I don't know. It is what it is.
Fine.
I'm wrong. It is what it is. I'm wrong all the time. I mean, a lot of us at home are too. I'm thoroughly impressed with this region, and I think this is something we're going to have to just get used to seeing globally. Last year in 2025, the World Finals were not what we expected. A number 4 seed from a region won the World Finals. This year, I think everybody has to be on watch. If you make a top 8, I'm taking you seriously.
Yeah, I hope you take them seriously. CMM versus Foot Esports is going to be semi-final number 1. First, we head into Humble versus Big. And Humble sticks together for the 3rd year in a row. Exactly why we asked Semantic.
Semantic, you've played the game for a long time, had a super tenured career. Last year, the last time the world watched you, you were 1 away from becoming a 2-time champion. How hard was this offseason, and did it make you question the team at all?
I don't think us finishing 2nd place made me question the team at all. It is still the 2nd place in the World Finals. It is not a result you should be ashamed of. So I don't think anything should be ashamed, or that the team should split up or anything like that. We're proud of our performance, and we just hope that we don't do the same mistakes in the next Grand Finals and hopefully get it, because losing in the Grand Finals, that one really hurt, honestly.
Even though they came in as the 2024 World Champions, they did say we don't have anything to prove anymore last year. But you can tell they're still a bit bummed out by that 2nd place finish.
Yeah, I think as well by the nature in the way in which it happened. They swept Crazy Raccoon in 2024 only to be swept in 2025 at that very same stage of the competition. I mean, you know, it's a very poetic, you know, revenge is sweet thing, and it was bitter for Humble, and they want to be able to prove to the world that they are still as good as they are. It could have gone another way, it really could, but just on the day, Crazy Raccoon, you know, they fought through tooth and nail and were able to come out on top.
Humble, one of only 2 teams who swept through the monthly qualifiers with a 9-0 finish, not a single set dropped. On the other side today, though, we have a big. They had to go through the lower bracket and had a close fight with none other than Novo Esports, 2 old team members from Salty.
Yeah, I mean, battling against your replacement and then beating that person to get to this stage, especially with a new roster, that's got to feel good. I think Salty's one of the players I'm most interested in this region as a whole. I think there's something to prove there, and I think it's just inherently hard when you get dropped after 5 months being with a team. Month 6, they're fine, but in the LCQ in the World Finals, his previous team, SUP of last year, excelled. They overperformed. That has to hurt. That has to harbor some hard emotions, and for him to grow and now make it to a top 8 in the opening month with a brand new roster that was lower down the leaderboard last year, I think speaks for itself.
Yeah, for me, big, you know, they are that former experienced NXT roster, a bit of an experimental one at that. They're going to need a miracle to take down Humble in that regard. Humble are just so decorated in terms of their experience. They are not going to be giving an inch to Big. Big are going to have to earn this one big time.
I think Arthur kind of was our guestie from last year as he came in for the very first time. Nobody really expected them to even qualify for a monthly final, and they even made it to LCQ. Kenny, it didn't go as they wanted. They didn't made it all the way to monthly finals, but that's still a great success for an academy roster.
I think so too, and I mean, the way you put it, this team was looking for young talent. How do we teach them how to be professionals? And I think that's a great stepping stone, making LCQ in its own right. Oh my gosh, teams would beg for something like that. And now they have an opportunity in the top 8 here today. I don't expect them to win. Truthfully, I've been wrong for 2 straight matches though, so what do I know? But I think Humble should win this one.
Let's begin our quarterfinal number 3 on Golden Coach. With a 3-2 so far, 3-1 in the second qualifier. What's this one going to be? Quarterfinal.
I will take a bold prediction. I will say 3-0 Humble win this one.
I don't think it's very bold. I was gonna say.
Well, it's bold because I've been wrong for 2 straight and haven't been close. So I'm just, anything I say is just the wrong answer, it feels.
I'm with you. I just don't see a world in which Humble will falter unless there's a little bit of a draft hiccup. But then again, you know, they've got such a great team behind them. Kanan's one of the best drafts in the world, in my opinion. So I just don't see this not being a sweep. But hey, we've been wrong so many times already this year.
Symantec picking up that Pierce. It's not the first pick. Pierce, for me, one of the best brawlers in the current meta, but Big clearly follows a different strategy with Bray. Always love to see RT on knockout because he brings that long range at the beginning of the match. And once he has his super, he's so good. The smoke comes in from the sides. He's super tanky. So he's kind of a brawler for both the beginning and the end.
I'm really excited to see this one. I think a free square here kind of in this form of Pierce. If you see Gray go first overall, I respect it. I think it's a good brawler. I don't necessarily think Gray's enabling anything on his team. I think he's just kind of being a standalone brawler. A lot of the times we'll see Gray send in an enemy, or excuse me, a teammate with that teleport, and they're pairing it with something like a Squeak for area control and Meeple. The one thing that strikes me about this roster arc is that they're very squishy.
Yeah, big time. And certainly with Pierce, as a first pick brawler, RT, as we know. I was going to say that, so I was not expecting that. I really was not. I mean, Ruffs would have been a great pairing with the RT, but Piper, it makes sense as the final pick brawler where you can see the big picture and you're not leaving yourself open to any big heavy counter. You know me. I mean, Piper is my favorite brawler. I often forget her and say Rico because Rico's kind of more fun to see pop off, right? But Piper here can do amazing work. Some great potential, hypercharge, all those good things, and I think that could be a good final pick. Squeak, gonna go down in 2 shots.
Humble, last time you saw him on your screens, fighting for a second grand finals at the Worlds. And now they're back in EMEA 2026, hungry to hoist another trophy. And on the other end, unproven talent. Had a great start to last year, but Salty dropped at one point. Now Arthur and Amos, they're pairing alongside him, and they immediately get a kill.
Yeah, Semantic falls at the first moment. And this is kind of really quite bad now for them because it's an early stage. It's going to allow Big to get some a good amount of utility behind him. Nice wall there from Salty, or from Arthur rather, but with no super to hand, cannot tap Lukey through it. Still, bots on Lukey can turn this around. They just need one single kill to even out the playing field.
Early kills can certainly change an entire round. At a professional level, a 2v3 is a death sentence at time, and Big are playing this very passively. Meeple Mansion going down. Boss going to be cut off. A missed walking cane, but a tag nonetheless. Now a 3v1 situation. Lukey in a world of hurt right now. A lone pierce, a single shot brawler. To win this would be impossible. I think Lukey knows this. He's hugging this bottom left-hand side, going to try and inch closer to the fog. Doesn't want to feed any supers. Charges one of his own and will concede until round number 2.
Did earn himself a super, which could be very helpful in this next round. Very rare to see Humble falter early on, but I'm sure they will shake it off just as quickly. But this is what concerns me now, as we see dimensional doors available for Salty. Amos as well has a super Semantic targeting him. I think it's a good idea.
Super available, so Lukey will pull the trigger, but a Meeple Mansion on the bottom left-hand side going to cut them off. Both sides just working towards those supers. You got 2 on that right-hand end. Amos has one with Squeak. It can deal some devastating damage, but on the other side, Humble lacking in that utility category.
I think just keeping things under control until the gas comes in is Humble's game, but look at that, Salty will miss the walking cane. That's a big misstep, but nonetheless, Amos comes in to helping hand at just the right time. That's huge from him. Getting down bots now low. Oh dear, this is not the start for Humble in a 3 versus 1. I don't think even bots can do this.
This game number 1, especially the round 2, really showed what the gadget from Meeple can do. The Mansion can enclose enemies, and then they've got Walking Cane from Gray, and an area shot from Squeak that covers multiple spots on the ground, so you can hit multiple enemies at once. That's a piercing damage shot. When I saw Gray initially, I'm so used and I guess conditioned in my brain to see him with very aggressive or tanky brawlers, ones that want to be up in the face of enemies. I love this creative choice. They first picked the Gray. It doesn't telegraph what they want to do later on, and then they took a really nice pairing here in this tandem of Meeple and Squeak. I'm really impressed with that game start.
Big already making some plays, which I love to see. An early break, a little bit of that grassy area by the Mansions of Meeple of Arthur. But look at this, a nice pinch between Semantic and Boss. Does make light work there of Arthur. And this is back to Humble in the way that we know that. Trying to find Salty now, who's low HP but healing up. And he's still dangerous. One walking cane and a few taps could bring things back into order, but it keeps getting missed by Salty.
A lot of times in Knockout, you're going to see these teams be very passive off the start and a lot of action at the end. However, there's no aggressive brawlers. There's no real in-game advantage, I would say, for the blue roster. So I think if you're Humble, outside of maybe some RT static, you're really going to want to play for these early games. So getting a frag in those closing moments, a lot tougher. An early lead like this makes things much easier.
I like how Semantic and Boss are working really harmoniously together there as Lukey finds a nice pickup. Salty now going to be going into the gas, and it makes a lot of sense just to try to preserve things and not continue to feed more over to Humble. But, you know, Boss with these amplified shots allowing Semantic then to follow up with a nice homemade recipe gadget or just a few taps that connect. Does make light work, but it's still Humble that are behind, but now coming back with around 1 round away from tying things up.
East-West battle, one of the unique features of this map in particular. So Big going to branch out to that right-hand side while Humble full force on the left. Hypercharge super available for Semantic, so keep an eye on that. Unfortunately for Lukey, he is going to be trapped right now. Dodges, doesn't get through the walking cane though, and now Boss has to make up for it. Can't compensate for his fallen teammate. Semantic, 1-on-2 situation. Piper can dish out a lot of damage, but it's going to be difficult. Again, similar to Pierce, single shot brawler, sharp shooter. It's going to be really, really hard to bring down 2 full brawlers.
But I would love to see it, and it is doable. Semantic's still going to pop a gadget. If he dies quickly after this, then it will take a while before he's able to rekindle it in the next round, though. Salty, yeah, just got to go in now, get this done. It will mean that he's lacking a little bit of utility coming into what could be the final round of this set. If Big can bring another round to the table here. Kind of strange to see Humble cold to their thumbs, really.
Definitely an unusual sight, but 2026 has definitely been an unusual year to start. EMEA no exception to that. Semantic will continue to break away at these walls. Long-range Piper, just going to take to that left-hand side, hide in the grass. Lukey does the same on the bottom side. Salty not revealing himself yet. I think ideally he's waiting for a walking cane opportunity. He wants to try and catch Lukey off guard, so he needs to be careful.
Big playing very cautiously now. Waiting for Humble to make that mistake, I think, is quite important for them, as Humble have got that experience to hand. They will be the team which will be looking to really capitalize down on those mistakes. So we'll get shortly back into the game as quickly as we can for the moment. Big are still in a very, very strong position now with one game in the pocket and a round away from the set.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for y'all on how this turns out. But nonetheless, Big certainly with an impressive start. Humble are the tenured team, the ones with all the history and the success, have a world championship, a second place in 2025. And I'm sure they're going to be hungry for it. So players clearly coming out of their camps. We'll get an update for you all on what that score ended up being and who won. Based on the comms, though, I feel like this has potential to be a 1-1 situation.
Certainly, I'm noticing a bit of nerves from Salty for me, a couple of missed gadgets. When he hit them, it normally led to the takedown of Humble, but a lot of the time he was missing them, and they were still within the Manchester people gadgets, so there wasn't really anywhere that Humble could go. But for me, Big so far looking a lot better than I gave him credit for coming in, massively so.
I'm rather impressed. I think that's just been a takeaway across the world. I think if you didn't watch East Asia yesterday, you see Zeta Division win, you say, it's just another month, top dogs winning once again. But the road to get there was certainly much more convoluted than that. And I imagine EMEA with the start we've had today, I mean, something like SK Gaming dropping the ball early on, not on my bingo card for 2026. I got the chance to talk to Semantic earlier too, and one of the things that we chatted about was just how difficult it was now that the first month is so important. They know how much it means, and it seems that they have pushed themselves to a 1-1 spot, both sides with 3 members on the field. So we're jumping into game number 3.
Humble not taking it lying down. That's what you like to see. Good break there from Semantic just to keep things again between himself and Boss. I think the long game will be the way to win this. Semantic has to come in clutch here. Big taps because Boss is in a perilous position. Everyone on the side of Big is low. Amos and Arthur just alive now. But it's a 2 versus 1. Luki would make light work of that with that piercing shot. Lovely from them.
And that's going to be round number 1 for Humble. Still more to play in this set though, as Big take a long-range shot up the middle of the map, so Lukey will have to retreat. But the left-hand side has been entirely open up, so advantage Humble.
Again, big taps from Semantic. Salty having to be very cautious here. And Lukey will not be able to do too much unless he taps these shots. That's why the bush is such a great place for Big to really hunker down within, because by doing so, at the moment, it's really tough for him to be able to make that pierce have the maximum value into the late stages of this round. Players still competing, although we can't see them just for now. They are continuously playing on, so do not worry. It will absolutely be still counting. But you can see Big there looking very, very cautiously optimistic as they are against a Titan, a world champion roster.
If Big can somehow make Humble bleed in this first set, I think it would be a huge confidence booster. I mean, already making it this far, being signed by Big, clearly this organization sees something in these guys, especially after for 2 of them, what was kind of their first year getting into the BSC. Seeing some fist bumps going down from Semantic. That usually is not a bad sign, but nonetheless, we'll keep you all updated. Rest assured, the players aren't being under any stress from this completely fair in terms of competition, so all good on that end.
Well, for Humble, I'm sure they did not expect to come in and struggle in the early outsets, but can confirm that they were able to bring this back and claim the set and dodge a little bit of a bullet there, because we saw earlier today CMM versus SK Gaming. CMM got that first set and started to run away with it. So I think that the way that Humble were able to recollect themselves in that regard says a great deal about their experience.
Humble are in a spot now, especially with SK Gaming going down. They were the preseason #1 seed. I'm excited to see them keep going, because I'm sure they smell blood in the water. If you see SK Gaming go down, what was likely going to be your adversary down the line, now that they go down, it just increases their chancing at winning that first month. And like I talked about with Semantic, Brawl Cup's on the line, World Final spots on the line. In the first month especially, it impacts your seeding for future months. The easier and the better you do now, the better chance you have in the postseason.
We do still got some replays for you. Looks like Humble took that first set 1-0 up, kind of like we expected. Arc They looked really, really strong here. Big, though, in that first game, it looked like that could be another upset today.
Yeah, I was a bit worried for a second, not gonna lie, but you know, this is what I love about Humble. They are that squad that even if the early outset doesn't run too smoothly, they more often than not can regroup and just kind of keep their calm. A lot of other teams tend to get flustered. They are not that squad. They are just so even-headed, which I think says a great deal, because if you look back to like 2022 Semantic, 2023 Semantic, what a difference has made for that boy, because he was the loudest, shoutiest person on the stage. You know, you could hear him outside the venues. Now he is just now one of the most focused and most locked-in players in the whole of EMEA.
Yeah, when they first brought this roster together, nobody really saw them make it all the way to the grand finals of the World Finals, and then they ended up winning that with a streak that made history. They won, I think, every single one of their matches 3-0 that day. So that was very, very well played by Humble. Decided to stick together 2025, now again also in 2026. Coming into today, they must be feeling some pressure, but the way we know those players, they don't really let themselves be affected by that at all, Kenny.
At least in interviews, Semantic was very clear. They don't feel any differently about this one. I think they just realized the importance of the opening month. There's no 2x points in the second half of the year. In the past regular seasons, while Humble have been phenomenal in those LAN settings, they haven't always won monthly finals. I mean, cumulatively on their 2-year streak right now, they have 2 out of, what was 6 last year, 5 the year before that. It's pretty normal stuff for EMEA, I would say, and I think in this region, especially out of all regions, winning 1 to 2 monthly finals might just be enough to put you at the #1 seed.
And Humble has had a history of only ever becoming second. Also last year at the World Finals, then second yet again. They never really made it through the monthly finals as the winner, Ark.
Well, a lot of the reason behind that in the monthly finals was because they kept running in to SK, who, by the way, are gone today. Spoiler alert if you're just joining, gone first hurdle. So, you know, that was the team which they struggled to beat time and time again. And I think they had 3 losses in the grand finals to SK before finally getting a win over them. If they can just make the grand finals today, at least I'm sure for them, in the back of their minds, that's one less thing to worry about. But for Big, I'm really impressed so far. I think they've shown a good showing, although that set didn't go their way. It absolutely could have. But the question is now, you know, as time goes on, Humble are only going to be getting stronger.
Big's in a good spot still, though. I mean, they put up a fight in that opening set, so I definitely think they're out of the don't think they're out of the equation yet. I mean, especially considering all the upsets we've had. But also for an organization like this to take interest in these players, I think goes to show the promise that they have, that this is somebody we should take seriously. Despite maybe being surprised that they beat a team like Nova, who I certainly expected to be here, I think that just goes to add to the resume.
Humble stick together, like we mentioned. And then on the other side, we have Arthur and Amos. They have played together last year on that roster, Experience NXT already. They dropped Rob, now picking up Salty. How is that gonna make some changes to the team? Rob, we knew as a very aggressive player. Is Salty gonna fill that spot?
I mean, Salty did amazingly well, and like we were discussing coming into this matchup, for all intents and purposes, absolutely deserved to be at LCQ. So I feel like at the moment, despite seeing a few signs of nerves, a few missed gadgets in that last game, I think that could have been a bit of a difference maker potentially in those moments. I think that he'll settle down in the next time. I mean, it's a tough matchup. I mean, if you're Big, you know, coming into this one, a great qualifiers, I think for themselves, a big test of their skill set to ensure that they get that win over Novo to be here in the first place. But this is not the match that you want to do when you finally qualify for a monthly final, is it? Your first round and you're facing world champs. You don't want to be here.
And Salty, of course, is super happy to even be here. It was a close race in the monthly qualifiers, as we mentioned, between Novo and Big. So now, Kenny, Salty already got that revenge against his former teammates. What happened exactly last year?
I mean, it's hard to say. You know, I think he has the opportunity, though, and why I'm so interested in him as a player is he has kind of a shot at changing how people look at him. He went from playing with the team for 5 straight months, helping them work towards that postseason goal, and then right before month 6 is booted for Enraged. He had to sit there and watch as his previous team won through LCQ, had a heck of a showing compared to their expectation at the World Finals, and I think a lot of people are just trying to do a little math. Okay, the second he leaves, they suddenly have success, and he just has to sit there and take it for months. And now today, revenge against Novo, a previous teammate, and his replacement. And then he has an opportunity to take on somebody like Humble. Even if you lose, as long as you have a strong showing, I think this is a successful month for him, but as the year goes on, it's going to have to be a level up.
But one thing to add to that I've got to chime in is the fact that I think Enraged was incredible at LCQ.
For sure.
Incredible at the World Finals. It's just the nature of the game, you know, and those decisions can only come from the teams and the organizations. It just was a sour taste for Salty, you know, no doubt about it. But Enrage, phenomenally, you know, I think that actually paved the way a lot for what Papara Supermassive were able to achieve, you know, at the World Finals, at LCQ, and one of the biggest upset stories of the entire season. But for Salty, definitely, he's on his revenge arc this year, no doubt about it.
Novo obviously not here today, but that's certainly a team we could see next month as well. For anyone who just tuned in now, let's have a look at the bracket once more. What went down today so far? And I think that quarterfinal number 1 had a huge upset in store for us.
How could it not? I mean, SK Gaming for me, I had Humble winning before today started. I have him as the preseason #1 in this region. I feel still good about that. I still feel okay about SK Gaming on the year, but when you look at today and yesterday, still plenty of matches left to be played. If you want to quote-unquote look at a biggest loser, there's no doubt in my mind it's SK Gaming right now. I mean, Reject yesterday, definitely somebody that struggled compared to what we expected, but to lose to FACMM, who weren't expected to do much, I would argue that nobody really looked at them as a top 4 or 5 team. I'm sure predictions at event.brawlstars.com barely had them in the winning category, so for them to get this dub, really exciting for these players. I mean, easily the biggest accomplishment of their career.
Yeah, I feel like, for me, SK Gaming will be so utterly disappointed with their performance today. I feel like they will be, you know, coming into the next monthly final qualifiers, having to really shake it off that dust. And again, not taking anything away from CMM because they played so well. I mean, you can see that they've already prepared for this match. But SK know that they can do better. Absolutely for me.
I'm excited to see what they can do here. And the next one as well, I mean, Team Heretics, Foot, an exciting one too. SK Gaming CMM obviously ended with a banger. I mean, went all the way the distance of a 3-2, had the world watching. It's tough when somebody like Navi, so coveted in the offseason, became just immediately erased in our starting of the year. I mean, that's a tough impression. That's a tough way to kick off a season, especially with Brawl Cup on the line. I mean, you can see it on Yoshi's face right there. Just stressed out. I don't know what to expect from SK Gaming next month. I'm not necessarily hopping off the bandwagon, if you will. I still think they can be top 3 in this region, but going to something like a Brawl Cup, getting the #1 seed in this region, just got so much harder.
Semi-final number 1 is certainly one I'm looking forward to. Seeing that young roster that we haven't seen too much so far of face up against Foot Esports. Foot had a great run also against Team Heretics. It was a 3-1 in the end. We kind of expected it to be a little bit closer arc, but Heretics showed up to fight. It just was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics for me, I mean, what can you really say? Their performance today was just quite abysmal. I think the SK,
wow.
It was. It really was. They were just not in the game at all. They were like, honestly, the worst I've ever seen Heretics play. I'm just going to say how it is. That's how I feel. It just was really poor.
I think I just expected more from them, especially from Guesty coming in on his first day. I have high expectations for Foot this year. Obviously, Guesty has been hyped up throughout his entire career, long before he made a debut today. So for me, I took Team Heretics and what I thought was going to be about a 3-1. Foot have been phenomenal. Easily one of the standouts for me from watching scrims around the world. So much promise, but I feel like I just felt lacking, I think, for lack of a better word. I mean, it just felt lacking. It didn't feel like the Team Heretics that I expected, especially one that in qualifiers crushed it. And that was really what shifted the tides for me to beat a team like Navi 3-0, one that I respect, one that I think has great potential this year. And then just to drop the ball in the top 8, I don't know what to expect from them.
That was for me exactly the thing that I had reservations for, was that they destroyed Navi so easily in qualifiers, and then qualified through the upper brackets, and now we see them just kind of really not showing up at the monthly final when it matters. I mean, for Esports were excited for all this. You could see it. It was written all over all of their faces. Guesty's been waiting for this moment, and he just didn't hesitate to capitalize down on it, and he was just like a duck in water. He really was. And I can see definitely today being in the grand finals as a result of this starting hand, but for Heretics, I just expected much more.
Yes, I also expected more from myself with my predictions today, honestly. But
it is what it is.
After yesterday, I think you can just predict whatever the casters did not lock in, and you're going to be fine, honestly. Yeah, today we had some different brawlers picked up from yesterday. We talked a lot about those buffy brawlers, Frank, Spike, and Mortis being the most picked up, and Oh, surprise! All 3 of those have buffies. Only 6 brawlers in the game so far have them. Those 3, the most prominent ones. In EMEA so far, the most picked brawlers are Mina, Gray, Gus, and Otis. Why is EMEA now following our beautifully laid out path for them?
Well, it's because they're in the ban stage. They're not allowed to be played right now. It's just one of those things where I think if you have 6 brawlers in the game with an added feature, naturally, buffy brawlers are going to show up at the top more often than not, right? And I can't blame players at all for that. They're all very powerful. I think Ims is the best brawler in the game. I think Spike might be the most versatile. I think Pierce is right there with him, though. That's another brawler that I'm expecting throughout the day that kind of catches up. You mentioned Mina, too. That's a top 5 brawler for me as well. I mean, it's still an unbelievable utility kit between the gadget, between a stunning super, all great things. And especially with our map pool right now, I think both those brawlers really fit it.
I think, like I said, coming into the day, you know, East Asia tends to leave things open and just kind of like... EMEA do not do that. EMEA is like a more cautious region. They like to be able to eradicate the things that they know are going to be troublesome and then work the draft as it goes. But in East Asia, they're just a bit more relaxed, I feel, when it comes to leaving things open. It's just not the same story in the EMEA.
I think when we came into this weekend, obviously we're here all together in Copenhagen, a beautiful studio, and we talked a lot about expectations. Who will win the whole monthly final, which brawlers are going to be picked up, and we kind of talked about how the Poco double tank meta is back. We see some iterations of that now with Pam instead of Poco, even though Poco has shown up in scrims so often. What happened in between scrims from last week and now that Poco just has no showings?
I feel just like teams adapting along the way. I think when you look at the data especially, you know, it's quite obvious to see when teams are really focusing on having that as a comp and when they are susceptible to other ideas being the difference maker. I think that it can be one of those things that can give the helping hand, big tankier brutes like Frank and other tanks, but they've also got some hard counters too, hence we're seeing a lot of Shelly today.
Yeah, I think it's just some great adjustments from pro players as well. East Asia, for me, Poco showed up a decent bit in their scrims. The region as a whole, though, was clearly prioritizing these aggressive brawlers yesterday. And that was something that stood out to me. I mean, we got to the point in maps like Hard Rock Mine and Double Swoosh, we were running Spike in the middle of the map, a super often lane brawler, a squishier brawler, and they were just willing to take the gamble because the other 2 brawlers they picked were the Mortises of the world, the Lilies of the world, anybody with face-to-face combat. They just absolutely adored it. So to run something like that, it just blows my mind a little bit. I mean, even compared to something like Worlds 2025, such a stark contrast in what we're used to seeing.
What is always an interesting topic in that first monthly final, we're discussing all of those roster switches yesterday. It was a huge topic around Betterman versus Levi, who has gotten the better switch. Now SK Gaming dropped their IGL, Joker's gone, Noe comes in, they seem super confident but drop out immediately. Is it just if you stick together, you're probably going to do well? Is it because they lost their key player what happens in between November and February when we finally head into those monthly finals?
I think for me, for SK Gaming, it's still so early to say whether that's a roster change that is not going to work out or just maybe some synergy issues. It's not even necessarily sometimes synergy. Sometimes it's just kind of brawler preferences that just don't blend with what is already in existence in a roster. So that can become more obvious as time goes on. Obviously, with what is only 6 monthly finals, you know, decisions will be made faster, I think it's fair to say, than they have in previous years. I just hope for SK that they just can resolve it as quickly as possible. That's the underlying thing, because again, they should not be losing. They tend to lose in the quarterfinals sometimes, but not against teams like that.
On the question of what happened in between November and now, we also wanted to know from Symantec just how they prepared in those few months. They're one of the only ones who did not actually have to switch rosters, get used to new communications, new languages for some of them. So let's hear it from him.
With the first month being more important than ever, Brawl Cup on the line, less spots in EMEA overall compared to past year, what is the pressure you're feeling in the opening month compared to previous years?
As I said already, like, first monthly final is the most important one. I actually tweeted about it like some minutes ago as well. It literally decides your Brawl Cup slot, your World Final slot, and your seeding for the monthly qualifiers for the next tournaments, which we know historically, like, first place has an easier qualifier all the time. So, me personally, our team, we don't feel too much pressure. We know we gotta do our job. You know, we gotta get at least semis and possibly at least finals to be in that Brawl Cup position. So we're just gonna do our job. We're gonna play as much as we can, and we don't feel that much pressure. The only pressure we feel is ourselves and our responsibility in ourselves to play good.
You already have mentioned Kenny in the interview with him. He said, "We feel no pressure," and I think you see it also in the player can time and time again that they're just here to have fun. And in the end, Brawl Stars is a game, so that's exactly what you're supposed to do. We're now ready with map number 2 in this match, Humble versus Big, and we are on Ring of Fire. Ring of Fire now, finally the map we're gonna see Poco. Yes? No? Maybe another Gale, Kenny?
I mean, it's a maybe for me. It is unusual though. I mean, Poco was one of the standouts for me that didn't show up yesterday, like you mentioned. So it's kind of something I want to see if that's just an EMEA thing, if it's other regions, and East Asia was just so aggressive to the point where they're willing to run triple tank / aggro. It's just an unknown for me. So I definitely think this is one of those maps where it could appear though.
I would like to see it. I just feel like if it's going to be played, there's a lot of ideas that it could be just hard to shut it down. And I think in qualifiers it works better against some squads that were maybe perhaps not as accomplished along the paths. But I feel like EMEA maybe are just a bit attuned to how strong it can be.
In a perfect world, no bans arc, what would be your comp?
No bans. I mean, I'm all for the cheese. I'm saying run it down. Give me Pogo, Frank, and something else for good measure. I know it's not Trav's flavor, but if it works, it works.
Trav's got to learn. He's got to learn how to deal with it.
Well, sadly, this is not a perfect world. We do have some bans in place, and one of those is Poker, alongside Ems and Spike from the side of Humble. Big on the other side. Went with a Juju ban, not a brawler that I expected to see in such an early stage. Ember and Grey also banned out. Ember was one of those brawlers we saw very often in this region in the icebreaker before the season even started. Pierce is going to be first picked up, and Kenny, you already said how good you think this brawler is currently.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think Pierce, especially at a professional level where these guys more oftentimes than not are landing those shots, his biggest benefit is that he deals solid damage already, but if you're cycling in shots, you're reloading ammunition, and it just steamrolls into kill after kill, and that super covers so much area, especially in a mode like Hot Zone, where all the action's revolving around a central point. Having something like that in your toolkit is nice.
Nice to see a Frank here from Humble, in my opinion. You've got the Mina to be able to dash and stay predominantly on the zone, the windmill gadget as well to protect the Frank. Despite not having a Poco heal, I think it's definitely what Humble would like to get their hands on. But let's see whether it is the second brawler that they pick up, or if they risk it and hold it out for a final pick once they can see the big picture. That wasn't a pun, by the way. That was just literally following up. Finks, though, yeah, I think play it safe could be definitely better. Finks, we already saw today getting some good results on Hot Zone.
I think Frank definitely a good call here. Still Arc, probably now picked up by Big instead. Let's see if they're also going to combine it with another healer. Pam could be that option. Still left open Byron. Let's see what Big decides to go with. Finks and Mina actually the two most picked brawler in the scrims from the last 2 weeks. So Humble gave themselves definitely the opportunity to take this set. I really hope Big know what they do, and seems like they're going to follow that strategy that Arc and me talked about.
Yeah, Pam is one that's always kind of been in the EMEA rotation. Healing Station here is so nice, though. And I'm looking at the other side in Semantic and Boss so far. Finks and Mina don't necessarily scare me off from that Pam. I think it'd be rather oppressive. And if Humble wanted to sixth pick something aggressive or a tank, something that wants to be up in your face, Pam with the Scrap Sucker gadget is going to be a great shutdown.
Okay, well, let's see what Big will be thinking. That wasn't what I was.
No, Frank!
Okay. Big being kind of wild. And again, there's a third and final pick still to come here from Humble. So what's stopping them from just shutting this down immediately with a Shelly or having a Frank as well? I mean, these are crazy ideas coming out here from Big. I guess they're intending to, yeah, Frank going to come in. Lace and Bush, Frank's going to be able to clear a lot of that. It's a cheesy idea here from Big. It can work. It can work. But I feel like with the Frank, you know, that is going to be a brawler which will just repeatedly be looking to unhinge the strategy that Big are trying to bring in here.
It is so cheesy indeed. Humble on the left-hand side has 3 of the 5 most picked brawlers on the map overall with the best win rates. They have everything they need to win this set, but maybe Big knows something we don't. They have just the answer to those very meta picks from the side of Humble. Rosa, definitely did not expect her. I do know Inso loves this Rosa Rosa, Arthur had talked to me beforehand and said, Inso thinks that she's indeed better than Frank. Let's see if he's right, Kenny.
I mean, this is a wild composition, and it kind of makes sense when you look at the bans now. Getting rid of Amber, Juju, who's somebody who thrives in grass with a long-range shot. It all adds up a little bit, or at least gave them an out to pick it at the very end. I don't think Humble ever had to really worry about it, though. Lukey in the middle of the map. Gonna have an early start here for Humble, and unfortunately for Big, could be a bad break on the start.
Yeah, I feel like Big, looking for this cheesy strat, are taking a big risk in that regard. Humble are just not playing into it at all, just playing with a much safer draft. And since we're still having a couple of issues on the spectate side of things, the players will be unaffected. That is the most important thing to remember here, that competitive integrity will still be remaining. But for now, it's tough to say who has got the better start. Humble, 22%. Definitely got on the zone quickly, but now that the healing station for the PAM is all set up, it does give Big a bit of a leniency in that regard.
Humble's certainly the ones in the driver's seat, at least to start that. A more traditional composition, I would say, to say the least. It's hard to say where that comes from. I mean, where does the Rosa come into play for me? And I feel like it's either a strategy that they so wholeheartedly believe in, or it's just something so crazy that they don't think Humble's going to expect it. Sometimes to me, those like out there picks scream desperation. And I'm curious to see if for Big, this is a strategy choice or one of those throws the kitchen sink and see if it works.
Yeah, it's like throwing a spanner in the works, isn't it, really? Trying to just get inside the minds of Humble. We've seen time and time again some of the best teams in the world being quite affected by the cheesier of the strats. Humble there towards the end had a hypercharge on the Frank, so likely to have been able to tie up that set, but we'll find out briefly how they kind of ended things off. For sure, one thing I can say is that the faces of their opposition are Big do look a lot more nervous than Humble, which is kind of what you expect from a team like Humble, who have already been able to raise and lift a trophy.
When I was talking to Arthur, I'm sure that turned out to be like a 40-minute discussion on how Rosa is not meta and why. But yeah, I would have loved to see how Rosa actually fares in this match here. We at least are gonna have the result, and we're of course on it to still show you some gameplay. So yeah, bear with us here. Rosa, she has that shield. She has nothing to stun the Frank to make sure that he doesn't stun her. So I really don't know, with no knockback, how that's gonna go down. For me, this set is kind of already won by Humble if I just look at the stats and at the brawlers they have in their hands.
I think in addition to Rosa's on the table, I don't think Humble are necessarily looking out for it. The bans that they had, sure, something like an Amber can get rid of grass, so I see why they go that way. But if Frank's still on the board, every time Frank uses a super, it breaks down whatever's in front of him. There's just all that grass that they work for, one super, and it's gone. So I think that's something lacking. I mean, maybe that's something they felt comfortable with still, but to me, just obviously we can't see what's going down there, but at least in terms of logic, that doesn't play for me.
We apologize for the technical issues. As said, we are behind them, so bear with us here. Ark, Big is one of those young rosters that made it a lot further last year than we thought. Last year, EMEA had 9 spots for the postseason, though. They just slid through into LCQ, and then unfortunately they didn't make it through. Still a huge success for them, but this year, EMEA is not blessed with just as many slots.
This is the biggest of statements to make, really, in my opinion, because, you know, any other year, we would never have seen Experian NXT in that LCQ. It just would never have happened. You know, did they have a good performance? Yes, I would say that they did at the LCQ, but regardless, I just felt like, you know, their results coming in were just really the worst in the EMEA region, you know, and they were saved by, you know, SK Gaming and Humble at Brawl Cup being able to pull in the results and allow additional qualifications in LCQ.
Big actually takes that first game. They're still going now, so set's not lost yet. Humble can still turn things around. Rosa must have worked out better than we all expected. Pierce, of course, and Pam in that roster in this comp also are 2 super strong brawlers, so they're not completely without those meta brawlers. Big, one of those teams that have never really struggled against any of the tier 2 teams in the past, Kenny, but so far, did they ever beat one of the big names such as Humble?
I mean, kind of what you said, Ark. Experian NXT last year were number 9 in this region, I believe. I mean, barely made monthly finals. never made semifinals. I think for them to get a win here would obviously be the biggest moments of at least 2 of their 3 careers. Salty's been around for a little bit, has had success, has gone the distance, not necessarily get a big grand finals win, but has been around the EMEA borderline top 4 to 8 for a while now. For them, this would be massive. I mean, even taking a set, I think, can definitely change the confidence.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very big win if they can be able to achieve something over Humble here. I don't necessarily see it. If they bring out the cheesiest of the cheese and can try that way, then maybe Humble will fall victim. Looking as well like they are under pressure in this set, and that is unlike Humble. So it could be a way around things.
It's 1-1 in that set now, so they're in game 3. It's super, super tight. Kenny, you actually had a talk with Salty earlier. Let's listen into that.
Despite how last year ended, obviously you've landed on your feet. You're with a brand new team. What's the difference between previous years you've played with and now playing with Big and your new teammates? What are they bringing to the table?
Well, if I need to compare it, I think nowadays I have more like family-based environment. I feel like we are all much closer, even though we don't know each other for that long. But yeah, like everyone is really supportive, really motivated, and we share the same goals and the same values. I feel like the team can really work.
Salty, thanks for taking the time. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
With Ring of Fire behind us already, Humble takes the lead 2-0. They are looking really, really fierce today, just as we expected. Finally, something goes the way we expected, honestly. But yeah, Humble, as strong as they looked, only second at World Finals, second at World Finals.
Yeah, only.
And last year, we said, Experience NXT didn't qualify for all of the monthly finals. Humble also didn't qualify for all of the monthly finals.
I mean,
There's levels to this. There's levels to this. Yeah, there's levels to this.
To still come second in the world after missing a monthly final, I think it's allowed. But for Experience NXT, you know, it wasn't just one. It was many. And, you know, they would not be at LCQ if it hadn't been for the performance of the EMEA region of Brawl Cup. That's a fact. But they did have a good performance at LCQ, but they just shouldn't really have been there.
They shouldn't, but Humble, being the reigning world champions in 2025, also should have qualified for every monthly final, in my opinion.
But you can say that they should have lifted the trophy being former world champs. I mean, give them a break.
I can't expect perfection, and in this region especially, Humble won a world finals, and that's equal to the number of monthly finals that they won that year. That's just how difficult it is, especially in a deep region like this, to compete. And the defensive Humble a little bit last year. I mean, second place, like you said, just second. Incredible result. Back-to-back year run. But only 2 teams in that entire region made every monthly final. I think that goes to show even more impressive that Humble were still able to go the distance in the postseason.
We're hoping to show you some more gameplay now, heading over to Bridge 2-4. This is one of those maps I am excited about, so yeah, let's hope the gods are with us in this one and we are gonna see some gameplay. Bridge 2-4, one of those maps we talked about before. There's a lot of water on the map, and which brawlers do we want to see because of the water?
Stu, apparently, according to you.
No, I give you such an easy way into this to sound smart, you know?
Alley for me. You said water. I think Swamp, Alley, Instant Connection. It's somebody that's been one of the most banned brawlers
that's
on
what
this
I wanted
map.
To hear.
And on top of that as well,
I know.
on top of that as well, I just think it's one of those brawlers right now that in a pro player's hands, with enough time in the game as well at this point too, since her release, it's very threatening. It's very frustrating. If you're mechanically skilled, that is when the brawlers are going to be excelling at the most.
Are any other brawlers that come to mind talking about water?
I mean, I'm ignoring the water for the moment because, I, again, like on this map, I feel like a lot of the bans are not really catered towards the water side of things. And the Chuck is wide open. It's the first pick by Humble. The Cordelis is banned, as you'd expect, but it wasn't earlier today. So Big now have got to really consider how they approach this. The dive comp is a little bit off the table considering they've banned the Melody themselves. It's already looking quite tough. I feel like, you know, there's a lot going on in this draft that Big may have overlooked.
As mentioned before, though, you answered Chuck with Dive. Melody out of the way, so let's see with what they go with instead. Cordelia is also banned out, so Humble was secretly hoping to get this Chuck. The only other brawler you could pick up to defend him is Otis, and he is going to be picked up. Now Big still needs a lot of damage on their side. We saw earlier, Kenny, already today, how it goes if you don't have the DPS to at least match with Chuck.
Otis inherently is a brawler that is kind of a DPS brawler, but I think more importantly in this situation is going to be used as a mute button onto the Chuck. Chuck has a ticking time clock. Every so often, he auto-charges that super, rushes down the middle of the map with his train stations, and does a little bit of damage. You either answer with the most insane defensive thing you can possibly think of, or you can go something more of a hybrid. Otis with that super, and then if he gets to the other side of the high safe, deals enough damage to where it's worth something.
Well, Humble now following up with... I mean, they love the Colt here being banned out by Big, though. That's something which they've been astute to be able to secure. But the long-ranged approach to be able to back Chuck up, it just goes such a long, long way here. Nanny, I think we're going to see a lot more of Nanny actually on this particular map. It's very viable now as that same pressurized strategy to be able to have to keep going in the safe as the Chuck, the TP potential as well with the warp. Can really just add to that pressure. And Big, with just the Otis so far on defense, Pierce can have some defensive capabilities too, so not overly worried by that. But so far, I'm much preferring how Humble are shaping this one up to be.
8-Bit, also one of those brawlers we've seen quite often today on Bridge too far. Going to be the last pick here for Humble. So they have a lot of range and good defense with this 8-Bit in the back. Chuck, once again, a ticking time bomb, will eventually be able to do damage. And then Big, I would have loved to see a dive come from them. Can't really do that with the Melody Band out there. Then they go with Pierce, also a bit more passive, a slow-paced race here. They just want to hold on to control, defend Chuck as far as possible with the Otis. Now finally we need some damage. Kinda was hoping to see that alley that you mentioned, Kenny. Ember maybe. Carl is fine too.
Amber was on the mind for me as well, but most importantly, to your point, DPS is necessary. Sometimes I feel like teams get too fixated on Heist specifically in matchup dependence. But this is a game mode where the objective is not necessarily to get kills, it's how quickly can you get your roster members across to the other side. Peeling away at that Heist safe, and I feel like that's something Humble's composition is definitely more apt to.
We shall see how Big approaches. But following from your point, there's a lot of DPS lacking. The Carl was a bit of a saving grace coming into the final pick there, but prior to that, I mean, there's not really much there to shred through a safe, and they need speed on their side. Salty down the mid already, leaving 2 shells there, but can't really push forwards to get any value for it, and Lukey already has a peek.
Lukey now going to be trying to traverse across that map. Uses the teleport, so he'll be doing damage on that top left side. At the bottom, shots going down from Amos, but I don't think it's going to be enough compared to something like a Chuck and a Nani. I think that's going to be a little more profitable for somebody like Humble.
Salty under a lot of pressure already on this defense. That shot went to nowhere as well. Let's see as Semantic is already set up with the Chuck. It is close, but now that safe is cracked and leaving it in a position where Humble should be able to finalize things off faster than Big with the amount of DPS that they've got can.
Being on that last stage of the high safe, I imagine things a little bit easier for Humble, especially considering how much of a base race that was, but all of a sudden things looking much closer, 1% away from penetrating through that next stage, and it's going to be a tight race. 10% now left. Figuring out what's going on off screen here as Humble have a super down, looking a much more defensive stance right now.
Well, for me, that was dangerous actually towards the end and much closer than I think it should really have been. There's a lot of credit to Big, but nonetheless, Humble now on a match point position. And they should be able to finalize things that they can keep their cool. So far, they've had a few hiccups along the way. First set being the main one for me, but they were able to still bounce back from that. So with that in mind, they should still be able to secure it here.
1-0 up in this set. And like you mentioned, just one away for Humble to make yet another semifinal. Something we're certainly used to seeing from them. For Big, just making it here, I think a large win in their books. An organization taking a chance on some younger players who showed some promise last year, but like we said, just the number 9 seed in a season like this, where there's only 4 current spots, Brawl Cup dependent, on the line, can get a whole lot tougher. Whole nother expectation with a big horde behind you. And for now, they're going to be taking a massive lead. I mean, 35+% going down, now even clawing their way past that. A little bit closer now that Humble strike back.
Yeah, so much better start here for Big. Arthur now, that right-hand side, getting a nice positioning. Pierce from the mid, will be tapping through. Well, Big can just stay in position, evade this Chuck coming back. Salty's low HP, just needs to go to the side. Oh, that was close. It's safe. Now on this final stage, if Amos can stay in position, now goes down, it's going to have to be a solid defense here from Humble. Arthur is going to be able to surely finish this off and delay Humble from being able to secure this win. Now, up against the match point still, Big holding composure. If they can just survive this set and breathe a little in the downtime, it'd be massive for them.
No room for error, safe to say. That looked like more of map control going their way, and I think their presence just in the middle didn't allow for any brawler other than Chuck. If that's the situation, now it becomes Chuck versus 3, and I'll certainly take the 3 brawlers on Big side in that case, so much better matchup dependent. Ooh, look at this. Double on the right-hand side for both teams. So Semantic being ushered by Boss Arthur. Salty looking to bat. Nice shot there as Salty just rapidly firing. Look at all the reload speed going down. Arthur already off into taking damage on that high save.
That's perfect from Big. Salty and Arthur staying alive, juking these shots, getting the first crack off the safe before. Chuck is really very well set up. And now Salty getting so much damage. That's 2 stages in 30 seconds. And even with the Chuck, they're playing it brilliantly.
Humble just haven't been able to leave spawn. This is perfect execution out of Big, doubling down on that right-hand side. Lukey left all alone. Semantic just going for the extra tags. Boss left the fend for himself. Well below 25%. Now Big is just expanding to what might be a situation that just can't be clawed back on. The 2 couple shots going down and an easy set. I mean, we didn't get to see all the action in that first game, but games 2 and 3, my goodness, pretty convincing.
I was super impressed. From that draft, I just didn't see a world in which Humble wouldn't have secured that set. And I mean, against all the odds, for me, Big were able to hold firm. That's really, really very impressive. Against the Chuck, which is a ticking time bomb, quite literally. You were up against the clock to be able to survive on. They did fantastically well.
Good to get one on the board, too. I mean, obviously their tournament lives are on the line at this point. Going to a set 4 against Humble's got to feel pretty good. And meeting my expectation, I mean, obviously, like we said in the pre-match, I felt like this was going to be a Humble 3-0, despite my wavering confidence on every prediction I'll ever have this year. But nonetheless, it's reassuring to see that this team does live up the potential that I know the organization sees in them, and a lot of fans at home do, too. So awesome to see more depth in EMEA, the experience coming through of last year for some of these guys, and for Salty, still a revenge arc possibility.
I might actually just stop predicting altogether, so we can't curse anyone.
Can we do that?
It's not our fault. I will not take responsibility. I will not take responsibility.
Salty actually popping off on that. Pierce looking very strong on it. And Big prolonging this one a little bit. So far, we didn't have a single 3-0 in EMEA. I'm super happy with that.
Yeah, it has been the region that has, always delivered when it comes to that competitiveness and that closeness. We still get our upsets, we still get our underdog stories, but it's a great thing to see when it battles out towards those 5th and final set stages. I'm not sure that this one will go that way. I think that Humble should be able to lock in enough in what is a classic map and mode for them. But anything can happen this year so far, and we're only in our 2nd region, has been nothing short of incredible.
Let there be chaos. Let's see a set 5. I'm all for it. At this point, I'm just an agent of chaos. Let every underdog win. Let's go crazy. Let's go nuts. 2026.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
My kind of year. Maybe I've just been calloused by all the wrongdoings I've had this weekend. Rico, the #1 overall pick. Somebody that I think borderline can go into the ban stage. But one thing that's become super common across our pros on every region, you see the double Shade ban there. You see the double Mortis ban. Ali being thrown in the mix. Ims is an obvious one. But those aggressive brawlers have been removed immediately. It's the reason why, that's exactly what I was about to say, why Frank is showing up even more, because for some of these banned brawlers, they're being prioritized in other directions.
That phrasing of yours was actually so perfectly timed with the Rico. I thought you meant iChaos when you said, let there be chaos with the Rico on the screen.
Yeah, I'm a genius. I don't know.
Usually,
it's not in predictions.
Usually the player you think of when you see a Rico, but of course he's also going to do wonders in Humble's hands, as he's one of the best bowlers in the meta currently. Frank on the other side is too. I guess they went away from that Rosa pick all of a sudden. Gray now coming in as the gem carrier most likely. On a map like Hard Rock Mine, you really want something as a gem carrier who can get out of harm's way in some way. It used to be Janet very often. We see Gus very often. Pam now coming in a bit more often in EMEA as well, just because of the sheer tankiness. She's also very hard to take down.
I feel like Humble could benefit maybe here from a Gus, because that would probably be Big's final pick if they don't. kind of forcing their hand. 8-bit mid, it's kind of classic. Like 8-bit, I guess, in many ways. Hasn't been seen for me, at least for a while. The bush, obviously, is going to be where 8-bit can have that speed from the gears until the damage boost goes down. We tend to see it less used, but I think on this map, on this mode, you do need mobility, and that's one brawler which does very much lack it. And there's still aggressive ideas that could be a problem. I think the TP for the 8-bit definitely going to be under the thumbs of the Garrett side. And Shelly, Humble just really want to shut this Frank down.
I was looking for the anti-tank option because right now, if you look at it on paper, 8-bit currently faces down Gray. Gray, even if he lands every single shot in a walking cane, guess what? You're doing about half of 8-bit's HP. Shelly now counters the Frank as well. Rico is a phenomenal lane on this map. It's always been that way, and now that he's even more meta, it's even more menacing. Big have to have a perfect 6-pick here for me.
They do not want to have Frank on that Shelly. Need an answer to the Shelly. Maybe Spike could come in here. He's still left open. Another Buffy brawler that would do fairly well. Has some range, but no. It's going to be Terra. Unfortunately, Trav's not with us here right now. He would be super happy to see her. Terra, of course, has always been one of the best bowlers on Gem Grab. With her pull, you can turn things around when you have to in the last few seconds.
Yeah, I kind of like your Spike shout, honestly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Taro here at all. I think that Taro can get some insane results, take out a lot of bush along the way as well. It's hard for me to hate that as a final pick, to be quite honest. I think that what Humble have got is still quite managed, but for Big, this Frank, it's gonna pop off. It's gonna tear off a lot of the ground and the covering alongside with it. But like you say, 8-bit mid, I've always been a fan of 8-bit mid. It's not here for everyone. And they can run into some trouble, but the ability to teleport away when things are getting gnarly, that's quite key.
I think you're going to see both sides make a lot of rotations here, because ideally Shelly is going to be looking to lock down that Frank, a shotgun brawler, going to do very well into the big beefy man. And on the other end, Rico's just going to have to find a way to suffice against Tara. A benefit of Tara, to go further about that pick too, is that she has a super that can completely change the outcome of a game. In Gym Grab, a lot of times, even if you're winning the game for 80, 90%, you're the first to get a countdown. Say you get all 10 gems, it doesn't matter. As long as you're winning that 15 seconds at the end, you close out a countdown. That's how you get the job done. And I think that is the one benefit. There's a little upside with that final pick, even if it's not as traditional as it used to be.
Well, again, having a few issues on the spectate side of things, but do not fret. Your favorite players are still battling it out as we speak, and we will get back to the action as quickly as we possibly can. I think in terms of the drafting, that's the area where Big have got the best potential to cause an upset here, because Humble, maybe not looking on their top form, I would say today so far, looking a little bit shaky here and there, but I think that one area that they've always been very consistent in is remaining within a positive headspace. I think no matter what in terms of the draft, no matter what in terms of the results, their mentality is always very, very sharp to these things. So back in again, and gems in their pocket, 2 there. Could be cautious to overcommit here for Boss. Should be able to escape back now, especially now that Alpha is taken care of.
Plenty of reason for Humble to be confident at this moment. 11 gems in their pockets, 10 seconds on the clock, and Big nowhere in sight. They can just slowly back away. Of course, Boss has a gadget if he really needs it. As we see those 11 gems disappear onto the bottom of the map. It'll be Humble taking the opening game, and once again, going to match point.
Locked in are the expressions. Humble not getting carried away whatsoever, and that is exactly the way to play this. They've got more control on the outcome, I would say, in Gem Grab versus Heist. This is more about just maintaining your lanes, keeping control, not overcommitting in that mid, and not dropping the gems, of course, most importantly. And the 8-bit is that escape mechanism for them. So I think they'll be feeling a little bit better about things so far, but as we know on the other side of the field, the Tara for Big, that is a brawler which can absolutely turn everything on its head in a second's notice. So I think for Humble, they can't overcommit, they can't get ahead of themselves here, but one game away still, and they will make the semifinals.
That's the saving grace of Big's composition for me. I really liked what Humble did, and honestly, that 8-bit pick was a real creative solution. I mean, especially on that map in particular, Charlie was somebody that was super popular yesterday. Gus hasn't shown up a ton, but I think it's just safe, dependable. Pam, somebody in EMEA that's well known to show up on a map like this too. So the fact that they still reach into their back pocket and can grab somebody like that, and I think in a really good situation, I really love that one-on-one interaction with Gray, because like I said, even if you land all of your shots, it's just not enough into somebody as tanky as 8-bit.
Well, again, Humble are on a match point position, and for Big, They are now under a lot of pressure to get this right, to hold on, to get to a next set. It'll be key for them. In the meanwhile, I think this is where Humble might just seal it. But we shall see. Unfortunately, at the moment, again, the Spectate is currently going through a few issues. We'll get back to it. It looks like Humble may have just tied that up. A little bit of a sigh of relief from Semantic, some fist bumps. It could well be that Humble have taken it.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation on the results here. Obviously, they were on match point here, but now going into this next one, looking like a little disappointment, so we'll do a little bit of a guessing game for now. Nonetheless, I still feel like Humble's draft just made a lot more sense to me than Big's. If you're Big, though, I think you have to be a little bit unpredictable. It just can't be that simple all the time, especially when you're an underdog. These are respected players. These are respectable ones. They've had some good results, but to beat somebody like Humble would be a big stepping stone for their careers.
And we are getting confirmation that Humble did secure that victory. They are in the semi-finals. We're able to bring things back to order for Big. A very valiant attempt. It cannot be denied. I feel like some of the drafting really impressed me, actually. And certainly in Heist, didn't expect to see them bring back a set there at all based on that draft. So despite, again, I think some unfortunate, it was quite unfortunate, wasn't it, to really face up against Humble at the first stage of the monthly final. But I have no doubt that we'll be seeing more of Big in months to come.
From what we've seen, Humble looked very, very dominant in this one. Only 3 gems taken by their opponents. Looking at the stats here, Salty once again on the most kills. Anyway, Bridge Too Far was won by Big. That's the only map we really witnessed, because we have seen Humble win so often in the past. We didn't have to see that. It was obvious how it would go.
Yeah, I feel like for me, you know, Humble, it's rare to see them really falter. You know, I remember last year when they didn't make a monthly final, we were just like, you know, jaws on the floor. And the question mark of will they actually make even the world finals? But, you know, they are that squad that are just so composed. And I think it was fair that they didn't take it to a 5th, because Humble know when they are looking down the barrel and they like to lock it.
We will gonna be taking a quick 5-minute break here, but stay tuned. We have more action for you afterwards. Welcome back to Copenhagen and to the 2026 Brawl Stars Championships. 3 quarterfinals later, we're now standing here with our 3 semi-finalists. We're just waiting for one last one. Looking forward to that last quarterfinal. One of the 2 that I felt like would be super close. Quarterfinal number 2 wasn't as close as we expected, but then we had an upset in quarterfinal number 1, Ark.
To put it lightly, I think calling it an upset is definitely an understatement. I think a catastrophe for SK Gaming here today. I mean, you know, they made the semi-finals of the World Finals last year, but then go out in the first stage to a very unknown roster. Let's be honest, a squad that for the most part 2 out of 3 players, only making 2 monthly finals last year. That was definitely not what I expected to start the day.
We've only had a taste of what 2026 has to offer, and it's been a blast so far. And I mean, going into this quarterfinal 4, even more personal as we progress too. I mean, Dre, somebody with Navi now playing against a former team he coached, friends along the way. I mean, just more action to be had. This is going to be an awesome finish.
We had some of the craziest matches I've ever seen, honestly, in Brawl Stars yesterday already. I'm still a huge fan of WWL. They didn't make it all the way to the grand finals, but I'm looking forward to maybe seeing them again next month as well. Now, in EMEA, an upset again. CMM, maybe we're seeing them go all the way to LCQ. Who knows?
At this stage, as we know from yesterday, anything can happen, so it's still too early to realistically say. So much can change in just a single month, and a team that don't qualify, it can be out of the running. It really is such a tremendous feat for teams to dive in this quickly into the season, because you've got to perform on your A game. There's no time for second chances at such an early stage in the season.
We did just witness Humble qualify, so they are now waiting for their opponents. This is our quarterfinal number 4, Totem versus Navi. And who do you have down here, Kenny, as your winner?
I'm taking Reply Totem, but I do think this is one of the quarterfinals that I anticipated being a little closer. I see a world where Navi wins this one, but Reply Totem, if they can channel that same energy they had in 2022, in 2023 when Joker was on this roster, I think they should be favorites.
Let's talk Totem first. As you said, Joker rejoining after leaving them 2024 to join SK Gaming. He did have quite a successful run with SK Gaming. They landed on 3rd and 4th place in the World Finals 2025, but he obviously wasn't happy with that. He was not yet satisfied, so he's hoping that he can relive the first few years in his career ever with Reply Totem.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of amazing to me because Joker had like the best World Finals finishes for SK Gaming consecutive years, but it still wasn't quite enough to be able to hold on to him as a player, and now going back to Reply Totem. And this was such an exciting thing for me to learn about, because you know, Joker was really that man responsible for bringing Reply Totem forwards into a new era for the organization. Like, they would always have a bit of a rocky start, and then they would absolutely flourish towards the end of the year. And you know, who can forget 2023, you know, lifting the trophy for Snapdragon Pro Series Masters. You know, this was for me Reply Totem as an organization when it was at its very best.
Funnily enough, with Joker, Totem had the most success throughout the season, the best monthly final results, but then at Worlds it didn't go all too well. Joker now back with Maru and Mauri, the oldest duo in Brawl Stars. They are now re-signing with Reply Totem for the 6th year, and 6 years, that's an eternity in Brawl Stars. So we sat down, of course, with Joker and wanted to know just why he switched and how it feels to be back with them.
Well, yeah, obviously I can assume it's a strange choice for many people because we had such a great year with SK last year. But obviously I've already played with Mario in the past, so I really know what I can expect from these 2. And it was more of a choice for them than of leaving SK, because Mario and Mauri are such great teammates. We already did so well in the past. So yeah, we're just trying to connect to the past again.
Well, absolutely makes sense. Is there anything you kind of brought back from SK that you think can add to the Reply Totem roster?
Yeah, I mean, these past 2 years that I've been in SK, I've learned a lot, also especially to help of my teammates and my coach from Pedro. And honestly, there's some advice that he gave me that I'm trying to implement in this team as well.
Lovely stuff. Do you mind sharing what that advice is, or is that to be kept private?
I mean, you all know Pedro and how he is, how he sees the game. So yeah, sometimes we can play too aggressive with Totem, so Pedro always told me to play more passive, or like sometimes do not overextend, and that's what I'm trying to teach also Mario and Mauri.
Rejoining with his old friends from 2023, he says that he also wants to bring in some advice from his former coach Pedro in SK Gaming. Does that mean we're now going to have Reply Totem cornering Bull?
Well, just to say, maybe, who knows? But just to say, I love that from Trev. Forever the
Investigative
journalist.
journalist.
Push
That's my
for
boy.
the real answers, mate. Love that from you. Joker, Mauru, and Maori. I mean, this is a roster that I've been waiting for so long to get back together. The boys are back in town, but we have got to mention the elephant in the room. On the staffing side for Reply Totem last year, of course, was Drage. Well, not anymore. He is going over now to Navi and a close friend of Joker's. So there's definitely a lot of connections between these two teams. And if there's anyone who knows some weaknesses to Joker, it's probably going to be Drage.
I don't think this is a freebie by any means for Reply Totem. I know they're the ones that emerged through the upper bracket, but Na'Vi are a scrappy squad. We've got Drage, who you just mentioned, was coaching Reply Totem, I would say pretty successfully. I mean, if you just get to know Drage, he really knows his stuff when it comes to the draft. Very intelligent, and of course, working with Lana for several teams over the years, there's comfort in that. Now they had a 2023 champ in Garo. I'm all of a sudden real interested. Na'Vi took interest in these players too, obviously, so clearly there's something to be had here.
It's an interesting roster, an interesting matchup because Drage was the coach of the team they're now facing again. An interesting roster because it seems like Lana and Drage, even though they didn't even end the season together last year, Drage made space on that Heretics roster for Zar, they seem to be like magnets and just always find their way back together.
Yeah, and I'm hoping for them that they can really make this work better than they have in the sort of esports era and such. And we've already seen how Naui with SK Gaming didn't work out today, and we can't just take for granted the fact that Gero is a world champion. That's kind of clear here. Love the background, by the way. That is absolutely sick, by the way. And of course, an organization of Navi which have come back over to the EMEA region. It was such a household name, wasn't it? And then obviously went over to East Asia. Now back on home turf. But Drage, back in the playing role. And I've got to say in qualifiers, he was playing out of his mind. He was the strongest player, actually. And really, really championed his team forwards to victory, in my opinion. The question is, on game day, is he going to be a coach? Is he going to be a player? What is his role? He's definitely changed and deviated away from playing a lot of his normal safety net type brawlers as well.
And Kenny, in the monthly qualifiers, they had it's a decent run. They did come through the lower bracket because they faced off against their old teammate iChaos, at least Lana's and Drage's old teammate, losing to them 3-0. But Team Heretics is already out of the equation. Is that going to be motivating for them to see, okay, at least we're not facing this guy again today. We can make it all the way to the grand finals and take it home.
I think if anything, it makes it scarier, right? You just watch the team that beat you 3-0 lose 3-1. In the defensive foot, they've been unbelievable in scrims. I think they've been one of the standouts, not just in EMEA, but across the world. For somebody like Drage, though, I think he's one of the most interesting characters in all of EMEA, if not the world. It's very rare that you see a player, we can call it however you want to call it. I'm going to call it he got booted from the team. I mean, there was definitely a lot of drama that went down with that Team Heretics roster, and Drage kind of just kept quiet, waited for his opportunity. Totem gave him that as a coach, and that's a pivotal moment as a player. If you take a coaching role, do you come back as a player? And the fact that he still stayed in Brawl shape, and I think in qualifiers as well, was one of the better ones out there. Obviously didn't get a result in that opening one, but I think Drage has learned a lot from coaching, from obviously defeat over the years. I mean, he was a villain of 2023, 2024, forgotten, 2025. Call it whatever you will. I'll call it, like I said, getting booted from the team. And now he's an opportunity with a massive organization to shoulder that jersey.
And I'm with you, but the best thing about that experience for Drage last year was the fact that he got to leave on his terms. No one officially said, you're gonzo. It was Drage stepping back saying, I think this team would operate better without me. And that takes a really, really big man. It does, and an even bigger man to come back within the same year in a different role and leading a team through LCQ to the World Finals. I mean, the journey is, you can make a film out of that, couldn't you?
I do think that some of the best coaches stem from players because they know exactly what's going on in the mind of those players. And a coach isn't really there to explain to the players how to play the game. That's their job. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in that team. A coach is there to give the players a good feeling whenever it's not going how they wanted, whenever they may be 2-0 down, rekindling them and making sure that they can still pull off that reverse sweep. Now in Reply Totem, we don't only have Joker, that new addition, we have Maru that always have stuck together. On the other side, we have Drage and Lana coming back together. They obviously never really broke their friendship, even though Drage left. we have one more player that we need to talk about on this roster. It's Garo. He's the counterpart to Noe. We talked a lot about how Noe has never played alongside anyone other than his countrymen, now has to switch from Polish to English. Garo does have to do that as well.
It definitely makes you a little nervous after seeing SK Gaming's result, but I do think there's a maturity that you mentioned with Drage stepping back last year, now coaching, has an experience. I think he's going to be setting up his team for success. I'm still favoring Reply Totem in this. I know we've been talking up this Na'Vi roster, but I just think ultimately we've seen a lot from Joker and Maru and Maori as a combo in the past. And this one's just more unknown. It's the first month. I wouldn't expect them necessarily to win some monthly finals. I mean, I think even a semifinals for them would be a rather big accomplishment.
It's going to be a close one, I feel. This was my... I said that about this game number 2, didn't I? But that, look what happened, an absolute sidewalk, walkover. But this was my real tough one to predict. I was toing and froing on this all day long. So it's going to be a tough one to see how it fares. I think Reply Totem, considering that they were able to continue in their qualifiers and beat a team called WW, which was basically Alex Kubik, as well as Arthur, they are looking like a force that I'm sure we will see them in a later monthly final because they are looking like a scary roster. Reply Totem went to match point. They were still able to persevere through it, and I think it plays a big role in their performance here today because they're looking in a very, very good headspace.
Garo on that Na'Vi roster has just seen Noe fall down, his former teammate. They did lose SK Gaming in their first quarterfinal. On the other hand, we have Joker also see his former teammates lose in that quarterfinal number 1. So both of them just witness how their former teammates break apart, and they now want to do it better themselves. The maps for this series, we just saw them before. Just going to check real quick. Ring of Fire is going to be the first one. I'm super excited to see the iteration of the compositions that we're going to see from those two teams. Reply Totem, known to be playing a lot of tanks with Maru. Maybe now we're also seeing that influence from Joker and Pedro.
Yeah, and I think on the other end too, Na'Vi are somebody that traditionally Lana is that aggressive tank player, aggro player. It's much more of a split role now, which is something very interesting now that Drage has rejoined Lana. Previously, Drage didn't necessarily do that all the time, but they've kind of been co-piloting that, so I'm really curious to see how that dynamic goes down.
For me, again, this is a really, really tough match. And as we know for Brawl Cup, whoever wins this is basically going to have the better odds of being able to make Brawl Cup. If you lose in the first month, it's really tough to come back from.
And we know you're waiting for the match to start, so let's head straight into the action. Thank you for being patient with us. We'll make sure that this is a match you better be staying for. Thanks for tuning in once more. Quarterfinal number 4. So far, we didn't have a single 3-0, so I want some bold predictions real quick from you guys. What's it going to be?
3-1 Reply Totem.
Let's go all the way. 3-2 Reply Totem.
Totem is going to take it for both of you. They already get the M's pick here with Spike out of the way. One of the better Buffy brawlers still on the table, but we still have Mortis and Frank left open as well.
M's going to be that first overall pick, and I just can't fault them for it. Even on a map like this, where traditionally in the past, Ims doesn't operate as well in such open space. Instead, it's just such a powerful brawler to where I think you can't skip out on it. Pierce getting out of the band stage. Lou, of course, more unique to this map. Same can be said for Poco. So now Na'Vi multiple options, and this is one that as a mid has really risen in the ranks.
I love a B pick here. I really do, but it's interesting to see that Na'Vi banning out the Poco, which was the helping hand on this very map in their qualifying stages with the Frank. So choosing to really deviate away from that. Meeple as well. Very odd brawler you don't tend to see here, but the Manchester Meeple gadget will just eradicate so much of the bush. It's a very quick way of just, all seeing, all knowing, so I don't mind it for that reason, but is it going to do too much outside of having that utility? I'm not overly convinced as the Grey comes in for Reply Totem.
Frank, Pam, Mina, all of those brawlers we've seen all day long yesterday and today are still left open and still not picked up by Reply Totem. They're going to go with a good old Grey comp. You can teleport into the zone once you have your hypercharge available, even directly from spawn with a good shield. Charlie coming in here, they're probably afraid that Na'Vi will still pick up that Mortis.
I think this serves as two roles. Spiderlings into the single shot brawlers. On the top of that, if Na'Vi go aggressive, which Drage and Lana both like to do, at least they have some kind of countermeasure outside of IMS. I like that Na'Vi zag from this, though. They know that this would be a very hard uphill battle to fight for a tanker and aggressive brawler with those two on the map. So instead, they're just going to try and empower their teammate. Maybe drop some sandbags into somebody like IMS, that's difficult, but into Charlie and Gray, it's nice. Rocket Rain could also put some pressure down too, so multiple combinations.
Okay, let's see how each side will fare in this opening first set. Definitely feels like a strong map mode for me for Na'Vi. I like how they've approached things. Reply Totem as well. Definitely a rocky qualifier, but not as rocky as Na'Vi. Let's see. The Charlie, I think, is quite a key one on the side of Reply Totem. I quite like that pick. It's quite rare to see as well on this map, but they see already the mansions that maybe go down, but that's maybe not being used fully to its full extent to get rid of that bush.
People are not going to have the most range, but of course can cut off the entire section of that map, and we all know the objective. Harbor that hot zone. Now Reply Totem, once that Meeple Mansion disappears, can tie things up. Drade starting to step forward. Lana still doing some devious damage on that right-hand side, lurking in that grass. Joker, of course, gonna have to help scout him out. Juggling just multiple enemies as Maori rotates to the left-hand end.
Yeah, it's better for me. Na'Vi getting a good, strong foothold in here. And that's buff with Gero. It's going to pack a much bigger punch for the beat. Joker low HP there in the mid. And Maru thinking better of that right-hand side as well. Reply Totem are really quite struggling to be able to overthrow this mid so far, as again, another Meeple gadget cycles through, and you're going to see how much value Drage is getting off the back of this.
Just an impressive gadget, and having Lana, the better he does, the longer he stays alive, the better his teammates do. He's providing these dog treats so that he can give them to the teammates there. Meeple, B, gonna be charged up, and now with the purple button being popped, Maru is a goner, long for this world is he.
Yeah, Maori cannot do much here except wait for his teammates to spawn back in, and already the objective going very much against them as we approach 80% from Na'Vi. Joker straight into the zone and straight out, down by Navi's swift insurance of that takedown. And again, Maru and Maori, there's just no way that they can continue this up. Na'Vi will take this first game in a very, very swift fashion. Not really much to say there for Reply Totem, and it wasn't through lack of trying or lack of skill, just simply the suppression of this Meeple pick.
Statement game coming out of Na'Vi, and it was just an awesome combination of brawlers to watch. I feel like everybody's kind of having their eyes on these tanks and these aggros for a team like that. Like I mentioned, Drage is somebody that's not afraid to do it. Lana is known for brawlers like this, and instead, all control-oriented brawlers. Meeple, a mid-range brawler who can throw down a gadget. B, of course, a long-range sharpshooter, has those anti-tank capabilities. And Lana, out of all people, is running one of the biggest support brawlers in the professional scene.
Well, it's a better start, no doubt about that from Reply Totem. But now that that coverage is down, Maru can't have nearly as much to utilize on that right-hand side. The sandbags, Linan, will also allow him to give some coverage for Gero. Pushing around that right-hand side, he's buffing himself up first. If he can just get a couple more taps onto Maru, then it will be swiftly handed over to his teammate as well.
Ooh, a little kidnap there, so Gero gonna be eliminated. Maori, Joker, now working up the middle of the map. This time it's much more contested. Na'Vi are facing a hard spot to be in. They're trying to open up their map. B, of course, at the long range can at least fight against this. The other two more of those mid-range brawlers. But if they have those walls, it just allows Totem to stay positioned, peek around the corner, and gain HP. This time it's going to be a little bit of a trap play. Oh, and a little rocket raining down. Gets that elimination. Sandbags go up for protection. This is better from Na'Vi.
These rough sandbags are proving their worth. You can see time and time again just how reliant Na'Vi are on taking some of these Reply Totem shots, but Na'Vi are still behind in that regard. Reply Totem got a good, early, healthy start. Now both sides waiting for the first move. Maru straight into the zone for the TP and immediately eradicated. That is the breath of fresh air for Na'Vi to be able to continue their assault.
Na'Vi are getting the reads right when it comes to the teleport, but Maru, super maybe too strong. No, Na'Vi shuts it down. And now in the 2v2, that super was pivotal. Lana having to deal with spawners, enemy brawlers still landing. Shot super available in the mid if they want it. Maru right back in, rearing his ugly head. It might be just enough for them to cycle in enough hot zone points to get this win.
Big taps from Drage, that's huge. Now Gero coming in, tapping up Joker, and this could be a chance for Na'Vi to be able to turn the tides. It's still incredibly close. A lot of work done as Maru hypercharge just completely turns it in their favor. Now this first set will be all tied up. Anyone's to play for, but it must be said, both sides here closely matched.
Gray is a big component of a win for Totem. They need to get that teleport down early. Even if the KD, as that game went along, kills starting to pile up, deaths to Reply Totem, as long as you're appropriately cycling these brawlers in and out of the hot zone, as long as one team member is standing in there, you can still make it work. You notice multiple times, Maru would jump on that teleport, activate the super. Keep in mind with those changes to M, she gets a half second where she is invincible. That is a pivotal part of her toolkit and a reason why Reply Totem were able to win game number 1.
Well, good gadget there from Drage yet again, as we see how quickly Joker can earn that teleport. Depriving the Grey early doors, and that's not a pun intended either, but there are dimensional doors for that Grey that Joker is desperately wanting to get down, and so far he's getting nothing.
B gonna have to back off, trying to free teammate Drage. Not enough though. The big sting doesn't quite connect with Joker. Still has to retreat for now, gonna be on the shallow side of the map, closer to his spawn.
Liking the way that both teams are being so cautious. All good friends, it must be said as well, so they do understand exactly how each other wants to play. Good slow connection there to Maori. That time didn't quite connect to follow up though. Now he's off to tiptoe onto the zone. Down goes Maori there as well. On the left-hand side, Maori, the hypercharge handed over from Lena. Now Drage can just utilize his hypercharge as well, and that's really going to be devastating now as Maori trapped in. Oh, and goes straight to the mid as well. Down and out.
Love how Drage positioned himself, but it's still Totem due to that teleport, who were able to branch out, reach brawlers from multiple angles. It's gaining them a lead more and more. They're approaching a 20%. Maru shielding shots for Joker, who stays in the back line, looking for single shots onto somebody like Drage, who now has to juggle a brawler on his top right. Lena has to flank over. There's just so much for Na'Vi to deal with.
Drage is juking beautifully well and just staying alive continuously. There's nowhere that he can't go as this brawler pick, and it's surprising considering how effective it's being that we're not seeing it utilized on this map nearly enough. Now Gero joins Lenan on the zone as now Na'Vi are bringing this back quite considerably so. And Reply Totem have got to go now. And it's Maori yet again. Another massive hypercharge for him. And Reply Totem will be able to claim that set. But they had to really push for it.
M stiff. At the end of the day, the big purple button pop coming out of that brawler was enough to defeat 3. It's the #1 brawler in the game. And I know on a map like this, it's not natural. Ims has a wide shot that sprays out, does piercing damage, and we're used to seeing either long-range options or maybe on those side lanes, throwers, aggressive brawlers. Instead, though, we saw quite a different matchup, especially into somebody like Meatball and Ruffs and B especially. The outrange game can be very real, and I think that's something that's difficult for these pro players right now. Of all maps, I understand not banning Ims here. You're almost daring the other team to take it. I think Na'Vi felt like they were equipped to deal with it, and instead, it's Totem coming out on top.
And I've got to say, I'm kind of surprised. I just felt like there was just so many amazing mechanics on display on the other side of the field with Navi. And, I just felt like they were on the zone. And at least, that was just my interpretation of the match. And until you look at the score to realize that actually Reply Totem are really getting more time on the zone than it seemed. Statistically as well, you can just see there on the side of Navi, a lot of takedowns. But, this is, again, a squad that for Reply Totem, I always felt this was where the organization was at its strongest. This is going to be going back to the good old days for Joker, Maru, and Maori. And I haven't really seen, in monthly finals, Maru and Maori looking this relaxed for many years, genuinely. I remember back in the dungeon that we saw them in previous monthly finals where they were looking so glum and down in the dumps, but they look relaxed, they look chill, they're happy, they're smiley, and, it's great to see.
There's comfort in that. In 2022 and 2023, this is when Joker was on the squad. Second place, back-to-back years. In 2024 and 2025, after a departure, leaving for SK Gaming, it's the worst seasons Reply Totem have had as an organization. Number 6 in EMEA in 2024, number 7 in 2025, 1 monthly finals grand finals win, a third compared to when Joker had his tenure there. In the regular season, it is safe to say that Joker has been a huge beneficiary. The good news is, for Na'Vi, they certainly put up a fight. I thought that they showed strong poise. They were winning the kill-death battle. It just fell behind just a little bit when it came to the objective.
In then to Bridge too far, and the first brawler in is the Nani. For Na'Vi, again, I want to see Drage's drafting capabilities shining through as the draft was great in the last map, just was so close. The Pierce, the Angelo, and the Colt banned by them, the Chuck, the Amber, and the Kaze banned by Reply Totem. Melody going to be open here. Maybe at this stage of the draft could be worth leaving open just a little bit. Lily going to come in for Navi. Definitely an interesting choice. I would expect to see more Lily actually in Heist this year so far, but it has been a little bit absent. It's definitely a cool one. I quite like it. Get forwards into the middle of the map, get in the bush, hide again, move forwards, get to the safe. It's going to be a very aggressive brawler.
Lily is a brawler that seems to fit like a glove on a roster like Navi, who have Lana, who have Drades that can definitely play those options. And to your point, it's a brawler that can show up in this map. It does show up, but not as recent as of late. I mean, not compared to brawlers like Ali, who are an assassin that show up a ton on this map. And of course, there's plenty of aggressive ones deep down the list if you really want to go there. Colt, of course, Angelo, long-range options that people are going to ban. I don't blame it. Pierce isn't necessarily somebody that's going to obliterate a high safe, but he's just so difficult to win on a one-on-one interaction. So it's going to be a split here on that 2-3 turn. Brock is going to be somebody more in that sharpshooter category. If they really wanted to, they could break walls. If you have Lily, don't know if they're necessarily going to want to do that. But if not, you can go with Rocket Laces and shift some lanes at a moment's notice.
Definitely still some options here. Juju, I still think, has a very strong place on this particular map. Otis for Reply Totem. That is going to be having the Lily player think a little bit twice, as that Otis predominantly going to be on defense. Reply Totem could go offensively now. I still love 8-bit here. Could be a good shout if Reply Totem wants to add that to that long-range affair with the Nanny and the 8-bit. Could be tough in that regard. But let's see how they feel about things. Eve wouldn't be a bad shout either to me. It would definitely be tough with the Brock and the Lily. It's going to be Daryl. And that's one that can work really, really well. I'm surprised that more haven't tried it out here. Yeah, I don't really have more to say about it. I think it can work.
This is one of those brawlers I alluded to further down the list if you want to get aggressive. And I think it makes sense, especially in this instance up close to Brock, easy elimination. But in somebody like Lily, you have to have an answer for it. And they kind of get two birds for one stone. Otis is somebody that's hyper defensive, that with the mute button can combat Lily. But now you add another brawler who's fantastic at high safe damage and can do damage into Lily. A shotgun brawler is typically going to beat Lily. However, Navi with a 6th pick get a great defensive option. This is a brawler that on Heist historically does nothing on that high safe. He's going to be glued to the bottom of the map, stay on the shallow side, and just look for eliminations to make sure that they're not falling behind.
Allow me just to clarify my previous point. I think that Daryl can work. Not now.
Fair enough. We didn't have all the information. That's not on you.
Now.
That's not on you.
That is a great response. It really is there from Navi. And I've seen matches where literally Daryl is just a waste of space, when that Cordelis takes it out of the equation. Let's see, though, how it will fare and whether for Reply Totem they can get some value from it. Already some good value from Gero onto the safe. We'll get a stage crack as well, maybe 76. Ooh, just 1 degree shy.
Maru, though, forced away, which is most important. Lana needs to be careful, though. He has to stay glued to this brawler or make sure he's doing enough high safe damage, and it's not going to equate to something like a Daryl. Thankfully for him, Gero is there to make up for it. This mid-battle, something to keep your eye on throughout the entire set. It's now Maori, who's typically going to be wanting to shut down tanks, has to duel a longer range option. Maru climbing his way up to the top. Lana there to meet him, but Joker, of course, can punch through that next zone. Totem with a massive lead for now, but there's some serious work being done on the bottom of your screen.
I love this from Lana, just really shadowing Maru on that Daryl pick. But now, Reply Totem gets a safe crack as well. Navi, on the other hand, just a little bit ahead. Reply Totem got to be a bit more cautious on this defense. As Gary now through the mid, no one's there for him. Maybe he's going to be able to get some consecutive taps there onto Reply Totem now. Maori on the right-hand side getting a lot of damage here for Reply Totem, and that will be a game going their way. They couldn't quite find the balance on the side there of Navi. And so far, so good for the boys in green.
Totem locked in. Impressive. I just think this is a composition that can work. The Cordelius has been doing a great job of removing Daryl. It's the other two brawlers who are getting away with it.
Yeah.
And that's a function that they have to figure out here in Game 2. Cordelius going to be matched up instantly with Daryl. If they let him loose, it's an even easier win for Reply Totem. That's going to be Cordelius' job, but Lily has to find a way to excel. And we didn't see Drage do that quite as much as you would have needed in that Game 1.
Here we go. A much better start for Navi. Maori has to change lanes towards Lana. It's going to leave some rockets to fire down from Gero. Now a stage safe of the crack. before, but as the same while I'm saying it, Reply to can do just that. Bit of a base race going on now. Navi are in the lead, 2 stages down now. Let's see who will be able to get the third.
Rapid fire affair for both of these teams as Maori positioned himself in this grass. Has to take a second to recharge. Nah, marching down the middle of the map, opposite lane to Maru, and he's actually just going to let him go. He's going to disappear, and they know this. Unfortunately for them, Daryl is going to profit off this interaction. They just have to hold on to their lead for as long as possible, and so far, so good.
Oh, Lenan is low, and Maori seals it. That might provide a little bit of a cushioning here for Reply to get some enormous amount of damage on the safe. There's just 4% left. Maori takes down Drage. Iscaro and Lenan double teaming down this mid. They know that if they can force their way through, they can get the damage. But as time goes on, Maru will get the roll. Joker is already using the peep on the other side of the field. He's TP'd on, and it's going to allow some space for Maru to get onto the safe. The body blocking is immense. 2,744, and Drage goes down the middle. He might be able to get it. 1 on the safe. It's so close. Can Drage do it? He does. 3%. It's all that was in it.
Look out of the mechanics from the young man. Took a perfect precision there to get that job done. 4% was all that remained. Body blocks go down, Shadow Realms go through, and a perfect Lily Super to end off that game. The fact that Na'Vi somehow won that is absolutely insane. It goes to show the ceiling that this roster have, and more importantly, it shows that Coach Drage, that boy can play.
Absolutely crazy. It really was, but look at this right-hand side. Maru and Joker just left alone on this safe, and it's just Lenan for the defense. Forcing Joker into the zone was an interesting choice here. It may not pay off, but it will take him away from the damage being dealt. As Maru, though, will just say, I don't care regardless. A double roll into the safe, and it puts Reply to him in the lead.
I think it was the wrong decision. It put Daryl in a losing matchup, so now Daryl is able to profit immensely. Reply Totem are up an entire heist safe zone. Maori, of course, gonna be stagnant on defense as that Nani goes down the left-hand lane. He'll be marching up the map, teleport through. Joker looking for chip shots. Daryl rolling in, kidnapped. Down to the Shadow Realm he goes, elimination there. Nani as well, but Maori wants all the damage he can get. They only need 2%. Just trying to tiptoe his way through, and a hypercharge there to seal the deal. Impressive showing in game 2, but the consistency of Reply Totem perseveres.
I've got to say, considering how well Navi are playing in my eyes, it says even more about how good Reply Totem are looking today. I mean, it's just fireworks on both sides of the field, but they're just getting the edge every time, and the drafts are very, very close. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Some nice, fresh ideas coming out of EMEA today. And it's kind of what you love when the meta is constantly evolving across the regions.
Very competitive 2-0 so far. I mean, safe to say that Na'Vi are not lifeless in this. They still could get a couple sets on the board, even win, because it's just been such a coin toss the whole way through. Of course, a standout for Na'Vi for me was Drage in that. I felt like the defensive choices are something that I would love to see Na'Vi maybe review, or I would have to review myself to see how I really feel, because there were just a couple times there, especially in that game 3, I called it out. Cordelius went for the long-range brawler, which means Cordelius with distance is not going to be able to compete with somebody like Nani. On top of that, Daryl was then going into a Brock. Daryl has an advantage, was able to explode with high safe damage. You can see it there, just a trickle more as you go. But those damage to safe, I can't do that math in my head, folks. I'm not going to act like I can. It had to be close, though.
I mean, looking at Joker on that Nani, definitely the most damage to save there, the MVP. On that side of things, Mari, though, with a whopping 14 kills, just defended Drage time and time again. So, yes, Drage had that wonderful run in game 2. That was super exciting, but he didn't really get that save damage. That, again, the objective of the mode is save damage.
Yeah, it's not really a map where I've seen Lily play too much in Heist, but I think it can still work. I feel like it was just one of those things where when you're placed up against the Daryl, you know, you're still up against the clock, despite the truck being banned. You know, it was incredibly exciting. I think that I would have maybe stuck to a bit more long-ranged regardless, but yeah, very, very close. I feel like this is still not over by a long shot. It could still turn around, but Reply Totem are looking fierce. It reminds me of the good old days.
I mean, yes, the good old days back in 2023 was the last time where we casted Joker on that roster, so it makes a lot of sense that you're reminded of that. And Lily still did a bit better, kind of the same idea as Kid, but yeah, Lily worked out better, right?
I would think safe to say I'm not going to put that on Lily right now. Those were some dark days, poor lad. As we move over to Hard Rock Mine, Shade, one of the most banned on this map. As an assassin, he's very good. I think he's borderline a top 10 brawler in the game, at least at our professional scene. Mortis, somebody that y'all are used to seeing this weekend. The Buffy brawlers and Ims and Mortis have to be removed. Sandy may be a surprise to some people at home, but it's been utilized so much in scrims. Has one of the higher play rates here.
Ali going to come in as well. That's a very scary brawler, especially in the hands of Reply Totem, taking it away from Navi. It's very much a Lenan style brawler to have on their field. I think maybe Drage now taking a bit more of the aggressive role and slipping back from it, actually. Rico coming in for Navi. Now the second pick to have to hand. That spike is already a scary one to see on the side of Reply Totem. They need a mid, that's for certain. And Gus could be that, or something we saw a bit early today. Crow, it's definitely not been the most common of mids on this map, but it certainly makes sense.
Used to be picked up a lot of times, can easily get out of harm's way whenever he has his super available. On the other side, I'm still also waiting for that mid, unless it's Spike, maybe. Could be a Grey coming in for Reply Totem for the second time already. Actually, today, the most picked brawler. No Buffy, Grey's just super good, and we didn't really have him on the radar yesterday at all. Wasn't picked up at all, really. Navi, now with the last pick, probably one more, a bit more aggressive brawler. Kenji is coming in, so there he is. And Kenji is a brawler that Lena loves to play, so that makes a lot of sense.
Gray's definitely a different approach compared to what we saw yesterday. Not even top 10. Could have been an option to kind of send some people into the mid, somebody like Ali, but Ali is so dangerous on this map with all the grass going down. What I'm really curious about with Reply Totem, Spike has a great matchup against somebody like Crow. Crow's going to have to run the mid here. Yesterday, we saw East Asia teams feel dangerous. They were using Spike as a mid more often than not. So Reply Totem have a couple choices. They could get a really aggressive lane option and double down on tanks in a aggro, or they could do something completely else. I feel like Mo's kind of a hybrid. I'm curious to see how Reply Totem lane this up. They both have similar shot patterns. I think noobs like myself struggle into both of them, whether it be curveball or a Mo shot around a corner. So I would love to see how Reply Totem lanes this out. I'm going to love this game of chess.
I'm glad you're so self-aware, Kenny. Like, it's
hey,
nice.
I'm nothing but honest.
Great
nothing
to be grounded. Be modest, man. Never change. But I'll be honest, I haven't really seen Mo played out in Gem Grab. Not for like the longest time. It's just predominantly a brawler pick. But I kind of like it for that reason. I think it's kind of underrated actually at the moment, and let's see whether it will work out for Reply Totem here already. Solid start straight into mid. Joker playing a very offensive role here on this alley. And it's kind of what I love about Joker. He's always got that aggressive play style. Does go down now, and Drage will push forwards in this Kenji.
Joker, one of the better aggro players in the region, and also known for that max. Especially back in the days of 2023 when he was winning the Mobile Masters alongside this roster. As I suspected, the Spike is going to want that matchup against the Crow. They're longtime brawlers, so we just have a lot of established history with curveball being something difficult for Crow, who does a chunk of the damage compared to somebody like Spike who can make a big connection.
Drage continuing the assault on the left-hand side, but there's still Joker that comes out on top. And now lurking, staying alive, not being, oh, beautiful, not being spotted or scouted out whatsoever. Brings 3 gems, staying alive. It's still just running straight back through the mid. Drage in hot pursuit. Can he come out with some goods? Maori's low. I think he's safe for now. That was huge. Joker is on fire today.
The fact that Maori was able to hold on to those crucial. Had some backup there to ensure that it went okay, but if Drage gets a pop-off play, this could look like a very different ballgame. Joker in, out. Having the Crow makes a lot of sense into this matchup. Ali is somebody that works with invisibility and mind games. If you have Crow, the poison trickling damage will make sure you have vision on her more often than not.
Lenan trying a hypercharge, getting nothing back. Nothing at all whatsoever. But Maru did trickle down to a point where those gems could be split and dropped. Not sure Lenan will be able to go for them though. Back into the hands then of Reply Totem. But now, Navi are back in control in the mid. 2 gems to spawn in before they tie things up. This hypercharge from Maru couldn't come at a better time.
Navi surging, but Reply Totem not done yet. Maori with all the gems way back there, popping a hypercharge. I think gonna use it just to make sure he forces himself up the mid. Garo being cautious, not overdoing it. Now cutting off that entire right-hand side, and the blue roster will grab the first. There's still an opportunity here though. This gem gonna be spawning. Garo going for the kill, not interested in the gem carrier. They know they can get a takedown. It'll be enough. Drage scoop and score. A 10-10. It's an even trade. Joker on the other end making a pop-off play.
That's hilarious. The gems spilled on both sides and back into the pockets. There's one in it, and it's in Navi's favor. One from the mid, though, and that's Drage to bag it. Now Reply Totem need this reset, and they are up against the clock. Drage can dash away that spike to it. Not gonna happen, and that should be Navi taking the game just about. Very close, very small moments of error on both sides is all it took, but finally Navi can place a game on the board.
That was one of the cooler moments of the week, and it's not unusual that you necessarily see gems getting stolen. It is very rare that both teams at the same time just trade a full count of 10 gems. Here you go, buddy. And on top of that, Navi were down a lot of gems in that early onset. The fact that they were able to claw their way back shows that this team's got some grit, and I think they're going to need it, and they're down 2-0.
It's great to see Drage versus Joker in these aggressive roles. Like I said before coming in, the Drage kind of stepped back a little bit from it. But I think it's working out pretty well for both. You see now, Maru does fall down. That's to place a lot of additional pressure onto Maori then on that bottom right. Lenan and Gero hunkering down in this mid, getting 4 gems to the 2 then of Reply Totem. So they're struggling now to get out of this spawn.
It's a big takedown though, giving themselves the numbers. Drage though, menacing on this bottom left-hand side. Takedown onto Maru. Will Kindu expand his territory. Joker matching. Navi just trying to maintain what they can. This time, it's going to be Navi with a little bit of an early lead. Love these choices from Maori, using this life plant either to scout out opponents or using it as a meat shield to give them an excuse to move up the middle of the map.
Drage now will be eyeing up Maori as all 3 members of Navi take an affirming role in this mid. Forcing back now as Joker repositioning at the top right-hand side. Navi cannot take their chances if he's able to take care of Drage, which he does. He is now a direct threat to Gero. Nan has got super. That will be a deterrent. A Reply Totem will spend this time gathering up these gems, making up for this deficit.
Drage battling against Joker. Friends, former teammates when he was a coach. Maori, though, getting the takedown onto his former low HP. Gero trickling away at the assassin on the Reply Totem side. This Joker has to be cautious. It's getting more difficult and more difficult, but a pop-up play from Lana and Drage. Now they scoop up all the gems with 15 on the clock. Joker left all alone, looking for as much damage as possible. No way to do this unless they find a kill onto Gero, and Drage is hiding on that right-hand side. Reply Totem have no awareness, no insight on where these brawlers are. What a clean showing here out of Navi. They are not done yet.
A very, very important set to claim for Navi then. As prior to that, we just had that kind of one game in Heist where it was a very down-to-the-wire moment, but now this is an actually genuinely prepared and planned moment for them to lock in, to put Reply Totem in their place. Very nice stuff.
Another really competitive set. I mean, it wasn't easy. Navi and Totem have had to fight for every single bit of pressure. And this feels more accurate. I think a 3-0 wouldn't have done it justice, regardless of how this 4th set goes down. I think this is much more telling of where these two teams are at. Looking forward to seeing what both of them can do, not only here today, but throughout the year. I think Navi are one of the more exciting, more interesting. They scream a little bit of how they've been built together, like Humble were a few years ago. Obviously, significantly more familiarity with Drage and not playing with each other, but Gero as a previous world champion, they get disbanded from Foot Esports of last year, and now they're forming this really exciting trio. Really cool.
I'm looking at Joker here with 8 kills, Drage with 9. I think it's a huge advantage Navi has this time around, where tanks and assassins are heavily featured in the current meta. And actually I have not 1 but 2 players who mastered those. I actually even said Kenji is going to be probably played by Lena. He loves that brawler. But that wasn't the case. Drage can do so just as well. And I think that has been a problem in the past where whichever team Lena was on just drafted 1 tank, even if it made no sense. Lena tried to make it work, but now he doesn't have to all the time.
I think this is the thing that we're seeing more and more frequently actually across the scene, is that we used to live in this world where a player would be kind of pigeonholed into he plays tanks or he's the sharpshooter. Exactly. Now, with buffies especially even more so, the meta is forever changing. Everyone has to be adaptive. Everyone has to be flexible around what their playstyle is, and we're seeing that the most we ever have in Brawl Esports at the moment.
We did have the same thing happening, a little bit at least, with the hypercharges coming into the game. Whichever brawler received their hypercharge was immediately catapulted into the upper end of the meta. I think with buffies that's gonna be the same, but it's so exciting to me that in EMEA the buffy brawlers are actually not showing up that often. They're banned out at times, but the most picked brawlers, Grey, Mina, Otis, Pierce. None of them has a Buffy. Talking about that, we're seeing Spike, of course.
I think it just makes sense. It escapes the band stage, a frequent one here. Mina is somebody that shows up a lot as well that I'm looking out for. Again, one of those non-Buffy brawlers that you mentioned. Pierce, somebody that escapes the band stage too. So I think there's a couple options for Na'Vi at the mid or Reply Totem if it gets back to them.
Gonna be Pierce for me here. First pick from Na'Vi is just so good, and surprised it escaped the bans, quite honestly. But I like your Mina shout. I think that there's no way that does not happen. Pierce for Na'Vi, love to see it so far. Definitely though, Frank open as well as Poker. Oh, no, so Frank banned, but Poker's still available. Some tanks could be combined with it here. Certainly put some pressure on, but it's Pierce that I feel is still that place of brawler where if it's open and not banned, it's going to be picked first.
Frank banned out, so that tank that you usually want to have here out of the way. Kenji could be picked up once more here by Na'Vi, just worked wonders for them. And there he is. Drage or Elena, both very good on this brawler, so they already have a solid mid. They have an aggressive lane. Maybe as last pick, we could even see a thrower come in. Usually the only thrower you want to play on Brawl Ball is Willow, though she's banned out, so let's see about that. Reply Totem now, their turn. Spike can very well play mid here, so I kind of expect an aggressive brawler come out on their end now as well, Ken.
I could see this also being a max comp for Reply Totem, something they haven't shied away from in scrims, and also just historically, Joker, one of the best in the business at it. And there it is right there. So I think they're going to pair this with something more aggressive to your point. Now, some that are escaping the ban stage that have been very popular don't necessarily know if they show up here, but Mortis is somebody that we have to shout out. Shade in that ban stage removes that option. I think they could also go anti-tank. They could go for something like a surprise Shelly if they really feel like it, but as a fifth pick, I don't love it as much as if it was a reaction later down in the draft.
Reply Totem now, this Max is scary. Quite honestly, I love that Shelly shout, and it's going to come through as well. Combined with the Max, it just makes it 10 times more dangerous, in my opinion. Being able to close the gap is where Shelly, really can cause a massive problem for me. So that Kenji now in a bit of a pickle, I would say. Let's see how Na'Vi want to play this. Do they want to support this Kenji and just heal it all the way down the line, or have something like, yeah, Juju coming through? But I'm not convinced. I don't necessarily mind it. It is the second best thrower here, but the Willow is where my money would be at if it wasn't banned. That's what they want, but I don't know. I feel like it's kind of trying to make up for lost time, almost. It's definitely the control they were lacking, but if it's going to be enough against this, a Spike and Max, those two brawlers alone, I mean, I just feel like in the hands of Joker on that Max, if it's not, regardless, it's so exciting when we see a Max back in Brawl Ball, and it's being very much underestimated, I feel, in the current meta.
We did super well with our predictions here for what they are gonna pick. We're actually 5 for 5. Happy to see that. We're heading into that set where Reply Totem could end it all on a 3-2-1. Na'Vi could take it very well here as well, prolonging into set 5.
Once again, Dre's going to be playing the aggro brawler, this time a much more difficult matchup. Maru going to be able to assist with Joker, a phase shift through, shut down by Garo, but a blast coming in from Maru. Early goal here for Reply Totem.
That is really impressive to kick things off so far. Joker now just creeping towards this ball, trying to evade these shots from the Pierce. But Garo has the upper hand, forcing him back to a stage now where his damage gear is even rolling in. But Maru and Maori, the rocks of Reply Totem, standing either side and not budging. The super to effectively nowhere there from Drage as well, so discretion being shown by Na'Vi, but it's still Totem that look thoroughly in charge.
Drage has to go hunting for Joker, because into somebody like Maru, it's going to be a difficult matchup. Now Gree there for an extra brawler on the map. Shield goes down, Joker grabs the ball, Lanat interception, and it's going to be under the deep end, but Maru is able to clasp it. Oh, and that's a pivotal takedown. If Maori gets ahead of that with a super shot, he could do some serious damage. Instead, it's going to be Totem, just remaining still in the middle ground, trying to contest. They still have this 1-0 lead. They don't have to put their foot on the gas yet. Instead, though, it's a hypercharge for 2.
This is what I mean about the Max combo. Oh, that was close. Drake has to be on his guard there to be able to get that ball, and now Garo forcing his right-hand side with the help of the Green Maori down to 40 HP, but a hypercharge pop from Maori. They're making up for lost time, and Garo is slowed so heavily so. It's Reply Totem with a stellar defense.
Brilliant work. Just able to get the stops on defense, and is leading to a good offense. Drake left all alone, has to pick up this ball, but it cost him his life. Maori with the super shot. Gonna be cautious. Juju goes down on the ground. Spike traditionally not going to be great into throwers. Now with multiple brawlers on the map, he's got a lot in his hands.
Surprised that Maori didn't actually go for a super shot on goal there. Thought better of it regardless. Now 30 seconds on the clock, and Navi need to push. They've got to get the goal to equalise things up, and Maori with a huge smash into Drage. But Drage with a super out of nowhere there does come out on top. This ball though still on this left-hand side with 15 seconds has got to end over the line for Navi, or it's match point for Reply Totem.
Navi need to get moving. Joker with hypercharge available. Super speed goes down and kick over to the right-hand side. Joker will pick it up. Maori dumps it in the bottom of the left-hand net. The purple button stats, are they enough? 900 HP and oh! No way! I can't believe that didn't get buried in the back of the net in time.
I have never seen a goal that close. That was absolutely insane how that didn't actually cross the line. What? How? Regardless, it's Reply Totem on match point.
Millisecond away. Instead, it's Reply Totem on a match point. The blue roster once again contending in the mid. Maru working his way up the left-hand side. They're going to have to play these angles. Drage just can't handle the shotgun brawler. A sword just has no match for a gun.
Joker now pushing forwards down this mid, trying to heal up, but balance things out between the shots that are needed to suppress. Drage will fall now, and it's a prime opportunity for a potential goal here if Maori can find the space. The pass to Maori, but the shots from Pierce will make him think twice. If Joker can just find a super, which he does, and get Maori through equation, this will be a guaranteed goal. It's a guaranteed goal. It's in for Reply Totem.
Excellent combo. Ball in Shelly's hand, fire super shot. The enemies will slowly fall away. They're stunned in that moment, and there's no potential to grab that ball. Great game awareness, game sense from longtime veteran Maru. Now Drage, once again, being stuffed in spawn. Joker walks it forward, and the welcome home party for Joker kicks off with a bang. Reply Totem will be heading to the semifinals.
That is a massive result for the boys in green, looking very, very good here today. I'm so impressed because I feel like Navi was so worthy of the way that they were playing, but they were just outmatched by what we saw and the prep. I mean, it's again, I keep saying it, but it is so true. It's Reply Totem back to the good old days. You know, Joker on the max, these really aggressive comps that you can just see work so well. I'm surprised that other teams are not experimenting as much with some of these brawlers, but look at that, on the line and not in overtime. Had it been in overtime, that was going to be in regardless, but just be a buzzer beater that Navi will be looking back on and just crying tonight to sleep.
It's so good to see the old Reply Totem is still just as fresh this year again. This could be very well a comp that they played 2 years ago already with that Max Shelly combination. That's something we've seen for them so often. I had some highlights in this match, like a 40 HP Maru chasing down Drage on that Kenji and still getting the kill in the end. That was super nice to see. And yes, as you mentioned, Ark, Joker has always been kind of a specialist for the Max. Kenny, you predicted them to pick it, and it worked out wonderfully.
Yeah, one of the rare instances I've been good on predictions, and the drafts were solid. I got 3-1 in this match. We're so back. We're so back.
You actually did say 3-1 in that one. And yeah, I'm super happy so far because I always love to see as much Brawl stars as possible. And in today's matches, we actually didn't have a single 3-0. So I'm super happy. Even in this one, Navi at least took a game each set. So that is very, very good to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if our predictions on draft are as good, I'm sure the community will be more thankful if we can get some more green on that table. But nonetheless, it's definitely going more or less how we expected, with the exception of that huge upset. Still today, SK Gaming going down to the quarterfinals one was not what any of us were expecting to see.
And now we're looking at our predictions for the semi-finals. Foot is predicted by us from that semi-final number 1 against CMM. CMM had a great showing against SK Gaming, and arguably SK Gaming is the bigger titan to foe than Foot Esports, yet still we say Foot is still going to take that one. Why is that?
The unanimous, sorry, I was just nervous. The unanimous death, just inherently, we've not been great on track record this weekend, so don't want to curse any teams, but I will not take responsibility. I think Foot are somebody in scrims who have shown up so well. A standout for me. And Guesty, of course, one of my concerns and why I partially picked Team Heretics, it's his first day. Do I expect Guesty to have a long tenured career in this region? Absolutely. He shows so much potential being paired with Angel Boy. Exciting combination. but it's day one, and you're playing against Team Heretics with 3 players that have shown great established pressure and results in this region. So I'm not expecting to be blown away, but now I think they're definitely favorites. I know CMM beats SK Gaming, but maybe a one-off, maybe not.
And then for that second semifinal, we said Humble is going to take this one. Ark, what does your gut say there?
Well, my gut actually says Reply Totem, but it was all completely on me because I didn't get my predictions into production as we were literally casting the match. I was so impressed, with Reply Totem today. And I just feel like in this first month, what we've seen so far and just how the narrative has unfolded across the regions, it wouldn't be the craziest of things to go with something like that. I feel like Reply Totem today could very well win the whole thing.
I mean, again, I think what we learned yesterday, anything can happen. So it might very well be Totem versus CMM in the finals. It could be Foot versus Humble. It could be any combination of those. And those 4 teams are now your best 4 teams in EMEA. Many people say this is the most competitive region, so we always see some new faces in the monthly final. I want to say it again. Last year, we only had 2 teams in all of the region who consistently made it into the monthly finals, Kenny.
4 new faces into our semifinals for EMEA. Nob and Angel Boy, of course, have been here before, but this is exciting. And to your point, being a higher seed coming out of the first month is a big deal. SK Gaming next month are going to have to put in a lot more work to get to the same position. And these guys have the luxury of finishing closer to the top of the leaderboard. And for somebody like CMM, all of a sudden, you've got hopes of something like a Brawl Cup if you keep this up.
And it's not only us who was surprised. Look just how surprised Semantic was hearing about that.
Yeah, I mean, surprises all around, to be honest. 2 things. Ark's got a very tiny head. I've just had to adjust the headset massively. And secondly, the predictions master is back.
Okay.
Right. Seems to be on top of things today. So
worst case scenario.
Just follow me. I may have fell at the first hurdle in East Asia, but don't worry, because I'm back.
Once more, we do want to show you just how a surprise Semantic was, seeing how, today went down overall.
The first monthly final is honestly the most important one, so like, it's literally what you said, the road to Brawl Cup, road to World Finals, less slots, everything. I think SK just lost. Oh my god. Okay, can we do it again? I'm sorry, that was a bit crazy.
Yeah, I can hear you in the background too.
Oh my god, that is so crazy. Okay, go again, sorry.
No, you're totally good. I'll take it one more time. I know that's insane.
No way that happened.
No way around it. Yeah, I did not expect to be there, obviously.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. All right, let's do it.
I think Humble even was expecting to meet SK Gaming later on in the grand finals. Kenny, you had that interview. What a funny moment.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we were both shocked. You guys were casting alongside, and when I was chatting with him, it was happening at the end of that SK Gaming match. And like him, I couldn't help but just glance over at the screen and say, I'm sorry, say that again. Did SK Gaming just lose? So I'm sure that was partially shock and partially relief for Semantic and Humble.
Yeah, I mean, they have to face off against Totem first and then potentially against CMM, which nobody really even saw standing in the semifinals. They're here now, though, and they're going to start things off on Shooting Star against Footref.
It would be one hell of a run if they do manage to win this one, to be honest with you. It really is like a surprise to see them even taking down SK Gaming. But on top of that, if they took down Foot Esports in the same month as well, it'd probably be one of the biggest underdog stories we've seen across the entirety of BSC. Yeah, no, listen, I am as well. If you can beat SK Gaming, you can beat the majority of teams in this region. They've just got to show up the same again.
That's what I've been saying. If my predictions are wrong, but the underdog ends up winning, I'm so happy either way. Who cares about our predictions in that, in that outcome? Now, CMM versus Foot Esports. Despite the beautiful run they had against SK Gaming, and SK Gaming being the first seed, we still say Foot is gonna take that one, just because they looked so phenomenal in their match against Heretics as well. I'm super happy that neither of the quarterfinals actually went out in a 3-0, but Foot looked just a tad bit more dominant with the 3-1 compared to the 3-2 from CMM.
Pressure at an all-time high in this region. I mean, this is not one that you could normally slip up in. You also don't have the luxury of there being 9 spots like last year. And obviously, Brawl Cup still to come. You could earn more spots for your region. But right now, you have to play with 4. And if you're CMM, you've just suddenly been given a chance. SK Gaming going down. But Foot Esports, you can't be that upset seeing CMM. Respectfully, if you know that SK Gaming was a possibility and now you get somebody else, a much more unlikely underdog, boy, this could be a great debut for Guesty.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be very thrilled if I was FUT Esports, to be honest with you. You know, you're expecting to face SK Gaming in the semi-finals, and the same goes for the other teams on the other side. If we make it to the finals, probably going to be facing SK. I think even the players would have predicted SK to come all the way through. Obviously, a lot of them are saying that FUT are a very, very strong team in scrims, but it was a question of whether or not it was going to translate to the big stage with Guesty being so new. But clearly it has. They played very, very well in their initial match, and I think they're going to go all the way to the finals.
CMM probably put all their screwing power in that first round. They wanted to really even make it into the semi-finals. Let's see how well they prepared for a shooting star in a bit. We have some very classic maps here, ones that have been in the back pool for a very long time already. Shooting Star is one of those. And we're starting our semi-final number 1 with a Mortis pick on Shooting Star. That's something we've seen, I think, in all of 2025, but in this day and age, with the buffies out, definitely makes a lot of sense, Kenny.
What a world. Mortis first overall pick in the most historic open range map. It's just insane. I mean, it just goes to show how good players feel Mortis is, because it's not an easy brawler to play either. I mean, for folks at home, it's definitely one of the harder ones at a higher level of something like ranked to excel with. But our pro players are just that confident. Nani on that left-hand side, one of the oldest sharpshooters in the game, and is the sharpshooter that counters sharpshooters. So it makes sense why it's an early pickup, especially when you see brawlers like Angelo, Pierce, RT, Bell out of the way. It just makes too much sense to grab.
Yeah, they're going to go with an Ollie over the other side as well for CMM. That kind of aggression to balance it out against the Mortis, have that capability of turning the game back around. I think it's something that's quite smart. Listen, across East Asia yesterday, I was like heavily critiquing these super aggressive compositions. We saw like a Byron, Mina, Frank, and just run it down. Not a fan of that, and to be honest, I prefer a more long-range matchup on Shooting Star, but this is clearly what works. The Mortis first pick, it's a bold one, but I do believe that FUT Esports have got the players capable of making it work.
Byron or Gus maybe to support that Mortis. Gus it is. In the end, you can always give him the shield, so Mortis, Guesty, if he does play him in the end, can dive in and go even more aggressive without risking his own life. Now, last pick for FUT Esports. They probably will play Mortis in mid here, can easily pick up that. Okay, it's both of the brawlers I mentioned. We're really good at drafting today, Kenny. Maybe it's just because EMEA is drafting more like we expected them to. East Asia yesterday showed us some brawlers that we did not expect at all. Charlie, for example, I did not have on my radar at all. We've only seen her once today, I believe, in EMEA.
I was with you. At bare minimum, I expected 1 of 2 of the brawlers, but this is so different than what we're used to seeing in terms of logic going into draft strategy. For a really long time, you pick your support brawler first, and then if you can get it, if you can make it work, then you can grab your aggressive brawler. That's not what FUT Esports do. They are so willing to pick Mortis that they're willing to grab him first. Even if CMM grabbed Gus and Byron, they're still willing to take that chance. I love the chessboard going down in our Brawl Stars world right now.
To be fair, even though it was a Mortis first pick, we did not have any counters on the side of CMM, really. So let's see how things are going to go down here. Semi-final number 1. We have a lot more Brawl Stars action for you today. And we're starting things out with FUT versus CMM.
Yeah, ready for a good game here. CMM need to live up to that expectation from the first quarterfinal, though, because you've taken down SK Gaming, going to be on top of the world. And I don't think they're going to come into this one with masses and masses of confidence. I can't remember which one of you said it, but they were expected to go out in the quarterfinals, to be honest with you. So I don't know how much they'll have scrimmed for this moment.
Either way, still something to celebrate tonight, but it would feel a lot sweeter if they got a victory over SK Gaming and FUT Esports. Now the red roster applying pressure. CMM having to deal with 3 brawlers in their spawn. Ollie branching out of desperation. Angel Boy shuts him down. Guesty in, out. A wasted super there on the bottom left-hand side just to preserve their life, but the FUT onslaught still going.
Yeah, I loved how good that splash was on the right-hand side as well from Angel Boy. Managed to get 1 down and 1 half health, which kind of relieved a bit of the pressure for Guesty to stay in these aggressive moments. Got 2 of them one-shot now. Surely Gus just focuses down rather than trying to save his teammate who's so low on stars, and he's going to miss that. This is going to be a massive team wipe again for the side of FUT Esports. It's 16-3. Can't say this isn't how we expected it to go, but not this heavily.
The slow reload speed of Ollie really came back to bite him. A trade there is definitely tough when you use a gadget super combination. And on the other end, Angel Boy gets to respawn with a super and a hypercharge if he really wants it. Nob is looking to shut this game down early. Now we're rotating to that right-hand side. Remika falls. 2v2 situation. Gusty once again baits out the super. Look at the patience coming through out of the young man. Beautifully played. That's as dominant of a game one showing as you can get.
Yeah, this team is genuinely just incredible. Like the plays they made there, the Byron support, the two aggressive brawlers. Listen, they're playing Gus as kind of like a brawler who's running people down. That's how much of a good position that the Guesty's getting them into with his aggression on this Mortis, getting them low, letting the Gus finish off kills, and not have to play as that sharpshooter. You want to get up close and personal to these to the Piper, and occasionally the Nanny, depending on how much ammo.
I usually don't have regrets on predictions, you know, it's all fun and games, but this is one that I will. I mean, when I watched Foot Esports, I genuinely noted that this looks like one of the best teams out there, but I was overly nervous about Gusty in his debut, and now he's rocking the Mortis, the hardest brawler to play on this comp, and he looks like a champ. He's been unfazed today, and even in the interview when I was chatting with him, said he was nervous. Hasn't shown one bit. Instead, he's a star playmaker for his team.
I mean, he's just following Dakai around, and Dakai needs to use his jump to get away, but he just baits it. He doesn't go in when he knows he's got super. I mean, that's a nice hypnotize there, but Guesty might still be able to get something back from this. Nobody respawning. And a missed shot as well there from Kello. Maybe his nerves are starting to show a little bit more, and this is still in a good position for CMM. But as I'm saying that, some great connections from Nob will flip the game.
No weak points on this Foot Esports comp right now. Guesty diving in, rotates between a few. Oh, look at the perfectly timed gadget. What a creative way to deal with that. Unfortunately, won't be able to stick around. 310 HP. The Nani Peep coming in. Byron, he's one tap away. Great game awareness. And now Foot Esports, with a lead, are able to retreat if they want it. Instead, though, they're not moving a muscle. They're sending Guesty right back in there.
Yeah, I think it's smart to try and keep the Nannies, the Pipers back in spawn, but Guesty might have overcommitted here and still in the lead. But he does go down. I think he's got his hypercharge to go along with it as well when he comes back up. But they've got to be cautious now. They had like a 15-star lead in the previous one, and they could go over aggressive, but you don't want to sell this game.
Piper and Nani are going to have to be some either super sharpshooters or going to have to find more value out of Ollie. Instead, it's where did they go? With a team wipe. Down goes CMM. What a disappearance.
Where did they go? They all just disappeared. I was like, they were all on the map, and then all of a sudden they weren't. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still close. There's 3 stars in it, regardless of some great plays from Guesty on the right side. Remika coming up now as well. Hypercharge being used, needs to make use of this. And Guesty's actually going to miss it, but he's going really aggressive now, trying to get the kill. Big turnarounds up top. Hypercharge is there from Kello, but it's not going to be enough. And some great plays from Foot Esports will keep them ahead. It was a bit more sketchy, don't get me wrong. I thought that maybe could have flipped. They were slightly overconfident, but I think that confidence is warranted after that first.
All went according to plan. I think it was really smart, actually, to send Guesty down, knowing he had a guaranteed kill because Nani's a sitting duck. It's going to be rearing that Peep just in the driver's seat, but as a result, can't make regular shots. So if Mortis gets the kill, now they boost themselves up to 3 stars, and then in terms of bounty map, they're in a really safe position because nobody's in striking distance of that Mortis. Guesty, though, I think we talked about it earlier, but Angel Boy was definitely a big playmaker in that first match. This time, though, they're tasking Guesty with a tall order. He gets a double kill there. Some team wipes go down, as we call it, a disappearing act for CMM. I like that they put up more of a fight in that game number 2. Clearly, they've got some legs in them. But doing it twice in a row, beating somebody like SK, and then Foot on top of that, I mean, you can see it there. The kill count, just not even close.
Nob with 8 is absolutely massive from him. Guesty being the aggressor with 6, clearly. And it's a lot of DPS coming out of the Mortis, I can't lie. Usually you see a little bit of DPS here and there. Yeah, you'll have some kills, but the DPS will usually be low. Angel Boy doing his role, 2 kills. Who cares if he's healing up the rest of his teammates and keeping them alive?
One aggressor on either side. The Mortis comes out on top here with 6 versus the 3 kills on Ollie on the other side. Now we are on double swoosh, a very pushy map that could feature some of those close range assassins, tanks, or maybe a Shelly. Again, Kenny.
Absolutely. Definitely a fun map to watch. I think Gym Grab just in general right now has been all over the place. In East Asia, it was just staggering to me how many different kinds of compositions we had. In the band stage, a double Sandy ban. Poco's somebody that we were kind of keeping our eye out for today. It was somebody that didn't show up in East Asia like I thought it would in EMEA. Thought it would be a little bit more of a factor. Tara as a first overall pick, that is a surprise to me.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it's, you know my love of the Brawler, but I think in general on this map it can do really well. Janet going to come over the other side as well. I think with the drop the base can be very solid, scouting out a lot or just jumping away, keeping that extra line of defense against the aggressors you come to expect on this map. Banwise still very solid across both ways. And yeah, you know how much I love the Tara. I'm never going to complain about that one.
Mortis left open, could be picked up here by CMM. They already have their mid-pick Janet that can always just fly out of harm's way. A brawler that we haven't seen in a very long time. I feel like she kind of got replaced by the likes of Gus, the Sandys, yeah, a lot of other mid-brawlers to carry the gems. Ellie's gonna come in instead. No Mortis, but also a very aggressive brawler. Tara, actually, you said you were surprised, Kenny. She's the most picked brawler in EMEA over the course of the last 2 weeks. Alongside Otis, Sandy, Spike, all of those have been banned out. And finally, we have that Mortis I was talking about. He's just so strong in the current meta. I'm actually surprised to see him slide through the ban phase.
Surprised in the sense that it was a first overall pick. I think Tara makes sense, but especially in the world where we were on Shooting Star and we just saw Mortis be the first overall selection, I'm just kind of now conditioning my brain to think the other way around. A lot of
anything can
you know
happen.
what I mean? Yeah, exactly. I mean, Tara is somebody in Gym Grab historically that has a wing condition.
Anything can happen.
Anything.
Never mind, Chester.
Listen, I love a Chester. I don't know what you guys are laughing about, mate. Listen, this brawler, I think it's very solid. You know, it does depend heavily in the right situations. You can make a play or you can end up with some slowing when you need a stun or a massive bomb to drop down. It has its moments, it really does. Up close and personal with quite a lot of brawlers, that 5 spray of shots can do a lot of damage.
Sure, Chester's great, but we haven't seen him once so far, and that probably for a reason. We'll see how well CMM do. I think that's something we see from those younger rosters in general. Either a super surprising pick, because it's one of their comfort brawlers, or they just go with pure meta, and CMM dares to be a bit different today, Ken.
Janet going to be a traditional mid, but it's Nob who gets the early takedown. It's because Guesty is putting so much pressure, and the Assassin 1v1, the young prodigy, getting a big victory on that right-hand side. Meanwhile, Chester working from the distance, hiding in that grass. Not unusual in the past to see Chester, but to y'all's point, it's definitely a brawler that you don't see as often. It is an anti-tank feature, has a shot that fans out, so good for vision. A lot to like, but definitely more traditional options on the Foot Esports side and our modern Brawl stars.
Yeah, well, it's Psychic Enhancer coming in here as well. They're not going to have the support from Beyond, which I think is probably because Janet can just wipe them out in a single shot, to be honest with you, and just try to fend off this attack now as Remika's still coming forwards. Guess he's trying to do the same on the other side, but unfortunately he can jump and fly away, so he's going to be in safe space at the moment. Now going in, though, choosing to try and take this on again, but Remika with some great defensive capabilities.
Each side has brawlers that have the opportunity to fly away, whether it be a Crow super or a Janet jump, like you mentioned, or of course with her super can also jetpack away. It's something that at a pro level you'll especially see. They want those gym carriers to be safe. You don't want to put it in somebody like Guessy's hands. You'd rather have the gyms than the other team, but at the same time, you don't want to put yourself in a vulnerable spot.
Well, Nob's just going straight for it, puts himself in the middle of 3 and uses the jump to get away. I think he thinks that he's going to have another one before he's going to be put in harm's way towards the end of the game. Tara super available here as well. Just need to find this Chester, and that's exactly what Nob's done for him. Angel Boy just waiting in the wings, doesn't want to pick this jump to bait now. Going in, think he's going to have the jump, but I think that means Guesty might be able to go for him. Actually thinks better of it, and not the best of plays from Foot Esports. It would have worked very well if he was that little bit closer.
Kello with just great awareness. Jumps away, wastes so much utility and positioning out of Foot Esports. Now he's rotating up. Must be close to cycling in that gadget, because otherwise they would never dare to make that move. Guesty lurks right-hand side. Now at the top of the map, Ali getting frisky. A jump away from Nob with low HP as a double kill goes down. Guesty looking for more. Kello has to be careful, needs to pop this in just the nick of time. Will hold on to 9 gems.
Guesty almost going down here, but does survive. Good kills up top, and it's the 1 gem lead. Guesty wants to go in for this one, actually doesn't grab it, and Dekai will get the kill. That's going to be enough to keep this count until the end. Big plays coming out of CMM, wanting to equalize this. Here's the hypercharge super from the Chester, and that should be enough, as the Mortis can't get there in time. Throws out a super and a gadget, but it's not quite there. Nice stuff from CMM. Good bounce back. They had their moments in that game, and it could have gone very differently if they just had kind of pulled off that Tara Mortis play.
CMM claim a game, and I think it's largely due to Janet just having the ball in her hands. Every time that she was about to lose those gems, always had a gadget at a perfect time. Saved those supers for the proper moments. That's what you have to do. Janet is not here to get kills. She's going to leave that to Ali, the aggressive brawler, and somebody like Chester who's going to climb up this left-hand side. Kello's just going to have to sit back, relax, get the damage where he can. Some vision is nice every once in a while, too, with the Janet shot. But other than that, you just need to be the safe harbor for those gems.
Yeah, well, pretty close at the start at the moment, but this Ali kind of lurking in the bush is just stopping everything from happening. I'm going to guess Mortis is in the back line here as well. Guesty trying to get the job done, and actually I think does there as well. Good kill from Remika on the flip side, but has to jump away whilst he's got this gem. Doesn't want to overcommit.
Kello still holding on to gems. Ali has one in hand, so it's going to be difficult to kind of task with that. It's only one gem compared to something like 4, so I still think you put foot on the gas pedal a little bit. Guesty looking for it, though. Going to be on the bottom right-hand side. Swoops in. Now Kello feeling pressure from multiple angles. Chester just trying to maneuver up this left-hand side, work around the corner. Not doing a great job. One of the benefits of Crow, every time he lands a tag, free vision in those bushes.
Well, Remika going in biz here, trying to find this Tara, who he will, and he'll just do 2 shots and get the kill there. Guesty with another kill in the backlines as well. Still pretty even. It's just trade after trade after trade. Still got his flight, but he doesn't see the gadget coming, and Guesty turns the game on its head brilliantly. I think they've had just about enough of this Janet getting away.
Nicely done. Guesty smacks him with a shovel. Now has to juke all the incoming bombs coming from Kello, who drops down. Super makes the connection. Angel Boy safely escorts Mortis to the back line, and Foot Esports will tie things up. This time, they were able to execute those plays. Janet wasn't so lucky. Wasn't always an opportunity to use those supers and waste those gadgets, those really good stuff from Foot. That's the game plan they have to find. As long as they get 1 kill on Janet, and they do it with enough time on the clock to grab those gems and walk away, they're probably going to be in good shape.
Yeah, they've been having a real hard time doing just that, though, and that's the issue. Janet always got a jump, always got the flight, and can't seem to bring her down, but a little surprise shovel from Guesty managed to get the job done in that one. Now Remika, as always, jumping forwards. He wants him outside the bush, and Guesty will win that 1v1.
That's a big start for them, too. Having pressure early on makes Kello look all directions. Harder to charge that super if you're not landing shots. The good news for Janet is, if Mortis is pushing you, especially if you help from somebody like Chester who can shut him down, you're getting those free tags, and that's exactly what you need to charge that super. If you have that super, the gems are safe.
Well, they've scouted him out well there, but haven't managed to stay alive. The jump coming through, and Angel Boy just about picks up the kill. Guesty might be able to do the same on the other side here as he lands, but he chooses to just wait as Takai still there, ready to take on this battle. Now, Angel Boy was in good position on the left-hand side, will get the kill, and Guesty will pick up the right-hand side as well as he trickles down on the left. Full control to Foot, and a big gem lead.
Great positioning, and now Angel Boy hiding in this grass. Does have a super available. Takai, of course, can scout from the distance. All those shots will sprinkle out. Fanning similar to Tara, so easy to get a scouting report. Easy takedown, though, for Angel Boy. All he had to do was hide behind that wall and make sure Chester stepped forward. Baited and trapped. Beautifully done.
Yeah, Guesty will do more of the same, picking up his kill on the right-hand side as well. We're seeing a switch here, too. Guesty going in very aggressive with the hypercharge. Obviously knew he was going to be close to it, and Angel Boy just about picks that one up as well. Kello still the flight with 4 gems over his head. So that turnaround would win the game, but Chester comes in and just, I don't know if he was trying to break the grass or try and get some damage in, but neither really worked.
Put them at a huge disadvantage. Kello, instead of using it for safety, just has to get aggressive with the super. Jetpacks over. Guesty swiping, cleans up. Kello in a world of hurt, jumps away, but the gadget through the wall will seal his fate, nail in the coffin. And even if Guesty goes down, oh, and he doesn't! Even more impressive. He can play bodyguard a little longer. Angel Boy full vision of this map for his teammates now, too. Is a better fight out of CMM, but Foot look fearless. 2-0 lead in our semifinal number 1.
Yeah, to me, that's a game that they maybe should have ran away with after that first one. They looked so far in control. No real turnarounds, and they were winning the lanes for the side of CMM, but Foot Esports just persevering, coming back through, waiting for that moment, and that they did perfectly well.
Just been a solid showing. Really no wavering today. A little blemish on that scorecard in the opening match, but overall, I haven't had a moment today where I felt like Foot Esports are going to lose this match. Ooh, I don't know about Foot Esports. That is not a thought that's entered my mind one time, the viewers at home. And finally, we're starting to see Guesty get a little comfortable here. He's played Mortis a couple times now, in both times. He's been a huge instigator. Not to say that Foot Esports overall haven't done their jobs. Nob doing a great job of also not dropping the gems, playing that mid-roll well. Angel Boy, supers when needed most. I think this is just a trio that's doing really well. Angel Boy, just a long-tenured player, bringing that experience to this team.
I really feel like CMM is severely underestimating Mortis at the moment. In Shooting Star, they didn't really have an answer for him. Mortis was the first pick where we didn't have any tank counter really on the left-hand side, anything to stop Guesty on that brawler. And now in this one, Mortis was still left open. They decided to go with Ellie instead, and it clearly did not work out. Guesty with a whopping 14 kills. He was always in the lane of his opponents, just hiding, so Janet couldn't really pick up any of those gems. Talking about Janet though, I do want to highlight Kello for a second here. He's the newest player in that roster. They usually always play with Zero, and he seems to fit quite in. His reaction time on that Janet a couple of times, that saved CMM game they actually won.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think they were, like, Foot were getting quite annoyed time after time, especially in that first game, that second game. Eventually they managed to get the turnaround, but he was just getting away every single time. A jumps evading a Mortis and a Tara super, his flights getting him away from, you know, situations where he'd just be dead and all the gems would be on the floor. So really nice play from him, and as you say, a new player seems to be gelling well, and the same can be said for the other side as well, as Foot Esports just seem to be so dominant in EMEA this year.
Okay, now I want CMM to please wake up because I want to see some more Brawl Stars. We didn't have any 3-0s so far. My prayers have been heard. I want CMM to win a set at least. So let's see if the draft is going to be going their way already. The third pick here with Otis. So we have Pierce on the left-hand side. It's a super good brawler on a map like Penguin Pond. Very open, Kenny. And Pierce is going to do so well into the squishy spike. It really seems like Foot Esports is scared of any tanks from the left-hand side. There are 2 tank counters in their hands already.
I think this is a tough spot for CMM to be in because now they know we have to ban Mortis. Can't do it anymore. So they learned from their past couple sets. They listened to your guys' kind of critiques of what's going down, and me alongside it. I mean, it's definitely a problem in set number 2. And so you have to go Pierce because Mina and Ems would have been the other 2 selections. As a result, though, Foot are kind of in a comfortable 2-3 turn. Spike somebody that slides through cracks. Now we have Otis who can be flexible in the mid as well. So you got a lot of great options open for this 6th pick.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to be quite, you know, scared themselves of something aggressive, I think, because Foot Esports have taken 2 good tank counters and they've kind of left quite a few open that can still be played as well. Assassins, tanks, whatever. Carl, listen, I love the brawler. Has it showed up much? Not really. And I think it's got to be the perfect moment for it really to work. And I don't know if this is it.
I think Mo or maybe Crow would be my answer here in this one. You want to make sure that the Carl can't really use the super, so Mo would be my last pick here. Let's see what Foot Esports do. Obviously, they're the pros. They probably know better. They have Mina banned out. Also one of those brawlers I love to see in a map like this one. It's all about mid control here. And in mid, you have a lot of bushes, so why not Ellie? Actually, yeah, I still like Mo better, but Ellie's fine, Kenny.
I like Allie in the sense that now you have a brawler that's going to be able to excel on those lanes. And CMM do an interesting thing here. They're going Meeple and Pierce. Both of those traditionally run the middle of the map. One of them is going to be forced to the side. And Allie, no matter how you spin it, as long as Foot do their job, should be able to win that lane.
Well, they kind of had a lot of the tank counters taken away from them and then have a tanky kind of assassin playing against them. They played it in the last one, so she'd clearly know how to deal with it, but I don't know if their composition's really going to allow that. So Foot Esports just 1 away now from taking this one and going to the grand finals. Angel Boy trying to make this work on the alley, but taking some heavy fire early on.
Pierce can be working that right-hand side. They're kind of sharing the role a little bit. A little more wide open map. Angel Boy working the grass to his advantage, leaping spot to spot. Skello has to play full defense. Angel Boy, a tough situation, trying to do his best to escape, but there's shots coming from all angles. He just seemed destined to fail there.
Well, the trade in that situation, I'd actually say it's pretty decent.
Yeah, no,
fair, but little box on the right-hand side with the Mansions and Meeple keeping Guesty in there, but doesn't really matter. I don't think it'd have gone much further up anyway. Angel Boy coming back now, and Pierce, a good job through the mid left. Guesty super down, and Dekai will burn, I think, from that, especially with that curveball hitting. A super play there by Kello. I don't think he really got too much back from that, to be honest.
Angel Boy still applying a lot of pressure. I think that's going to be the issue. Pierce has to be pretty perfect, and of course, Angel Boy can jump in the air to dodge those shots. The one benefit for Pierce in those close interactions is he can rapidly fire if he just keeps picking up his own ammo, but Guesty just putting too much down. The hypercharge will cover the entire goal, and so it's easy for him to just slide one through.
Yeah, really nice play there from Guesty. Meeple's Mansion will have him picked up inside it again. Pierce super actually doesn't really do too much. Dekai on the left-hand side, hit by the Fat Splatter, not doing a good job of kind of fending for himself. He's been put in 2v1 situations a lot, and I'm not sure if Angel Boy can stop this. The passes are there, but I feel like it could have been a bit swifter. Dekai assumed he was going to dash towards him and tried the shot, but didn't pay off in the end.
Yeah, just not the right read, and as a result, Foot Esports grabbed this ball. Carl nowhere to be seen, so the life plant definitely safe for now. Wasted shots as Rimika's doing his best. Dekai now has to deal with this. Pops a hypercharge just to get a stop, but the stun goes through. A little bit of a miss. A-okay. Guesty with plenty of space to operate, and Foot Esports on match point.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a blunder, but it was fine in the end, I think, so. Foot Esports still okay, dominate. I think even if they missed that and didn't get a goal, they were probably fine, to be honest. Like, even if they came back and had to retry for another one, I think they were firmly in control of that match, but I think they will be again. As we go to the match point here in Brawl Ball. Angel Boy already in their faces going super aggressive, but a good clip from Carl and a little swap of lanes from him seems to be working a bit better.
Incendiary covers the right-hand side as Splatter disappears on the left. Pierce with a win. That's a big one. Now they've trapped Guesty in the middle. He's just using the grass to hide, trying to get a little prediction play. It's a narrow space to work with. Light Plant will provide for now, though. Little growth in space. As Angel Boy looks to expand on the right-hand side, it's a pass over. Pierce has to be careful, but Foot Esports know better. With Dakai respawning, they're just going to wait, hold the position in the mid.
Angel Boy just evading these shots there, trying not to feed Pierce. Too many ammos to drop down. He'll get the kill, but I'm sure he'll be traded out here. Might be able to jump over. Actually goes towards the goal to survive a little longer. But he gets sent back to spawn regardless. Dakai on the right-hand side, trying to free up some room, but Guesty and Nob will just 2v1 him, and that's a pretty easy matchup for the two of them.
Great placement there from Guesty. He can still hold control of the ball while taking shots. Needs to be careful, though, as now that super is going to make contact. Heals from the Life Plant, though. Really intelligent play. Right-hand side, as Dakai has to work his way through that goal. He's trying to inch his way closer to the ball. Both sides not moving in inches. Angel Boy now looks to get aggressive. Blue, though, still moving up the middle of the map.
Seemingly in a good spot for a 2v3, but Rebecca gonna have Angel Boy coming from behind here and will get the kill. Dakai trying to go alone, goes for the shot, might find it, just stops on the line. Nightmare for Dakai, and that would have been an incredible play if it had gone through.
Would have been nasty work, but now it's Nob working his way up the left hand in. Light Plant goes down for protection, and Rebecca sees the writing on the wall. Just tragic stuff for the blue side.
Yeah, that was quite the turnaround. Well, I thought that was gonna roll in, and then it ends up going down the other side. I'm judged there now as well for multiple brawlers. Guesty playing it down the right-hand side, and I think this is it for the side of FA CMM as Foot Esports take it in a swift and dominant 3-0.
The Guesty hype train has not left the station. Keep rolling. And if there's one message that Angel Boy has shared over the past 2 weeks, goodness, how many times has he tweeted about this?
A lot.
Buy the Foot bundle, support your esports teams. All right, you win a semifinal. I think you're in a little promo there.
Buy the Foot bundle is all I can say to that, honestly. Yeah, just looking at the scrim stats, Foot did look like the most promising one from all of EMEA with a whopping 70% win rate. Compared that to CMM's 36, it's still super nice that they're even standing in the semi-finals. Foot Esports did make it a clean 3-0 sweep, but honestly, that just makes you think, Trev. Versus SK Gaming, it was a hard-fought battle, but CMM did come out on top.
I don't know where to rank, SK Gaming, where to rank SK Gaming amongst my tier list now, to be honest with you, because that was as dominant as it can be. I think. I don't think a professional match can really go more one-sided than that, unless it's, Gem Grab was maybe a little bit further apart because that was a fairly close game. But in the end, you look at the kills here. I think they got across the other side of the map once, and it was Dakai's kind of failed shot which led to a goal on the other side. So unfortunate for CMM, but I think they're going to be more than pleased with their positioning in this monthly final.
And I think it hurts even more here. Angel Boy on that alley now with the most kills. He was a huge problem for the Serbian roster. And Ali was the brawler that was kind of their demise in the previous set, Kenny.
Just a tough look overall. I mean, Angel Boy with more cumulative kills than the entire side. Not a single goal to show for it. Regardless, CMM should be thrilled. You mentioned you don't know where to put SK Gaming on your tier list. I have no idea what CMM are going to do next month. But the good news for them is they will have better seeding as a result of their efforts here. At least for the following month, their monthly qualifiers journey should in theory be easier, but it's EMEA. You just never know.
Foot Esports is now standing in the finals already. It's not a huge surprise, as I mentioned in the scrims. They've been looking super good. We still kind of just underestimated maybe how calm Guesty can actually play today. We still felt like maybe Guesty's nerfs will show today, his first time in a monthly final, Scrims is one thing, but then standing here and actually being filmed all the time, being shown on stream is something else.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've got two kind of seasoned veteran teams who have been on the screen, have played at the highest level in Brawl Stars up next, Humble and Reply Totem. Should be a real good game. It's a question of whether or not Totem have leveled up, bringing in Joker from last year. And Humble, being the same roster, they should just be as good as usual.
I'm super excited for this one. It's another Italian derby between the two Italian orcs, Totem and Humble. And Humble in the past has come out on top of them. Humble had a super good run in the monthly qualifier, one of only two teams who made it a 9-0, not a single set dropped. And they did actually beat Foot, the team that we just talked about, the team that we just saw absolutely demolish CMM. They did beat them 3-0 in the monthly qualifier. So Humble is probably looking forward to meeting them again in the grand finals.
I think Foot would be even more apt to reface them and prove that they can still do it. Angel Boy was definitely embarrassed about it on social media. Didn't like that they dropped the ball, especially in a 3-0 swing. But right now, they just got to wait and see if Humble even makes it. To your point, this could be Reply Totem of old. I don't know what we're going to see. This is 2026. This isn't 2023 anymore, but in that last match, clearly things were working. I think Na'Vi is a good team. I think that's a very quality win for Reply Totem, and now they're going to be truly tested against one of the world greats.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a real difficult match, I think, for both of them as well. But I think this is going to be one of the better showings we've got of the team so far. The quarterfinals were close, and they both won in a 3-1. So it's like, okay, they've both kind of got through, not comfortably, but fine. And now it's two of the bigger teams in the region playing off against each other, which I think is just going to be an incredible match. 50-50 in my opinion.
For today, I actually had SK versus Humble in the grand finals. At this point,
guilty.
I wouldn't mind, honestly, if we have Foot and Reply Totem in the end, just to mix it up a little, because I'm sure in future monthly finals it's gonna look super different yet again, because we are in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, these guys won world championships with one monthly finals on the backs of it. It's just the reality of the situation. This is a tough region. It's got to feel real good to even make it to a semifinal. Semantic told me, hey, the minimum bar, the bare minimum we can do this month is make a semifinals and make a grand finals. That's great. He's always so even keel. He's a competitor. Do not let that fool you. He wants this grand finals win, especially with his reputation of not getting the job done in monthly finals.
Yeah, it's the same thing kind of as in Worlds last year, where he said, oh, you know, winning would be nice, but we already won before, so we don't really have to. Yet he was not very happy about that second place, so maybe that's just all facade, Trev, and he still wants to get into the grand finals.
Oh, I mean, he absolutely wants to win everything, I think, to be honest with you. It's very much just like he sees people jinxing and he doesn't like jinxing himself.
He's a superstitious guy.
Yeah, he's a superstitious guy. I think that's fair to say. So, yeah, tries not to jinx himself too much, I think. Obviously, he'd like to go and win this monthly final. Who wouldn't, to be honest? But yeah, I think they've definitely got what it takes to get through this matchup. I'd say it's around a 50-50. I think depends on, yeah, again, if Joker's going to be able to be the man that Reply Totem need to push them that a little bit further.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we didn't jinx Humble so far, because we did jinx many teams this weekend. In the past, Semantic has reached out to me and was like, could you please not vote for me? So at Brawl Cup, for example, I didn't have Humble down once. So my predictions were shambles that weekend, because Humble obviously won Brawl Cup 2025 in the end. We're now heading into that Italian derby, as I mentioned. Actually, only 2 actual Italian players on Reply Totem. Everybody else is in international rosters. But those 2 teams have something that not many others have. They are sticking together. Humble has been playing together for 2 years already. Reply Totem is Maro and Mari, who has been playing together for 6 years. In terms of Brawl Stars, that's huge.
I mean, that's insane. I can't go farther enough. I mean, even in real life sports, esports, I don't care what you're playing, to stay together with somebody for that long, especially in the same organization, I mean, you really form a bond and attachment. There's a loyalty to that, and that's something I highly respect, and I think that's partially the influence for why Joker makes his return. You know, after being with SK Gaming for a couple years, leading SK Gaming to fantastic success, they've had a few years in a row now where they've just fallen short to the teams that end up going the distance, the teams that even win it all. I think it'd be easier for Joker to just settle, say this is good enough, but for him to now go over to Reply Totem, I think that's a statement from him, especially after how fantastic it was the last couple of years, that he truly believes that his team can go the extra mile.
Joker's won 3 monthly finals with SK Gaming last year. Let's see if he can add another to his account now amongst his old team here with Reply Totem. We're starting things out on Safe Zone. Are we going to see Chuck or not, Trev?
I hope not. I really do. I think it throws like an unnecessary level of like variety into the game. Like, I think it's better when it's kind of just like, who can keep control for the longest? Who can play better instead of just a train going up and down? But obviously that's part of the game. I hope it's banned, I really do. But if it's not, then I hope it loses.
So let's see if Trev's wishes come true. We are on Safe Zone. Talked about him a lot today already. Chuck is actually banned down, so Trev, I'm sure you're happy. We're now on the side of Reply Totem. They're with the first pick, so it makes a lot of sense that Pierce, for example, is also banned out for the side of Humble. Also had some great showings. Angelo, we haven't seen him too often so far. He's especially good on Heist, on Safe Zone and Bridge Too Far because of all the water, so makes sense that he's banned out once more, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who we get as kind of those high-stake repressors. So obviously starting out with Kaze here. Chuck the Train Conductor is going to be gone, but Melody's still available, which is somebody who was quite popular yesterday, but also just in generally for scrims. It's a brawler option that's definitely risen through the ranks. It's gone up and down throughout our last few months. I feel like Melody by no means is an overpowered brawler, but certainly a good one to have in your kit.
Yeah, well, Crow is going to be the first then for Humble. I like it. Obviously, you've got the capability. Well, you used to have more capability of shredding the safe, to be honest, but with the cracks coming in now every quarter, you can do that in one with this hypercharge, and it's very good. Kind of just like controlling, keeping people low, keeping people where you want them, and letting the main damage dealers kind of go in and do it. Then again, he's got the damage himself if he really wants to with this hyper.
Talking about damage dealers, I can't expect Carl to still come in here. We now have Byron, one of those long-range brawlers to just hold on to control in mid. Very important on Safe Zone. Maybe a Bell could do the same for Reply Totem, Kenny.
Curious to see what they do here, because Kaze is certainly somebody that relies on those walls. Somebody popular more recently has been Rico, who was even banned sometimes yesterday. Penny Gone is certainly a peculiar one, so I wonder if there's something that Reply Totem had in mind. Maybe it was the Kaze, maybe that Salty Barrel is just enough to take it down. Penny's not one that we see too much in terms of interactions with brawlers right now, because it's not popular. Bell, though, going to be going for that bounce shot, especially into a matchup where so far Humble really haven't shown any signs of aggression. You can kind of just win that long-range affair.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, I do like it. I do like it a lot. The bounces back and forward can be very solid as well. But I think, you know, you're going to be able to mark up possibly whatever Byron brings in, you know, and stop that healing the more aggressive unit, to be honest. So I think it's pretty solid. I do like it a lot. Bell, I think it's just one of the more versatile sharpshooters. You know, you're not out of the fight no matter what.
And there comes Cole. We do need some more damage on both of those sides. I was hoping for either Cold, Melody, or Spike. All three of those still left open. All three of those known for the massive amount of damage they can dish out. And on the side of Humble, with that Byron, they could also go for a bit more aggression. Certainly, Melody would also profit from him, but maybe they're even gonna come in with a tank, Kenny.
I'd be curious to see if they do, because Byron certainly needs to help out with something. Otherwise, he's not going to be doing too much. Long-time duo coming in here of Byron and Melody. So there's that aggressive factor that they desperately needed. Crow's somebody that's going to be outranged a little bit by somebody like Colt and Bell. So they have to be able to get to the other end to get value. Like you said, Trav, Crow does a ton of high safe damage, but there is a hard threshold cap. You need to be careful about those timings, because otherwise you don't want to just do a couple damage with that high save. You want to make sure that you're getting the full extent of that Crow super.
Absolutely, and it's usually a suicide as well. That's the thing, right? Yeah. So you're going in, you know you're going to be giving up control. It's a Hail Mary, or if you're trying to finish the game, get a crack. But you don't also want to just kind of do it, you know, multiple times throughout the game unless you're going to win it, because it can really be a big issue to lose that control on a map like Safe Zone. Melody starting up on the left-hand side. They managed to get a bit of a trade here, and Colt doing well. Not taking too much damage from the Crow, to be honest with you, and he gets a good 12% off the start.
Boss just circling around this bottom right-hand wall as Joker dashes to the left-hand side. Semantic battling in the long-ranged affair. Bell versus Byron. Gonna be backing off his Boss, doing his best, but just countered.
Well, Colt back into this position on the right-hand side again. And Semantic going really aggressive, almost goes down here. Bell on the right. Going to be able to pick that one up as well. Good kill onto the Colt. And Crow trying to come up. Doesn't have a hypercharge just yet and shouldn't be too close to it, I wouldn't imagine either. Actually gets it now, will be going forwards. It's going to be a decent one. Get all of that crack down, and he hasn't even really suicide. He's going to do some decent damage to the Bell, maybe even get the kill afterwards as well. And there's the Fan Storm on safe down the bottom, which will get it down to 50. Beautiful stuff from Reply Totem so far.
Advantage Totem, significantly ahead of pace here. An entire 25%, most importantly, an entire layer of that heist safe. So Luki has to back away, outranged by Colt. Colt's somebody we haven't seen a ton this weekend, but definitely a solid brawler. I think Heist going to arguably be his best game mode. He does DPS, he has range. Really excited to see what Mario can do with him.
Good pickup from Semantic and Boss there, really nice work. And Maru's going to burn down thanks to Byron hitting that hyper charge and Luki getting the killing blow. Nice heals onto Boss as well, trying to get him into a position where he can go in and get some damage and still stay alive. Hypercharge available now, going in. I think he hits about 47 bell mines on the way through, but still might be able to get this crack now. It's getting quite low, but Maru with a hypercharge here, Joker with one of his own as well. Jump comes forward from the Crow, and he does really well. Might even be able to pick up 2 and does. There's the third. But the thing is, they're not going to get much back from this because they haven't got the crack prior.
Almost bizarre at how perfectly placed those nest eggs were, but now it's Maori having to play a strong defense. Humble still profit out of the interaction as Joker moves his way up the middle of the map. Luki, though, has no interest diving away, but with low HP, doesn't get too much value out of it. Joker finally falls. Couple bounce shots going down. Colt Super will pierce through that heist safe. Reply Totem will take a thorough lead.
Yeah, good position for them now as well. If they go for a base race, they've already got the crack. They're going to be able to deal with it well. Nice slow there on the right-hand side, stopping Boss and a good kill as well. I don't think they're going to be able to get the damage now. Luki looking for a super to be able to hypercharge. They need to not feed it. They're getting some, but I don't think it's going to be enough as they choose to stay back and not feed. Great start for Reply Totem against the Titans of Humble.
It was back and forth through that game. I think that's something I'm expecting to see throughout this entire match. Reply Totem in the past couple years without Joker have not been nearly as good. Alongside Joker, back-to-back #2 seeds. When he left, desperately fighting just to make an LCQ spot. And of course, they've had fantastic postseason success, even a top 4 in the mix, which is definitely a ton of credit their way. But they want more. There's a comfort in that. So far, so good against the 2024 champs.
Maru getting pinched in. Didn't get too much back for that positioning, only 6%, so I don't think they're going to be too mad about letting that slide, but Boss getting some heals here against Joker. Really nice help from Semantic, but just chooses to go in now, waste a few dashes, try to cycle with Super, and Joker actually switches forms and gets the Fanstorm off as well. Brilliant from him. Luki popping a shield, getting some heals, Jump comes in, just overshoots it, and Colt will survive.
Awesome engagement for Joker to not only grab that kill and now another one on top of that, but get that Fanstorm down. That's something that's basically free damage for the side of Reply Totem. Joker oftentimes is going to be playing these aggressive brawlers, the Mortises of the world, the Kazes of the world like we're seeing here. They just keep doing damage. Luki finally takes him down. Not a single scratch on that high safe, though, for Humble. They're going to have to play the control game with Byron and Crow and then find a way to get Boss to engage with the high safe.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. Luki, if he gets the super now, he'll be able to equal a score just with one jump, and he does get one. Here we go, going in. They need to try and stop him, but he should be able to land straight on it, but Joker's going to go the other way as well. Maru surely wants to meet him, and they didn't even get the crack. That's going to be really disappointing for Humble, not getting it with that jump. Now, re-engaging with the safe, they should be able to get this down to 50% and pretty much make it a tie ball game.
It's crazy how a few seconds can make all the difference in the heist. They were losing every single battle leading up to that point in the game. All they need are a couple good moments, whether that be a Crow Super or a Melody Hypercharge, especially when you got 6 musical notes rotating around you. It adds up fast.
Well, Joker swaps forms again, trying to survive here. Wants to be able to avoid this splash from Semantic, but he's not going to be allowed. Nice stuff from Maru once more. They're in a 4% lead with 45 seconds left. He needs to try and heal here. Keep control, wait for his teammates to come up. Hypercharge used by Semantic, and he will get the super off as well. Jump from Luki. They get the control, and now Boss going in, wants to get these notes circulating around him to try and get this down to 25%, and that they'll do.
Incredible team effort coming out of Humble. Somehow Boss is still alive. The heals from Semantic certainly aiding the cause. As Luki, top right-hand side, and have to deal with multiple brawlers. The longer Humble can drag on the clock, the more impossible it is for Reply Totem to come back.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough now. Boss gets 1 and 2. The rest of Humble join him on the safe and equalise the score here in safe zone, making it a 1-1. It's a very back and forward game. Totem have their moments, then Humble do, but Humble just had more in that one.
So you've seen 2 methods of how to win this game. Byron traditionally is not going to be somebody that's going to do great in heist, but it's who he's paired alongside. And for a long time, way back in my day, if you will, Colette was that option, Melody, of course, coming in here, and over the years, it's just the only way that you can make Byron work. Semantic doing a great job, I would say, in his own right. He's a support brawler in this instance. It really felt like he found a couple frags there, which is a little back bonus. It's why Humble were able to excel.
Yeah, well, 1 hit there from the Kaze is not going to be enough to stop what Melody's doing up top. He's going to get a good amount of damage, around 20%, really. Actually gets a little bit more than that. Joker has a Fanstorm now, but Mori not able to keep enough control to get him up free roam. He should be just throwing this on the safe and getting that extra little bit of chip damage.
Semantic now just has to fire, doing his best to just get kills, waiting for Boss so that they can make a proper push. Super in the back pocket. Boss a couple tags away from getting those musical notes. In, out. Still has 1 remaining. Now Luki diving in, not for damage, but for kills. Interesting trade. It has to lead to Boss getting across to the other side of the map, and didn't quite do that.
There's the break of the safe, and also the break of this right-hand side as Maru wants to take a bit more of a head-on, long-range matchup against Boss. Joker gets a nice kill there. Might switch forms and get the super unsafe, but doesn't manage to do that. Maru trying to establish some control, and they need a bit of damage here. He's going to get splashed out. Still a lot of time on the clock, but Joker coming back up with the Fan Storm now.
Colt injected with a lot of poison between Crow and Byron. It's going to be his demise. Plenty of time still on the clock. It's more of a matter of getting that total damage. And Boss, look at him go. Elected to go for damage. Again, Luki cycling in too. So a couple supers give Humble a massive advantage.
Yeah, had that hyper as well, but obviously with not 25% of the safe remaining, you don't have to use that hype charge to save it. Still 50 seconds left. You should be able to get another super in that time. Joker going forward. Splash comes on top of him. That should be, well, I was going to say a trade, but he didn't get that final shot off on Semantic. Nice work again from Humble to just pin them back over and over, not letting them get these breakthroughs, and especially with the Colt.
Another instance where Semantic probably dies there. Joker didn't even make contact with the high save, so they didn't grab damage, they didn't grab the kill. That's a disaster. Now it's a 3v1 situation. Boss doesn't even have to worry about going in right now. Just maintain positioning. 30 seconds on the clock. They're well over a high safe zone in advance of the other side. Reply Totem, this might just be an impossible comeback.
Yeah, they can just keep control, not overstep, try keep them back, but Luki getting hit hard now, and Semantic having to force some heals. Joker coming up, trying to make the move, but Boss will go the other way as they don't have a crack in the way. Now it's 45% with 10 seconds. That's not going to be happening. Luki goes in for some shots, trying to get a super to deflate it. Does just that, and that's going to be the first set going Humble's way.
Competitive set, but got away from Reply Totem in game number 3. I loved how unique of a strategy that was. I mean, it's something in the older Brawl Stars day that we would see Byron plus an aggressive brawler. Right now it's Melody, could be Colette back in the day, like I mentioned. But the fact that they were able to grab so many kills, it felt like with Byron, I'm interested to see how the stats play out, because I think he kind of went above and beyond. I think last year especially, somebody like Luki, I think, would have the argument to be player of the year. World Finals got second place, but I just think he's somebody I want to put the ball in his hands. That time, though, I feel like Semantic was doing a little bit of everything, empowering his teammates to go get that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It was some really, really nice stuff there from Semantic especially, but all members of Humble doing a great, great job. Luki knowing when to preserve his hyper charges, making the right jumps, getting kills, stopping people from coming up, and there you go. Even 19 kills as the healer. Huge, huge stuff from Semantic.
I'm thoroughly impressed with that result. I mean, especially on a team with Crow, Melody, and Byron, you know, it's not the damage to safe that I'm really looking for, but the DPS is quite telling. And on top of that, he was distributing heals to somebody like Boss who needs those. Melody can be fine in heist on her own. Just somebody that can be lethal on that high save. But once you get the added benefit of having somebody who accurately is shooting you, injecting you with those healing shots, it goes a long distance. And I think it was just the extra little bit that overwhelmed Reply Totem. It's why they couldn't quite get there, but we're still strong.
Absolutely. I think Totem have more than got a chance to try and get some sets on the board here. Humble not running away with it at all. Just the first set, and not a massively convincing one. Yes, they played well, but I don't think Reply Totem are out of this by any means. Solid, solid stuff from both sides. Good drafts, I think, both ways as well, but we're heading onto a little bit of knockout here as well, and we'll see if this changes the tides.
We're heading over to knockout, to Bell's Rock more specifically, a map we haven't seen so far today. A map where I kind of expected Gus to come out, RT, Rico, some of those bowlers we've already talked about previously. But yeah, RT just especially good on any of those knockouts map because he's so strong both in the early game and then in late game when he has super available and the smoke comes in from the sides. Rico's going to be the first pick here for Humble. I do love a Rico pick on Bell's Rock in mid. You have to break up the map almost if you play up against him, and Joker on that break could do that.
Rico Resurgence, and to your point, the Walking Cane, or if they really wanted to, a Grand Piano to cut things off just to make sure you get that guaranteed cut down of those walls. That makes sense to me. Now I'm curious of who they pair with this. Reply Totem, grab the Gray. Sometimes you'll see this be an aggro brawler. Earlier today we didn't. It was just Gray in its own right. So at least they have that guaranteed pressure with the Walking Cane if they really want it. If not, they can just grab some other brawlers they like.
Well, we talked about having a bit of a severe lack of Charlie, to be honest with you, and she's bouncing back again here in Bell's Rock. Spiderling's going to be pretty solid. I like the Rico on the other side, though, as well. I think it's a really, really good pick from Humble. Very solid brawler at the moment, good on the map. Got to be cautious about kind of stepping out of line with Gray being able to TP and get you down with a couple of shots. But the Walking Cane's a bit of a lethal thing no matter who you're playing against.
Charlie comes in with her line Calme-toi, and she wants to slow down this match a little bit in case Humble wants to pick up anything with a bit more burst damage, anything aggressive, that Charlie is gonna take care of it. Gus is now being picked up from Humble. The brawler I was kind of waiting for has the highest win rate on Bell's Rock, just saying, and has not been banned out whatsoever. But now I really feel like they're gonna come in with something aggressive alongside the Gus. I feel will make a lot of sense.
I think somebody missing too is Gene. I think the reason why is yesterday when you saw this in East Asia, it was GG being drafted. Banned a lot of the time, which kind of makes it awkward for somebody like Gene if you do have that as a factor. So I think that's why everybody's being a little bit cautious. RT just makes too much sense to me. I'm surprised it wasn't drafted earlier just because it's such a good defensive brawler in those in-game scenario. You drop the static, so if people are getting close to you, you have a way to deal with that. And on top of that, you're a long-range brawler in those early onsets of the game. Very well-rounded composition from Humble. Not too much aggro, but I still like it.
Yeah, I think it's a really solid comp. As I say, RT's always just so versatile at the end of the day. You can pretty much play him in any situation in a map, or any map, or knockout. Byron going to come in the other way, and that's going to be played against Humble this time rather than Semantic championing that brawler very, very well like he did in the past one. Reply Totem, I think they've got a good chance here.
Italian Derby, so far the Humble roster is coming out on top. I do not want to see another 3-0, so let's see if Reply Totem wins this set or the next one. No 3-0s, please.
I'm with you. I like Brawl. I like action. It's been a crazy year so far. Why not keep the party going? Reply Totem, Joker coming home. The prodigal son returns, and now he has to face down the 2025 runner-ups. Down 1-0. This team has been in some tough situations before, but to start out 2026, they've certainly got a battle ahead of them.
Well, it was a quick tap in there from Semantic as well. You can see Mary with the mark over his head and just trying to prevent Joker from getting these shots off, getting the walking canes, and need to evade him getting super as best as possible. And if he's going to super, you've got to make sure it's on Semantic, so kind of flood around him towards the end. Well, there's the walking cane. No walls coming down with it because it's through that unbreakable on the left. But Lukey falls low and has to back off.
It's going to be a back and forth on that right-hand side, too. If Maru has the Spiderlings, it's deadly, but Boss is too much of a factor up the middle of the map. Bounce shots work plenty. Now those Spiderlings going down, immediately eradicated. It's a lot easier for Humble to deal with those now that they have multiple brawlers that can give aid to it. Boss cleaning up in the middle of the map. He wants a team-wide. Could be a perfect game for him. A Semantic going to rotate. Just play it safe. Maru doesn't have much of a chance here as a Charlie. No super available. I think Humble are just being extra cautious to not feed anything.
Yeah, but it makes sense. You don't want someone out of the way in a cocoon towards the late game in a map like this. So, really nice start from Humble there, very much in control of it. When you've got 3 players standing and the opponents have already lost, you know you're in a great position. I think it all stemmed from Boss getting that early kill, really nice super, just about getting the last bullet on Joker before he got around the wall.
The early kill was nice because it won them the round, and now on top of that, because Boss has landed so many shots being the player that he is, they have a super available. Lacking in utility, however, are Reply Totem. They just have one super to show for it on the top left-hand side. It's Lukey, one of the star players of last year in their 2024 run, battling against Maori. A little back and forth, each side not making a move. I think Humble are confident in these in-game situations if this drags on.
Semantic has a super. Obviously, he's going to be the one who really wants a hypercharge of anything, but Boss has one of his own, which can really do some damage in these situations if he lines it up well. Byron just trying to find some shots onto Luke. He's yet to find a super of his own. Can have the splash. Semantic still holding out on the right-hand side. It's a bit of a stalemate at the moment, but as the gas starts to close in, people are going to be forced to move. Lukey solo splash there, but completely missed.
Missed of a lob. Maori still with positioning on the left-hand side. Humble hurdled together in the middle of the map. Now branching out. Semantic trying to win his 1v1 by Joker teleports in. He can get that kill. It's a trade on the right-hand side, though. Purple button pop. Super available. Contact with Semantic. A Boss. A menace in this set. Absolutely destroys Reply Totem, and they will take the game.
I mean, that was just beautiful from Boss. Gets the opening frag in the first, in the second, gets the 2 winning frags. Really, really good stuff from him. He just needs to carry on like that and get the second set on the board. Reply Totem, at that point, getting towards being down and out. 2-0 down against the 2025 World Champions, 2024 World Champions, 2025 runner-up. You're going to be in a tough spot to come back.
Doesn't look like any lane switches here either, so Reply Totem rolling the dice once again. They want Charlie with those Spiderlings to take on a single-shot brawler. That has to be either Gus or RT. I like their odds better if they go against RT. Unfortunately for them, Boss has just been too much of a factor, and now they have positioning. He can work with these walls, multiple angles to deal with. Maori does have a super available, but Gray just hasn't been able to do much. I think Joker's having a hard time right now.
Yeah, they're all being super cautious of the walking cane coming back and getting them. Maru eventually getting some ground on the right-hand side, but as Joker tries to get up, Boss is saying no to that, but he knows he has to respect it. Back up. The walking cane is too potent in a match like this that it can really change everything. Still, stalemate at the moment, but few shots being hit by Semantic on the right.
Neither side willing to be aggressive. Just calm patience. Any advantage they can gain. 1 super, 2 supers can make a difference. And especially in a round 1, very difficult to get a hypercharge. This is where Totem feel like they have the advantage. Now they have pressure lined up. Couple tags with that hypercharge. The poison not enough though. Now poison on the outset, gonna be rolling in.
Well, Boss has got a super. He's going to need a comparable one to in the last game. So Lukey trying to move in. TP available. Boss goes towards it. It's just all for the Gus, I think it is, coming out of the cocoon here. I don't think he's going to be able to win the 2v1 unless he's got a shield. Is he? Kooky Popper almost does it, to be honest, and desperately needed a shield. And I think he had it.
I think that was a closer call than it probably looked. It was a 2v1. However, 500 and about 1200 HP. You could see them rotate Brawlers, a really smart decision in case they did pop out. That way the higher HP Brawler at least had a better chance. Just intelligent stuff. Stuff that makes separators from good and great. Reply Totem over the years have certainly been that.
Lukey just playing against two on the right-hand side, and Boss, obviously, as I've said, doesn't want to overextend. Does. Gets hit, and the super is available for Joker, but he's lucky he's got Lukey backing him up. He might even force Joker to TP out here. The heals are going to be there, though, from the Byron. He still throws the super down the side, and a few follow-up shots from Semantic aren't going to find the killing blow. TP now in, and a bouncy castle heal is there, but Byron trying to do the same. Maru pinching around the back. Boss going in, gets the kill. Hypercharge there, but not enough. Really, really nice from Humble as they get that done. But look at the hypercharge ready to roll on Joker.
Joker definitely been better in game number 2 with a hypercharged super as well. He can get aggressive, almost shotgun his opponents if he gets any weakness on the other side. Little rotation here. So now Gus is operating against that right-hand side Brawler, and Maru Semantic going to be battling against Maori, Joker, and Boss. That's been the battle to watch. Is Boss's advantage in game number 1, but right now, Joker is in complete control.
TP with the hypercharge there. Can't really go towards Lukey. He's got his hypercharge himself. He's going to go on the left-hand side, get the RT. Great choice from him as well, and that still lingers there. Whether he uses the super or not, Splash comes in. Lukey, Cocoon. They're going to have to back off here, though, as they don't really want to risk getting hit by that hypercharged super. Boss coming in now. The TP's not going to be used by Joker. He's going to go down. 2 Kooky Poppers on the right, I believe it was, were not enough to bring Maru to his knees, and that's going to be an equalizer for Reply Totem.
It's another competitive set. It's interesting how every single game we're going to see the exact same 3 brawlers from both sides, and yet the outcome can be so different. I think a lot of good decisions there compared to the first. It felt like Joker was maybe a tad over-aggressive. Maybe, I don't want to say underestimating Boss. Joker's intelligent. He knows that Boss is an insanely good player, but I think maybe just a little overconfident in his ability. Boss was able to charge that super. Instead, though, it's Joker who is a key playmaker. Using those teleports to get aggressive, landed the Walking Cane in that closing round, and now he's the one taking advantage. Boss already has to burn a gadget.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the positioning off it, though. Joker going for another shot and does find it as well. The Spiderlings on the right-hand side push Lukey all the way back too. Kooky Popper lays on the floor, might use that to heal, get it out of the way so he doesn't want to gadget it later on. TP already available from Joker as well, and that's a big risk here for Humble, but Semantic just covering Boss's tracks with those legs available.
Joker laying down the pressure, but doesn't want to overdo it. Learn from past rounds' mistakes. Has the teleport, so they feel like they have an advantage on either side. They can always make a moment's notice and jump away. Spiderlings allowing Maru to have a little extra space, but Lukey still laying down fire.
Control back in the hands of Humble now. Kooky Popper on the right side. TP goes in from Joker to try and get that kill. Will do just that. I don't think he's going to be able to get the TP out. Oh, Boss with a beautiful 2-piece. He can't get the TP in time. Doesn't get the heals. And Maori walks into the gas. Doesn't want to be feeding Boss again because we've seen what he can do with that.
Big bounce back from Boss. I mean, this has been a key player for Humble. These Rico shots are unreal. It's a little more awkward now that that top right-hand wall on the totem side is down. Boss, though, clearly showing he doesn't necessarily need it.
Well, Lukey needs to be a bit more cautious. Did get picked off in that last one. Semantic still holding on to these legs, waiting for Joker to come towards him. He didn't really get within range of him last time, so there's something he needs to be a bit cautious about. I think there was another Kooky Popper on the left, on the right-hand side there from Lukey, and positioning is insane from Humble right now. I'd be very surprised if they lose this round, but Joker needs a hypercharge. He uses it, but he doesn't have a super yet.
Oh, I think he was counting on landing a shot. That's why he popped the hypercharge. I think he knew he had it. Instead, though, it's Boss backing away at a correct time. Now Semantic, Lukey, and Boss all have supers in the back pocket. This is getting rather difficult for Reply Totem if this drags on.
It's going to be real tough. There's the gadget on the left-hand side as well from Mori. Probably trying to reach towards his hypercharge. It can be dangerous, used aggressively in the last seconds. Lukey going to want the hypercharge of his own. Surely should only be a couple more shots off after the rounds he's had. There's the Walking Cane, nice kill, but the Bounty Castle and Super coming through. Big hits, and Joker TP's in. He's not going to get anything back from it, and the legs are dropped. Byron can't do anything, and that's going to be the second set going Humble's way.
That round was all about Rico for me. Bell's Rock was great. I feel like all three members of Humble have always had their moments, but so far in this match, it was Semantic that stood out for me in the first set, and now Boss has stepped up in the second. I'm anticipating a Lukey go-around and maybe a killing spree here in the third. It just feels like he's due.
I mean, Semantic was very, very happy to have that on the board, and who can blame him being 2-0 up against Reply Totem? You don't want to be taking this one easy. You need to get these on the board, get them knocked out as soon as possible, and get your way to the grand finals.
For me, the MVP in this one definitely must be Boss. He had so many great showings here, bouncing those shots. Joker actually did a phenomenal job of still bringing himself into favorable positions. Definitely the playmaker for the side of Reply Totem. But Boss somehow, even if Joker killed one of his teammates, we see it here with Lukey, kills another two on the other side, and all of a sudden Humble are back in the driver's seat.
Just brilliant. I mean, showing the playmaking ability there, and obviously in a game mode like this, kills are quite literally all that matters. That is the name of the objective. Goodness gracious. A 13-piece for the young man. That's unbelievable. I mean, the DPS numbers are normal, but you could just see it. Those Rico supers, and especially the hypercharged ones, were just shots going everywhere. And now that Rico's in a better spot in the meta, I can't fault Humble at all. They certainly made that pick count.
13 kills, and that's a knockout. Keep in mind, you can only get so many kills when your opponents don't respawn. So definitely a great showing from Humble. 2-0 up now. It does go the way we expected, or at least what we predicted. Apart from Ark, actually, I do want to point that out real quick. But yeah, Humble is looking as strong as they've left off last year. Now, as I said, I do not want to see a 3-0. So Pinhole Punch surely is going to go the way for Reply Totem now, Trev.
Yeah, we can only hope it's not a 3-0, because these two teams are much more evenly matched than that scoreline let's show. But Spike's going to be the first pick. It's a good one from Reply Totem. It's been banned out quite a lot over these kind of past couple of days. And Frank going to be banned out, Poco and Pierce as well. Ems, Pierce and Poco on the other side. So nobody wants to see the Pierce and Poco. And the Ems and Frank are the differentiating bans from the side of Humble and Reply Totem. The Spike, as I said, I like it. It's just so versatile and it's been picked up so much.
So now that Spike's out of the way, I'm looking out for two assassins. I'm looking out for Ali, and I'm looking out for Mortis. They escaped the ban stage due to double of Poco and Pierce. So in this one, there's only 4 brawlers total. Now, Humble are going to start with going the brawler. That's good for multiple reasons on this map. Vision is one. Being anti-tank, however, is the other. And a fat splatter, especially into something like Spike that might be running Life Plant, that's a way to destroy that from a long distance.
The moment you said you're looking out for 2 assassins, I thought Otis, and there he was. Otis picked up here by Humble. I'm still looking out for Mo and Meeple personally. Super good on this map, especially with mentions of Meeple, that gadget that just shuts your opponent down for a couple of seconds, gives you the free roam in mid. And on map like Pinhole Punt, it's all about that mid control. Mina's gonna be picked up instead. They do bring in one of these aggressive brawlers that Kenny was looking out for, Trev.
Yeah, Mina I really like. We've seen, I think it was Angel Boy on it for the most part, playing an incredible Mina. So that's something that Reply Totem is going to have to be very cautious about. I think supers, the hypercharges, the gadget, and the mobility that this brawler has, it's just insane. And it makes it so fluid in Brawl Ball. You're able to do pretty much everything.
Absolutely love it. Can't complain with that 2-3 turn. I think Mina's one of the better brawlers in the game right now, top 5 in my books. And there's the Meeple that Sunny was looking out for. I think it's a natural mid on this map, especially with the cutoff that you can gain, the area control that you immediately get, and more importantly, the area denial from the other team to march forward. That's what Meeple brings to the table. Kenji's been somebody that teams are kind of divided on around the world. I would see some teams really like it, and others don't prioritize it as much.
Kenji is going to be the last pick for Reply Totem, so we have some aggression on either side. Humble is still missing some range. Maybe a Crow, maybe a Finks, a Bee, something that I would see Lukey on here, Trev.
Yeah, well, there's the Crow. You seem to be very good at this today, Sonny, I won't lie.
If anybody needs some a coach for the next few weeks or some drafting advice for your ranked matches, I'm available.
I'll take the drafting advice, I think. My ranked drafting is really not that special. So, yeah, Crow, very good, very solid at going to be able to scout out. There's a lot of bush. I think it's a great shout from Humble. So, I like the comp. I think Reply Totem really, I mean, obviously they need this set, but desperately got to get back in it 3 in a row. A reverse sweep needed against a Titan like Humble is going to be a very big ask.
Reverse sweep is the only answer. Otherwise, it's going to be Joker and his new old teammates going to be sent home. This Joker going to be the playmaker now. He's on the Kenji. Boss up the middle of the map, rocking the Mina. There's the Crow Lukey that we were looking out for. So far, it's the blue side. Complete control. One thing about Humble, they are not afraid to be what I'll call passive-aggressive playstyle. I think they're experts at it. They're never going to push too far. They only take chances when they know it. Otherwise, they're just going to rely on winning their lanes.
Well, the Meeple's Mansion back down on the field again. Going to break up a bit of that bush as well, which I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased about with Mina running rampant. But Joker now lost that kind of ability to sneak through. Boss supering in here as well. Not going to be able to... Sorry, Joker was supering in, and Boss did a great job of just walking that up and finishing the goal off. Incredible stuff. And Totem falling further behind now.
Fat Splatter cuts off the right-hand side as Spike uses his super. Maru trying to do his best in all this. Luki, though, goes hunting. Maru meets him, though. Semantic with the super. If he needs to mute, he can. He's just trying to absorb as many shots as possible and buying time for the respawn from his teammates.
Yeah, the thing is they need more than just control now, though, with Humble having the lead. Boss going to be able to dash away from that Meeple's Mansion. Super and Hypercharge comes in from Maru. Light Plant in the way, and Joker will just trooper forwards and take Luki down. This might be the opportunity to get a goal that they so desperately need. A minute and 15, so still time on the clock. But so far, Humble looking really solid.
Totem surging, Humble being stuck in their spawn right now as Luki knows he has to grab this ball. Otherwise, Totem are just going to keep marching forward. Luki expanding, Hypercharge goes down. Mina with a twister, Maru in trouble, and all of a sudden, it's numbers for Humble. A kick over to the right-hand side. They're relying on the Hypercharge stats to sprint up the right-hand end. Oh, it was so close. Worth a try from Semantic for sure, but better than being on defense.
I love the fact how much Joker had, like, so much faith in that not going in. He had a Hypercharge super, could have dragged him off the ball, but instead knew his teammates were going to be in a good spot. And now he can use it in a position like this, just Luki alive, and that's surely going to be a walk for Joker. And they actually don't even need to walk it, get the kill and shoot that ball in.
30 on the clock, and it's 1-1 each. If this gets to overtime, it's going to be a much more interesting affair, especially for somebody like Meeple and Kenji, who do not love the open space. Semantic being backed down for now by a Spike super. Luki cautiously dodging. Has a super if they need to make a move. The Meeple Mansion will certainly make this a little more awkward as now he drops a Hypercharge super. Boss doing his best. Does make the connection somehow, but it's positioning for Joker. He's marching forward. Luki grabs the ball. Hypercharge available. He's going to jump right at Spike. Life Plant is available. It's a trade, and now in the 2v1, Semantic hustling up the map, has a super shot available. Lone shot for Mauri, a gadget from Boss. Should secure it, but a gadget, even better. A defensive stop, and now Joker can move it the other way.
I mean, that was so difficult to really do anything about. They just a great defense. Maru coming forwards, goes for the shot and can't find it. Meeple once more in a 1v2 situation. Can Humble push it in this time? With the help of Reply Totem respawning, it's going to be a no for now.
I think I've gone 3 different ways on who's going to win this game because there's been so many close calls, and now a complete demolishment of that middle side. They have a super on the ground as well, so Boss can't cling to those walls anymore. He just has to do his best. A windshield going up. It'll allow Humble to slowly climb up as Joker's debating what to do with this ball. 15 on the clock, gonna be pocketing it. Life Plant there to shield him. Semantic runs it down. Luki fanning out daggers. They're now marching up the map. Super shot over a clearance from Boss. Brings the entire Reply Totem roster into the air and will give them a match point.
Yeah, Mauri almost had that stopped again with the Mansion of Meeple. Just unfortunately the wrong side of the line, and the ball still rolls in. So really solid from Humble once more. Match point now against a team like Reply Totem, who we've seen throughout these sets are so capable of getting it done and getting to the later stages of these monthly finals. But it's just not to be at the moment with Humble being as strong as they are.
Double gadget on the left-hand side, but it's Totem extending. Luki in control as Maru has to back off. It's been back and forth the whole way, but it's a middle of the map where the action's happening. A kick forward. It's going to dump it right into Reply Totem's hands. I think maybe trying to keep that ball would have been a little bit better, but it looks like they were going to die either way.
Well, Luki still super in hand, but actually going to go down regardless of popping a shield up there as well. Joker trying to come aggressive, but surely will be dealt with here by Boss. Little wait as that last shot came out as part of the combo. Maru trying to push into this mid, get some control for his team, but it's just endless Humble kills in the kill feed, and Totem back in spawn.
Joker with a super available. Can dive on anybody if he needs it. I'm more importantly looking at this Boss super, though. Can bring anybody up into the sky. Could lead to a goal-scoring opportunity, especially with Luki clearing this left-hand side. Maru is in an awkward position. Crow looking on the deep end of the pool as Boss marches up the middle of the map to get a takedown super available. Oh, it was so close. Maori just in perfect positioning.
I mean, that was like it was a wild thing to do, but it so almost paid off. Just knew that his super wasn't going to be enough considering he still had that invulnerability, so needed to beat him another way. But unfortunately, a trick shot was not the one to do. Now, As they start to come in, Maru trying to get behind this life plant, get a heal off it before he goes down, but he can't, it doesn't pop. And Luki's surely aware to the fact that he was stood there just lingering, waiting for it. Hypercharge ready for Boss, and 3v1 gives Humble the control.
Definitely an opportunity here, especially with a hypercharge, Mina super and a hypercharge in Otis's back pocket as well. Fat Splatter on the right-hand side as Maru charges up a super of his own. They have to be perfect, fighting for their tournament lives right now. Any slip-up could cost them this match.
Yeah, well, a life plant used on the bottom side as well. As that mute straight into it, the super comes backwards, and Luki forced to jump away. I don't think he's going to escape that super from Joker. And this is going to be controlled to Reply Totem, giving themselves a lifeline. 30 seconds on the clock, hypercharge used, and he throws it down on the perfect walls.
Maori has access to go through those walls now, and now with Kenji diving in, no connection, it won't matter. Luki left all alone, overwhelmed by the Reply Totem forces. They shave off as much time as they can before putting that one in. All they have left is the 15-second shot clock.
Need to make something happen now. Humble pushing forward, super onto the top of Semantic. He knows who's going to try and make this play. It's got to be Boss. Joker gets the ball and gets it out, and 3 seconds with a Meeple's Mansion cutting it off. That's going to be an equalizer in Brawl Ball for Reply Totem. It remains match point to Humble, but it gives them a lifeline.
If I'm Humble, I want to end this right here, right now. Reply Totem show that they can be a dangerous team, extending to a set 4, especially after the chaos we've seen this weekend. Just feels like a good call. Easier said than done, of course. But this has been close the whole way through. 3-0 would feel almost wrong. So don't let the scorecard fool you, folks. Reply Totem are here to play. They're certainly going to keep fighting.
Absolutely have been playing as well. Boss waiting in the bushes. Not been scouted out just yet and avoiding the curveball well, but chooses to swap, let Semantic go through into Maru here. Going to be able to do a decent job at range against him, but Boss can eat a few of these Maori shots and still get into his face. Luki on the left-hand side, trying to get some control as Totem just sits in the back spawn again. It seems to be where they've been for the most part.
Humble with early dominance. Controlling the middle of the map allows them to put some extra pressure because now Boss is flanking a hyper-aggressive brawler. Now up in the face of Maru, who does have a super, just going to drop it. Has to play it safe, needs to allow for his teammates time to respond. They're losing the numbers game, so they have to just occupy as much time as possible with a light plant forward. It's giving them a little extra space to work with.
Yeah, well, the windmill down there from Boss actually stops a few shots and allows Luki to get the kill onto Joker. But Humble back in spawn, not a position where they want to be, and Semantic getting hit hard by that shot from Maori. Maru backed up, Joker just always running in over and over and over again into the fray, getting some good heals off the back of his shots, and his gadget will eventually go down, and Luki has hypercharge ready to roll, just waiting for the super.
If you're going to dive bomb it, you have to have some kills to show for it. Humble did not lose a single member as now Boss grabs this ball, gonna back it up. Joker right back into the fray. A jump into the air. Gets one with a Shusimi slash, but not enough for a double as Semantic will drop a gadget. Trying to cut off Meeple. Has a super. And the Mansion on the left-hand end will buy them a little extra time, and more importantly, give them some vision of that grass.
Oh, Luki's going forward, trying for the goal, gets a kill, might be able to ward this one. Luki just about gonna miss that one, and Joker with a great save. Boss on the right-hand side, hypercharge available, and that can be huge in these overtime scenarios, but we're still 45 seconds to get there, and Humble not taking advantage of these opportunities.
Tough prediction play coming out of Luki. There was a possibility that could have been a goal. Instead, now he's on his back heel, diving once again. Joker can't grab the ball. Numbers advantage for the blue side. And as a result, they have to exhaust this super. Semantic gonna round out this roster with all 3 members in the middle, especially with this clock whittling down. It's advantage Humble.
Boss desperately wanting a super here to go along with his hypercharge when it comes to overtime. Got that now. If they can just wait 15 seconds, this is surely going to be a Humble win. He's going to go for it instead. Windmill in the right-hand corner. And Luki just pushing forward, has to jump over it. And the Meeple's Mansion there to block the pass. Totem doing everything they can. Maori's going to survive. 4 seconds on the clock, and they hold on.
Somehow, some way, Reply Totem surviving as long as they can. Surviving not good enough though. Humble, cold-blooded killers as Semantic marches one in. Right back to their 2025 glory. It's gonna be our 2025 runner-ups making it to a grand finals.
What a moment for them. Honestly, I thought that Reply Totem were going to hold out, maybe push back, try and make something happen. I was expecting him to, you know, just hold off on that hypercharge until overtime where he was pretty much guaranteed to get some work done. But he did throw it out quite early, and clearly it worked, especially with Luki jumping in with the hypercharge there. It was really, really solid as well at the end of the game. Just knowing that if they went to stop the ball, all of those Crow Daggers were going to be returning to that spot.
Some great showings for both sides here. Phenomenal comps as well as gameplay overall, but still, it's a 3-0 in the end for Humble. I feel like that really doesn't reflect how close this really was. Reply Totem takes a game here also in the last set. and ends up 3-0. It's honestly a bit devastating, but Humble comes out on top. 3-0 sweep all the way.
Crazy stuff. Very impressive showing for Humble. They're going to have their hands full in this grand finals. But just love how each member was kind of just doing their part. And I think there's no weak links with this roster. That's why they've been able to be the most consistent team over the past couple years. I told you Luki was due. 17 kills, 312 DPS as a Crow. The other team members rounding it out with all of the goals. Overall, it was one that separated this set. Totem kept it close. It's still a good showing for them, I think, especially for a roster that's now playing against one of the top dogs from the previous year. Reply Totem, like we've mentioned many times, haven't been as successful in the regular season over the past couple years, so this is still a step forward to me.
I mean, you know, you say everybody's doing their bit, but I think Luki's just doing that a little bit more in that game. I think it really was solid. But to be fair, across all the sets, they each had some really solid games, and it definitely did spread out across all of them. But Luki in that last set was just incredible, and he was kind of the one they need to give the credit for that last goal as well. Just hypercharge onto the goal line to stop anybody from getting towards it.
And he makes a brawler work that usually we say is countered by the Spike. Now he has the most kill those Spike, only sitting on those 9. Really, really well played from Luki there. Let's head over to predictions one more time. We do have Humble winning here. And Humble is now in the grand finals, where all of us are saying Foot is going to take it, except from Kenny, and Kenny seems to be already right.
It's already right. Oh, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited. That's great news for me after a tough weekend. Yeah, I'm going with Humble. Look, they're my preseason #1 for this region. I would just hate to change my prediction now. I mean, they've won 3-1 and 3-0, but look, Foot are definitely out for revenge, especially after an embarrassment at the qualifiers against this team. I know they want it.
And it's just the first weekend of the season, and we already have an announcement for you. I can now reveal that Brawl Stars is coming to Berlin in May. Super excited for that one. Brawl Cup is happening in Germany this year.
Incredible. I'm really looking forward to it. Heading over, obviously, to Germany and Berlin. Going to be a real solid location for the Brawl Cup. Last year it was in Dallas. Back to Europe for this one, Kenny.
You know what? It's okay. America would have been cool, but look, Brawl Cup was one of the cooler additions we've had in the BSC as of recently. I love this event. It's going to be even bigger this year. More teams competing for it. One of the highlights of my season. Even if it's not in America, I will still be present.
So May 15th and 17th, make sure to put that in your calendar, and make also sure to follow us on socials for more information on that. Really looking forward to that. Brawl Cup is gonna have some EMEA teams as well. Let's see who will claim or who will get those points on the board to potentially play in Berlin in May. We're heading into our grand finals in EMEA. It's Foot Esports versus Humble.
It's going to be a battle for the ages, this one, I feel. Foot Esports in a position to do a bit of an upset. We were all expecting SK Gaming to come out of this top portion of the bracket, and they're nowhere near it. They went out in the quarterfinals. I had them winning the entire thing, but Foot Esports arise to their place. Humble, who we've just watched, both of these teams sweeping in the semi-finals as well, bear in mind. So I feel like this is going to be a real even trade.
I picked Foot to win this one here. Yes, it might be because Symantec asked me not to jinx them. Yeah, could be the case here, but I think Foot just also has the better track record in scrims this year. My question coming into today really was, can Guesty do the same in the monthly finals, or will his rookie nerves show throughout this day? And I think he has proven that what they did in scrims, again, 70% win rate against all the other teams in the region, he can do that also in a monthly final.
It's absolutely translating, isn't it? That scrim rate that they've managed to get, it's really good. As you said, 70% is huge for scrims, and it's translating. It really is to the monthly finals. Guesty really showing his worth, proving that he can be the player everybody thinks he is. And the nerves, although he said he was nervous, don't seem to be hitting that hard.
And Kenny deserves a little break of that 3-0 sweep from Humble. So we bring back Ark for the grand finals. Ark, you were kind of signing with Reply Totem. Did you like what you saw in the previous match?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I really did. I think if it was anyone else other than Humble that they were facing, they'd be in the grand finals right now. I really cannot wait to see more from Reply Totem. I think that we are now back in business as far as that's concerned. And, you know, Joker, Maru and Maori, they go back such a long way. You know, they're so well knit together. And, yeah, it's going to be an exciting year for sure.
An exciting year that we just started off. Again, this is the first weekend we have in the season. We already know now where we're going for Brawl Cup, so I'm sure that's a little bit of a motivation also for those two teams. Foot Esports playing, I think, in Stuttgart as well as Humble actually today, just so they have a little bit of a better ping, so they can congratulate the other afterwards as well.
Yeah, it's commitment to the game flying out for the monthly finals, isn't it, to get closer to the server. So yeah, really nice to see them doing that, and obviously with these two teams being the top of the first month, it bodes well for them. You know, they're going to be excited to see where that Brawl Cup was being located, because they're going to be the top dogs coming into the future monthly finals for these two teams. So SK, bit of catching up to do in terms of points if they want to be making these events mid-year, but I don't doubt they'll be back before the end.
And these are the maps for our grand final. Some new ones coming in here with Open Business, Layer Cake, Deathcap Trap, Sneaky Fields, and Out in the Open. Just how many of those are we going to see is the question now. I want another bold predictions from the two of you. 3-0, 3-1, 3-2 for who?
That's a tough question. I'm going to go 3-2 to Foot. I mean, I predicted Foot, so I'm kind of going to stick with it.
I think it will be close, one way or another. Whether the score relates to that very idea, we'll have to see. But I want to see Guesty get a win on his first debut. I think that would be absolutely awesome. And, you know, Humble have got this record, haven't they, of just kind of always getting close but not close enough.
Yeah.
I think that it would be poetic to be that way.
Honestly, you're just saying that gave me chills. Imagine coming into this scene, all eyes are on you. Guesty talks were in the room already in 2023, 2 years ago. This guy was 14 and was winning every single match arena on the board. Now, if he truly wins his first monthly final ever, one for the history books.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Absolutely. I mean, I really hope he does as well, to be honest with you. It helps my prediction. It helps his, you know, mentality.
It's not all about you, Trump.
Listen, this is why you don't cut people off when they're speaking out, because I was going to go on.
Oh, wait, you know, huh?
It helps his mentality. It helps for esports get some points on the board.
Okay.
And, you know, he's going to wipe out a few of those nerves for future months if he wins it all.
And his predictions.
Exactly. That's an added bonus.
Mostly your prediction.
Yeah, it's number one.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I hope you're ready, folks. We're heading into the grand finals of EMEA. Those two next to me are having a field day already. It's exciting to be standing next to you two. You always know how to mock the other, it seems. Ems thinks Frank is going to be on the left-hand side. The bands Mina, Ruffs, and Meeple on the right-hand side. I was kind of hoping to finally see that Frank Poco comp we've been talking about all day, but one of the two's just always banned out. Here in EMEA, still the most picked brawler so far, Pierce, then Grey, Mina. It's very different from what we saw yesterday. First picks here, Pierce on the right-hand side, so that trend at least follows still. And then Nob with Spike, Guesty with Crow. So we do have some Buffy action in the mix as well, and a lot of DPS on the side of Foot.
Yeah, I like this Foot Esports composition, to be fair. You give me a Spike, I'm going to be pretty happy. It's versatile, Crow, more of the same. We've seen it so much, actually, especially over the last few series and through the day. Crow's really making some big waves in this game. But yeah, Spike, very solid. Pierce, if you can kind of have that opening, get the shots through, recycle that ammo, going to be very good. And that is going to be quite dangerous, I'd say.
I feel like, you know, for esports, taking the Crow is mainly because of how well Luki was playing it in the previous set of Brawl. And Boss taking away the Mortis because it's better in the hands of Humble than it is in the hands of Foot Esports, or at least for Humble's sake, shall we say. Third Brawler coming in thick and fast, but I'm really liking what Humble are cooking here.
Let's see what's their last pick gonna be. Some more aggression or maybe something for control. Shelly could come in here, or could Delius, just to have that tank countering phase. But Esports still wants to pick up a tank. Kenji would still be one of those. Hank also often played on Open Business. Humble's last pick is gonna be Lumi. She kind of fulfills the same role as Lu did in the past with her ice rinks. You have a pretty good control together with that Pierce. They have two long-ranged snipers, so even if Esports would break open the map here, they would be standing quite solid.
Well, Kenji comes down as the last. It's been another brawler that's been showing up quite a lot, to be honest, and it's going to be FUT Esports who do take that. Either Angel Boy or Guesty, I would imagine, championing that brawler, being as aggressive and strong on these assassin brawlers as they are. I think they do have to be a little bit scared about the Mortis on the other side. As you say, Ark, it's kind of... I feel like they're taking the opposition's brawlers to be quite safe, but no matter what, Mortis is pretty strong, no matter whose hands it is.
Exactly. That's the power of the Buffy Brawlers. And Lumi, I mean, let's talk a bit more about that because I still really kind of like Lumi. Humble still bring her in from time to time, but we've seen a massive drop-off of this particular brawler. And, you know, I get the idea of the gadget on the zone and it can definitely probably buy some time and straight away we see it before our very eyes, but is it really going to pull in the goods for Humble?
Well, Angel Boy's destroying Luki on the left-hand side and going to go for Boss now as well. Little trade as he comes back to his death. Pierce will get that kill on Geski as well, and it's 10% in it. Some good shots being hit by Boss, but has to be cautious of these curveballs now and doesn't quite find him. Lumi slowed on the right, and Angel Boy willing to take this Luki matchup once more.
Yeah, this dance-off between Luki and Angel Boy. Luki much the lower, now swiped away by Angel Boy, is now Humble, now continue to climb. But with Guesty now locked in, Angel Boy. Humble falling behind. Nob as well. That matchup is going to absolutely love playing that spike. Gadget's hand. Actually says it's going to be a trade on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think he wanted to try and tank that Pierce super with the life plant just after it had been placed. Semantic going to lock down Guesty in the middle of the zone, but he's getting away from them quite fast. That's going to be a good trade as well for Nob. I think Luki maybe used his hypercharge in there. Jump comes in from Guesty now, and I don't know if Boss is going to burn down or not, but a good evasion from Angel Boy there, and he does eventually burn.
Well, Nob will fly a super out to seemingly nowhere. It will delay the onset of Humble somewhat. But Luki trying to get the most value he can. The knockback now, the life plant has been reworked. Will seal his demise as Angel Boy comes back into play. Can't quite find a connection, and Semantic will punish.
Guesty able to evade that super that Semantic was throwing in. A Pierce one being thrown out as well, but didn't get anything back from that either. It's starting to get closer. FUT have been kind of just walking on again and again and again, and Humble haven't been putting up that much fight until now, but Nob can't quite get this done on the right-hand side. Angel Boy just going for percent once more.
Well, they can find Guesty here as well, who will jump in with desperation, finds Boss, still alive, shielded, and gets the trade. That is fantastic value from that boy. And now FUT Esports collect on the zone yet again. Nob will be able to throw down super here to delay the onset of Humble, and this might just be FUT Esports getting their first game in their grand finals on the board.
Yeah, first game's a big one in this matchup. You want to get these early points against a team who's going to be not scary, because FUT know they're one of the better teams in this region. They've been scrimming, they've been doing well, but against a 2024 champion, a runner-up in 2025, you know you've got your work out for you. You want to get these points on the board early, and that's exactly what FUT did. Little scrappy in the midsection, but eventually got the job done.
Okay, well, Angel Boy skating around to start things off, and already FUT Esports falling down slightly and leaving Nob all alone here. Boss here in the mid, staying alive, but still being whittled down gradually as the spawn cycles are pretty good for both sides, it seems, but now FUT Esports collect. Trying to keep Luki low along the way as the trade on the right-hand side. Neck and neck, but look at that stun, that freeze as well, combined will give Humble a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a waste of a Mortis super in there, but I don't think he's going to be too mad about it, considering how much he's been destroying Nob, and he tanks that really nicely with the life plant there. Super through the middle to try and open up some room for Angel Boy to go on a bit of a tear, but this Lumi doing so much. Semantic popping off, jump to the back line. He's done great work, and Luki one-shot. Boss got to tank it so he stays alive, and now both of them in that mid-health pool range.
Yeah, Humble have adapted well. Just shy of 50% as now FUT Esports climb back forward. Look at that hypercharge coming through from Semantic, meaning business. One shot away from potentially cycling, but he can't seem to land it. Angel Boy is so slimy, so slippery now, and he might even get a couple of swipes before surely he'll go down.
Yeah, it was a good connection. Guesty going to get hit by that Pierce super as well, though. Nob trying to get the job done, but every time he goes in, he's getting dealt with by Luki. Lovely stuff from him, but they are low. Angel Boy can still go in. Luki got the hypercharge now, doesn't use it, and it's about 10%, make it 15 difference now, and FUT just scrambling onto the point over and over.
Absolutely neck and neck. Luki there will delayed heal as a result of that spike shot. It's Humble that are close down to 80% possible fall now. This is the best chance for Esports to be able to give themselves a bit of a comeback potential here. The hypercharge from Guesty, the support from Nob. This is it now for Esports to tie things up.
Yeah, can't bunch up because Boss has got that super and that's going to be dangerous. Same with the hypercharge. This should be coming in from Lukey pretty soon. Super's there from Angel Boy, evades that lockdown, but Guesty can't do the same. Nob throws the super out. Angel Boy got a lot of work to do. He's getting hit hard. It's so close. It's to the wire.
2 hypercharge for Esports if they can just survive and keep their HP rolling in. It's neck and neck. Humble 8% now, but for Esports, they've got so much potential here. Semantic is low. Angel survives, but everyone falls. Boss will burn, but Semantic won't. He will stay. And Humble bring back a game.
I mean, that was so close again. It's so scrappy in the mid. They're just running in for like 2% at a time and just cycling that out. I think Nob's kind of accepted the fact that he's just getting decimated by the Mortis every time and he just keeps on walking into it. I'm not sure if that's a slight head loss or a bit of a mismanaged player on the right-hand side and not having him swap, but they're just getting on the zone over and over for both team and it's so close.
Hey, leave my guy Nob alone, mate. He's still recovering from that slip against the whiteboard earlier on today. Guesty will fall quickly, but the trade is also there, leaving Angel Boy and Nob versus Boss and Semantic to battle out for this mid. It's so close. You can really see little between these two teams as they are just neck and neck.
Super missed for Lukey, and Guesty will go jump up, get the trade, which he can't complain too much about. Lukey's still quite low though. Oh, great super from Angel Boy there as well. Makes a connection to both of them. Now they're both one-shot. Lukey healing up quite nicely. I don't think Nob really wanted to shoot it there. He was waiting to attempt to make him, take a shot, make the move, and reset those heals, but Foot in a much better position this time in terms of percent.
I like what Nob's doing here. It's like keeping Lukey low, but just slowly whittling him down, but now Lukey's been able to dodge the curveball, full HP. A nice combo spinner through the wall as well. He's got to keep on top of Lukey. He is so dangerous in that position. Still, again, neck and neck in terms of the objective, and Lukey might burn down his survives on 164. That's a good spot for him to stay.
Yeah, it really is. He's going to be healed up by any more of the Foot Esports players come up. Now the super from Angel Boy doesn't find any connections. He won't be pleased about that. Percentage only 10% apart. Guesty goes jumping on in, and Semantic with the double super there has the hypercharge ready to roll, and Humble getting kill after kill now.
Yeah, now this is going to be a tough wall to breach for Foot Esports as Pierce super on the left-hand side will seal Guesty somewhat shielded, but now Angel will come through the mid as well. This is now where Foot Esports can climb things back. Look at the shells littering the map from Pierce. It's not going to do much until the respawn is there, but so far it is absolutely neck and neck at 68-69 apiece now.
Hypercharge missed from Mortis on the right-hand side as well. There's a nice evade from Angel Boy too as he just gets away from Semantic super. Being really slimy with it on the right-hand side. Lukey going in. Gets the spinner off onto Guesty, and he's been chased down by Angel Boy, and they've taken the lead once more.
Boss is susceptible to damage in the mid, but Angel Boy not going to take the risk. Guesty taking some shots as well, going to be low HP, and Lukey knows it comes straight in, gets a super for that trouble as well. Nob doing his best to put down super in the mid, but Angel Boy is bringing home the goods so far. Humble not on the zone, but Boss can't risk it. He's too low, and the Semantic is trying to go for control. 5% is all that Humble need, but Esports needs to go now, but they fall, and Humble survive on by 13% at the end. But this match, this battle, is neck and neck.
Such a close matchup between these two teams. Literally, as you say, neck and neck. Two, like 90% games in Hot Zone. Foot started so well, but then it kind of got a bit more scrappy. They were just running towards the zone. They were getting dealt with by Lukey time and time again, and he was being such a nuisance in the backlines. Angel Boy doing what he could, but it just, I don't think, matched to how much of an issue Lukey was being.
Honestly, it's like each side are fully inside the minds of the other. And the timings, everything was perfect. There was just genuinely so little in this matchup. I feel like this could be such an exciting grand finals and one that could very much go all the way here, but you can see more often than not, each kind of battle for the mid was decided by just a slither of HP as to who was going to be the last man to stay standing. But yeah, I mean, draft-wise, I think the Lumi actually did serve quite much of a purpose, but we'll see from the stats as to how Semantic did actually fare on paper. But I think overall, Humble may have met their match so far. They're in the lead, but only just.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that. Lukey on 22 kills. Decent DPS for a Mortis too. And 26% on the zones. Not bad for a brawler who's supposed to just be aggressive either. Boss with 19, Semantic with 11. So all doing the work there. And as I said, Angel Boy just wasn't really as potent in the backlines. Really giving them some issues as Lukey was, in my opinion.
Yeah, I thought Lukey was being mirrored quite a lot by Nob, but has tremendous amount of kills. That kind of seems to be the way that Mortis now is very much played. It's just like, if you're low HP, just stay in the back lines and try to time your runs back into the mid. But for Humble there, I know they were very, very happy to get that first set on the board. There was some celebrations, which for the most part now these days, Humble reserve until they actually get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, can't fault a fist bump here and there when you win a close set. So nice stuff from them. We're heading on to Layer Cake by the looks of it in Bounty to see if Humble are going to be able to go 2-0 up, or if we get the justice that this game deserves and it goes to 1-1, so we can see some long games.
From one set into the next then. And a fresh new draft coming in for Layer Cake and Bounty Bands with Shade, the Gene and the Shelly. The Mortis, the Ems and the Gene for the side for Esports, and the first pick will be going off the way of Humble. MENA is going to be what they are thinking, and I don't see why not, to be quite honest. Grey's still going to be open here potentially as well, which I quite like for them, but you know, Layer Cake is now a question of, do you want to run it down or do you want to play the long-ranged affair? And you know,
it's mostly run it down, let's be real.
Now we are in the Buffy's era, it does seem to be right.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, even now it's bad. Ems, prior to the nerf, was disgusted on this map. It was so suppressive, and clearly still is for FUT Esports standards. They banned that one out. Mortis is going to be more of the same. Obviously, banning that one out is the smartest thing to do. Willow, on the other hand, they seem to be going for some more control, and she's going to be the thrower that can do the most against those more aggressive brawlers like Semantic on the MENA.
Very defensive for Esports in the regards of the Willow and the Meeple too. Very much yet again trying to delay the onset against that aggression of the MENA, which has got a 100% win rate today, 6 out of 6. Makes a lot of sense as to why Humble picked it up first, but can for Esports really delay the inevitable if that brawler, you know, does falter in this set? It'll be the first time today. It kind of sends a little bit of a message towards for Esports as to why they've got to fill the need to defend so heavily. For Humble now, we've got to support that MENA. There are hill options still available here as well, so could be an option. Pierce can come with the long-ranged backup, and I really quite like how Humble are seeing this through.
Yeah, I don't mind that as a selection at all. I think Pierce is a great shout from them. It kind of balances out. You know, you got MENA to be that aggressive brawler. Pierce can be, don't be wrong. If you get shots and the ammo's nice to you, goes in the right direction, you can be quite aggressive with those supers and cycle them quite nicely. But I feel like they do need something to kind of go aggressive with the MENA or heal it, one of the two. And I think that kind of leaves FUT Esports still. They're going to go with a thrower of their own, actually, and go with the Juju, which I actually don't mind. The amount of bushes here is really solid, but that's going to give it some problems.
Yeah, for sure. Finally, for Esports, deviate from the defensive to the offensive. The alley coming through, and it's a very dangerous brawler, made more so in the hands of Angel Boy if he does go for it. But this is what I love about this new FUT Esports roster. You've got Guesty, who's an assassin by nature, combined with Angel Boy. They can just choose and mix and match along the way, but they are behind, but only just, as the last set was just so close. Whose draft are you kind of favoring in this regard? I kind of feel like Humble have an edge, but maybe FUT Esports can make this alley count.
I think it all depends on the alley, realistically, as you say. They've got to make it count. If he can run these brawlers down, which he's choosing to try and do now, gets 1 kill. And Boss will only need a couple more to bring him down, but he can jump and evade, gets away nicely. I was going to say that extra range might have still been able to pepper him down, but it's 3 stars to 0. FUT looking good.
Well, a nice mansion of Meeple gadget in the mid from Guesty. All the way Humble from joining Semantic, who's taking this left-hand side flank. Dancing around every shot that comes his way as well. You've got to admire just how well Humble are doing so. Angel Boy using the gadget there as well. Semantic forced back very quickly there. Did not want to take the risk. Now going on the aggressive yet again. Guesty and Nob now falling back into the spawn. It's looking a little bit dangerous. Angel Boy gets some kills for his time, but can't get out.
Yeah, expected to be traded there, and that's a good kill from Semantic as well to let them take the lead. Humble in control now, and this forces these brawlers to go towards them. Meeple can be caught out by the MENA, and the same with the Willow if not careful, but the dive down gadget should keep her in the mix.
Angel Boy now maybe considering going away from the Semantic lane, and is doing just that. The Juju has got the Gree to hand though, so I'm sure now, yeah, exactly, no hesitation there from Boss to deploy it. Semantic with 4 stars though, here, trapped to the right-hand side. Guesty's got the, oh, another tap, and only one away. Angel Boy knows it, smells it, and goes for it now, trained out for the Blue Star of Humble. They are still in the lead.
Yeah, Boss got to be super careful there as well and does survive. Nob went for the mind control on Semantic, I think, and didn't find the connection. It's the same again, same situation once more. They need to get Semantic pinned down, take advantage of the others, and he is in there as well. Hypercharge Super coming forward, don't think he's got the windmill, does now, but the Willow shot's going over the top. Angel Boy has to go in, but he has to turn around because he's not got the HP. Nob in the wall, trying to get the shot through. Boss goes down, and Foot can surely just run away here. Brilliant stuff from them. Lukey trying to get it done, but Semantic not going to be there in time as Foot Esports clutch it in the last seconds.
What a steal from Foot. I was so focused with Semantic, who seemed to be the person that they were hunting, but it made much more sense to deviate away and keep that pressure on. Fantastic work. This set is still very much all up for grabs, and it was a very close affair until those final few seconds.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if this time Humble can hold on to it a little bit better. Guesty was slowed in the back lines there, and forward comes Angel Boy. Should be traded out, surely, but still managed to survive. And Semantic running him down, gets boxed up and takes a little bit of damage, but they've got nothing to try and get it.
Yeah, Semantic was susceptible for a moment, but without the Meeple Super, pretty much going to be safe and sound in that regard. And now, Esports will try to attempt to push into this back spawn. Going to hold their own just for a moment here, and Guesty on the left-hand side looks the most susceptible. Boxed into Semantic now, and these Willow shots are going to pierce through the poison. Angel Boy smells the blood, gets inside, gets the kill, and gets back out.
Yeah, Juju wanting to try and refrag, but he's going to go down as well, extending the lead for Foot Esports. A lot left to be desired for Humble at the moment. Angel Boy's doing well, and his teammates picking up the scraps, getting those kills. And Guesty has a super, probably at Meeple's mansion soon enough. And they're going to be able to fend this off, surely.
It's just fantastic, isn't it? You know, it's all down to that initiation from Guesty, giving the mansions of Meeple Gadget down in the Willow shots with the poison, and then Angel Boy coming in for the final blow. It's really for Esports having all three members absolutely locked in for this strat. And here goes Semantic again, having to dance to get away from these shots, but it's almost inevitable. He will survive the helping hand of that singular body block from Lukey.
Yeah, gonna have to be careful here. Boss gonna be baited here as Grigri goes down, and he still falls with the help of Guesty. Angel Boy doing a great job of managing these kills, and he can remain aggressive. They're 7 ahead. Humble needs so much work, so much pressure to be able to switch this one round. Every member of Foot Esports still has to die, and Angel Boy going on the right-hand side, trying to get the job done. Meeple's mansion will slow their aggression as well, and this seems out of hand.
Yeah, 10 seconds for an entire team wipe. It is unlikely, but not impossible by a long shot. The alley going to be the hardest of brawlers to hit. But Humble feel like they maybe can give them early. That is a rarity. How often do you see Humble not even bother trying for the kills, because even they know it's all over?
Yeah, that is a rarity. You expect to see them fight until the last minute, knowing the kind of players they are. They're going to want to try and switch it no matter if they think it's impossible or not. But I think that definitely was a little bit beyond their grasps, but Foot doing a really good job tying this one up, making it 1-1. This is the final that we deserve. I didn't want Humble to go in and run away with it, because Foot are a team who deserve to be in these games.
I don't know, I mean, it wasn't impossible. I think there was a world in which it may have been doable, but I think that maybe Foot Esports are just starting to chip away at Humble's ego. Yeah, just a touch, a slide, and to even up the sets now, you know, this could be very, very interesting to follow.
Humble taking set number 1, Foot now evening out the score and looking very convincing at that as well. As you mentioned, Trev, Humble didn't even really look like they wanted to fight in the end. Boss didn't get any kills on that Juju, which is surprising to me because she's such a strong force on a map like this one. Yet again, I see Angel Boy on 4 kills. That Ellie had a field day against Juju.
Yeah, no surprise there, I don't think. Even when he wasn't getting the kills on Juju, he was getting the assists, making away Grigri. He was just really, really smart with when he wanted to go in, when he wanted to kind of stick around for his teammates, try help them survive. And yeah, so far, you know, we talk about Guesty so much today and how he's coming in as this rookie and doing incredibly well, but Angel Boy, that man's been a weapon today.
Yeah, which is a scary prospect because Foot Esports have got so much now to their arsenal. It's getting quite scary, actually. You know, but I love the way that that whole squad really tied in a strategy, a firm direction. You know, having that initiation from that gadget of the Meeple, then following up with some Willow shots for the poison to start to trickle down. And when Humble were at their weakest, Angel Boy would assassinate into that box and just clear up everything. I think, you know, it was just impeccable. It was honestly pitch perfect there from Foot.
Angel Boy already was the MVP, I feel, in the previous match, now shines again. I think a very interesting fact here, Mina so far had a 100% win rate. So this is the first loss she's actually getting into this in this tournament so far. This is the first weekend of monthly finals. We watched East Asia yesterday with a couple of upsets. We did not have FUT Esports go all the way into the grand finals. Do they just look overall better today? Why is it exactly that they're here today, Trevor?
I mean, to be fair, I think you're going to credit it to CMM doing them a bit of a favour getting rid of SK Gaming to start with. But I think they've been looking incredible regardless. And, you know, I love to see this team do well because Angel Boy's such a nice guy. Guesty obviously coming in as a good friend of his, a drafted knob. He's had his ups and downs over the years. And I think they've just put the work in, genuinely. I really think they have just put the work in and they deserve to be here.
Yeah, as I mentioned previously, my question was really just, can Guesty do what he did in scrims, also on a big stage like the monthly finals? That the best scrim rates, but now I was a bit worried that his rookie nerfs would show Arc.
Yeah, I mean, it's always that reservation that you just have to consider, isn't it? You know, it's one thing to talk up someone for 2 years prior to their debut. It's another thing seeing on the day whether the expectation we lived up to. But my goodness me, regardless as to what happens in this grand finals now for esports, Guesty will be able to sleep well tonight, no doubt about it, but not nearly as well as a win would serve for esports here. And you know, leveling things up now is a really, really promising sign because you want to chip away at Humble, you want to make them doubt themselves, and we definitely saw that by the end of the last set.
Absolutely. Well, Spike going to be the first pick here for FUT Esports. I think that's a very solid one on this map. It's worked for them already. And it's just so versatile. Like, you can do really whatever. You're going to be decent into every matchup. You're going to be pretty competent. You can even gem carry with him. We've seen him do that a few times over this weekend. So Ruff's going to come in on the opposing side for Humble. Good to be able to provide those power-ups. You'll be looking towards like the Gus's or something like that for the gem carrier, but there's still, you know, so many aggressive tanks and stuff that you can put on the map.
Yeah, good shout. Gus would be my mid-brawler of choice here, the gem carrier that we've seen very often today already. And as you mentioned, also aggressive brawlers. I see Ellie is left open. We've seen some great performances from her all day already. Otherwise, Kenji, Kaze also both left open. Quite the aggressive pick here, and not what Humble will go for here. They're going to go with Pam. That's definitely going to be that gem carrier. Super tanky and something that Semantic loves. So actually, not a huge surprise for me.
Quite like it. We saw Pam get some good results, but the big weakness with Pam is when you start to break things open. Now, FUT Esports don't have that just yet. The question is, do they want to really try to either get for a thrower to have to access those healing stations? Because they need to be depleted quickly. That's the must now situation that FUT Esports have to consider. Mina coming out again. Didn't work for Humble in the last set for the first time today, and now FUT Esports are going to be taking it and showing them how it's done.
Yeah, I must say the Mina, as you've said, that was the first loss we've seen it take all day, and it wasn't, I'm not going to say anything bad about Semantic, but it wasn't played as well as Angel Boy's been playing it.
Sounds like you're saying something bad about Semantic.
I would never. Semantic is a great player, world champion, runner-up in the world finals. Love that guy. But Angel Boy's been playing it better. But Angel Boy has been playing that better today, and I don't think anybody can doubt that either. Penny going to come in then. It's an occasional pick. We see it come in here and there. Obviously going to be able to splash through sandbags if he runs them, splash through the turret if she runs it. So I think that's a pretty solid shout.
Penny probably as the mid pick here, and the only reason why you would prefer Penny over a Gus, in my opinion, is that she's a bit better against any tanks, and that's exactly what Humble are going to go with here with Shade. He's going to go super aggressive, so I think FUT Esports read that well. The Penny with the salty barrel is just going to have a bit more damage against this tanky brawler than a Gus would have.
Yeah, for me, the Shade's quite smart. It's going to have to be one of those things that FUT Esports might have to rethink in terms of the Penny turret placements. Obviously, Shade can get through those walls with those long arms, so now that turret going to be a little bit more susceptible to being taken care of and should be able to keep that Pam turret alive longer. As that was the kind of thought process there from FUT, just kind of have the Penny. That will then lock on to the Pam healing station and take it out of play. We'll have to think about it from that point on. Air support coming in from Boss already, and Angel Boy right in the middle of everything, but dances around every shot. A windmill gadget will keep him alive in a very aggressive spot. Gets in the right, takes care of business. Boss goes down, Luki in the mid, and Getsy now in a position to heal back up.
Yeah, super nice kill from Getsy there. Knew he could just run him down, and Penny Turret already available as well. Again, some peppering shots on Luki, and he did bring down Getsy. So nice stuff here as we see a gadget being used by Luki with a Penny Turret. Just keeping him low. Curveball finished the job. And it's 4-1 in gems. It's looking really good for Esports and Boss on a completely open side.
Angel Boy now really unfazed by the air supports from Boss, but some will pepper the Penny Mortar. Good shots again from Getsy. Oh, Angel Boy is now cycling too, and Semantic is in a world of hurt. Pinch between all three members of Foot. Stays alive, but he's going to have to wait to heal to come back into the map.
Yeah, they're absolutely flying right now. That's 9 gems, and a hyper drop is there to try and stop them from starting this count. Angel Boy can remain aggressive, and the gem is on their side. Nob under a bit of pressure now as Semantic trying to go forwards, but the second explosion of the hypercharge will get that done. Tries to drag him in with the Mina super, but Boss just about out of range. Shots coming through now, and Luki pressuring, needs to get a super, trying to get in, but he's just so low, he can't get anywhere, and the Ruffs is too far. Foot Esports doing a really good job of just dominating that all the way through.
Foot Esports are starting to really up the gas and up the gears. Humble starting to flounder, and this is a great draft. I really like this draft. And the more that time goes on, if Humble can't start to bring something of their own back, they will start to feel a bit deflated. Now, Angel Boy, that left-hand side is continuing the aggression, knocked out of the windmill and straight into Semantic, and gets some splash between himself and Luki, finished off now by Getsy. It's Foot Esports at their very best right now.
Yeah, Angel Boy missing a few shots here on Boss, but you can't fault him after what he's just done to the other two members. Gadget was there from the shade, trying to get a super, and he made a connection. A good one at that too, but Boss breaking up, and I don't feel like that's what he wants to do. I feel like they need the map shut off so he can bounce around walls and Shade can go through them. Penny Turret is there, but the Pam Turret should be on the other side momentarily, and they're starting to get back into it. Oh.
Well, at the moment, Getsy low, but able just to get away in time. That was quite close, because those gems, if taken back over, would have been quite perilous. Not going to get that super just to keep that Pam healing station whistling down. And the mortar available for Getsy. Got to be, again, careful the placement. Chooses to go really aggressive and lands it bang on Luki's head. And the follow-up shots were there to seal his demise.
And the way it's like careful of the placement, he just absolutely explodes from the opposition.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to play it defensively as well, but that does not seem to be the route that Foot Esports are wanting to take. Semantic in the back lines. Getsy getting hit hard, might go down here, having to run to the back of his teammates, which means he might be pinched in. But the other members of Humble are nowhere to be seen. Still, the clock runs down, and beautiful from Foot Esports yet again.
Yeah, that's a very big smile from the gentlest giant in all of the BSC. Getsy as well in his debut, looking confident. Nob, as always, with a nervous laugh, I feel, because yeah, they all know that they could be on to something very good indeed this year. So close now. They really are, but the job, again, still yet not done.
Absolutely need this next set. Don't want to be going to a 5th and final against Humble because they thrive pretty well under pressure. And I feel like the absolute pressure is still yet to be tested for this Foot Esports team. They're doing incredible and not really taking it too far down the line. There's that aggressive turret we were talking about and actually helped out so much. They got them a gem, got them the damage. And overall, Foot just absolutely flying at the moment. We've seen Humble come second in so many monthly finals. They get the distance and then fall short. And it's seemingly what's happening again.
And it doesn't really seem like that Penny last pick worked out great for Foot Esports. They're not done yet. I'm already happy because we're not sitting on a 3-0. Those two teams seem to be very evenly...
Humble seem to be sitting on a 3-0. Look at the stats.
You're actually right.
Yeah.
And Penny did work out great. As I said, it was probably the option over the Gus because it's so good against Shade. Luki could not do anything. It's not only 0 kills, it's also 25 DPS. It's basically
like
0.
I was saying, like, he genuinely didn't really do much at all. I think he pretty much only got his super off standing near people, and when he was standing near people, he was getting battered.
Yeah.
So it's a big issue, it really is. Obviously an issue in the draft that they hadn't accounted for. I think Penny worked absolutely incredibly, bear in mind. And now just one more needed for Foot, and this could well be his first appearance and first monthly final for Getsy.
Well, as well, with Angel Boy, he hasn't won a monthly final since 2023. I mean, you know, when you consider that, I always forget that because Angel Boy is always that person who's just like going to be at the World Finals. LCQ normally is the path towards it. But, you know, you got to remember that in terms of the wins that we've had in this region for monthly finals, they have not been going his way over the years. And this now has been such a long time coming for everyone on this squad, really, when you think about it. I mean, I think maybe not got a second place with maybe A&R, you know, last year or the year prior to that. But this means so much for Esports to be able to get this win if they can against, you know, former world champs, former runner-ups as well from last year. It'd be a massive way to start the year for if they can do this.
And I think Angel Boy was also that awaited prodigy when he came into the scene and then was just kind of handed from team to team. And now I feel he finally has found his duo in Guesty. They've been playing Metarinos for 2 years on already, so the communication definitely sits there. Nob fits quite into that roster as well. And we finally see our Poco. We were waiting for it. Is gonna Frank follow up now? Maybe a Rosa once more. We saw her from Big previously. But yeah, Poco definitely a sign for Humble, trying to go with something aggressive. Kenji, of course, could come in here as well. Just anything with a lot of DPS and movement speed.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame them, really. You can't blame them for bringing the Poco in. It's been quite a scarce sight. Not sure if it's been banned or they're kind of just a little bit unwilling to use it. But it's very, very good, and especially when you pair it with the Frank, which has somehow been left all the way to the last pick. And Humble have managed to pick that very solid comp up. Rico, very good. Poco and Frank, a very good combination. Not that Full Esports don't have a good comp so far, because they really do. But this is looking like a Humble win.
I will reserve judgment on
Run
that.
it down.
I mean, it's definitely a bit of a no-brainer comp, no doubt about it. But I mean, you've got to go with the hardest of counters. And you know, for Foot Esports, I think that's the best spot that they could pick under the circumstances. Humble are playing definitely a risky game at this stage, although it's a bit of a no-brainer comp. Now, maybe it's not nearly that clear-cut.
Shelly has last pick, a direct answer to the Frank. Yet still, I feel like Humble is the better comp for me, honestly. With that Poco Frank comp, we've been talking about it all day, and one of the two has always been banned out for good reason. Sneaky Fields, an especially bushy map, and potentially our last one if Foot Esports takes it here. Let's see who's going to come out on top on Brawl Ball Trap.
Well, shield already there early on from Angel Boy, just trying to keep Lukey back, and he's running him down now, but gets the heal off. Guess he just runs straight into Semantic and bodies him. Boss trying to make a move through the middle, but pinched in as Nob gets the kill. This might be an open opportunity. Can he get it past?
Oh!
Just off the line from Semantic. I thought that was over.
I think this might still be over. Look at that! Oh! What a thread of the needle from Angel Boy. And already, for Esports, wasting no time in this match to get one on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Guesty just following the Frank. And to be fair, he's done a good job there against the two of them, but he's just dashed in, decimated him, and the follow-ups with the hypercharge too. This might be a goal here. Frank should be respawned in a second, but the map's fully open. The hypercharge can't get him there. It's match point already for Foot.
Thoughts on the Humble draft? Trav, you said it was going to be just a no...
It should have been. It should.
No doubt a win.
Listen, it's a good comp.
I'm listening.
Ark, it's a good comp.
Yeah.
All right, it's good.
Is it really?
I feel like, Ark, I feel like you're taking it away from I feel like you're taking the pure mechanics.
That was one of the most convincing wins of the day.
This guy, honestly. Someone get him fired.
Well, Humble straight off the mark and trying to respond with something. Now they've got the biggest problem down, and Semantic now, without the knockback, I was going to say, could be able to walk it in. Boss should be able to get this in, but no, Guesty's still there. It took a three-man attempt to get that ball in.
Yeah, I mean, it was 176 as well there.
Crazy.
Almost had that done. Angel Boy having to dash away from that super of Semantic, who's breaking up some of this map. Not sure if that really favors them or not, to be honest. He's just chasing down into this Frank here, and Guesty walking up, trying to get the job done. Band-Aid going to be used, and they're thinking he's backing off, but he's coming straight in. He does die now. And Angel Boy has the hypercharge ready to roll.
Well, there's the hypercharge. Semantic falls straight into the arms of peril and taken swiftly care of by Boss, by Angel Boy and Nob. Now the air support, not too much of an issue for Humble. The hypercharge here for Boss has got to be timed to perfection.
There's the hypercharge from Semantic. He's getting pushed around, though, by Angel Boy, who's going to survive it. He does get stunned out, so they can't really aggress in the situation, but Boss, trying to protect the ball, gets a really nice hypercharge shield from Lukey there with the heal. and they're just going to pocket this ball.
Yeah, that was clutch timing from Lukey. No doubt about it. The Guesty has the hypercharge, lurking and dangerous. Semantic is low, down to 1,408 HP, and Angel Boy finds the killing blow. Can Guesty find an angle or just smash this ball straight forwards with Super, reserving that utility for Esports are on match point and 1 goal away from a massive win.
Yeah, really, really smart saving those. And now in he comes. Hypercharge was just got as he goes up. Guesty has a hypercharge of his own, but one was used on Rico here, dashing up. He might be leaving Nob in a bit of a tough situation, but he gets another super off backwards. And back to square one as it's a 2v2 in mid.
I'm sure Humble now have got to be feeling this pressure. Semantic to the right-hand side, trying to make an open path, but it's Angel Boy now on the ball. Hypercharge as well in his hands, and Guesty now healing up, and Angel Boy is go, go, go. Guesty dashing forwards the ball from Humble, push to the right, and now a push down for the goal as well as Lukey tries to pull his teammates, trying to receive the ball, gets the heal off as well, the hypercharge, but the shot's intercepted off the line.
Guessy's going to have a real tough time surviving here, and the Screeching Soul doesn't quite kill Angel Boy. They need to get back into it, but I think this is surely going to be a walk. Not got it yet, but eventually the ball goes in the goal, and Lukey is the man to put it there. Bringing this back, 1 game away from set 5, but 1 game from victory for FUT.
It's so close for Humble to hold on, for FUT Esports to get a win in the first month of the 2026 season. It'll be Nob's first monthly final win if they can. It'll be Guesty's first monthly final win in his first ever match in the BSC, which would be absolutely nuts. And for Angel Boy, a win since 2023. For Esports are hungry for this, but Humble have got so much to fight for.
Angel Boy just trying to go down the side, and he's going to land straight on all of those gadgets coming down from Nob. Now pushing forwards, Guesty pinching around the right-hand side as Angel Boy. They're going to get so much damage in here. It's just going to be the friend left, and he's got a super to be able to get these walls down. The pass to the left, and a lovely goal from Guesty. Well worked by FUT, and now just 1 away from the win.
A great pass right behind Semantic's back, and now Humble need to dig deep. Semantic straight into the hands of the Wimble, and Angel Boy dashes away from it quite cleanly now. Can Guesty find the utility in time? The ball off the line into the corner for Esports are pushing for it. Oh, an attempt to defend, and Semantic intercepts, but Humble are hanging by a thread.
Still holding on, and he should be able to get Guesty down here, but he gets bounced back towards him, and that's going to be traded. Unfortunate for Semantic in that situation. Power-up still lingering on the left-hand side. Angel Boy drops one of the windmills to try fend off Lukey and Boss until his teammates come back in. He needs the Shelly there to be able to help with this Frank.
Nice gadget there from Lukey onto Boss. The hypercharge doesn't do too much on the side of Humble. Semantic now coming from this right-hand side. Could be getting a pinch. Will get some wall and some push for his troubles. But it is Humble that are still behind the ball, not moving from that corner until they can take care of FUT.
Well, Lukey providing some heals to Semantic with the gadget now, but he's caught in the middle of this meteor shower that Nob is raining down. He gets hit by one, and that bounces him back. 39 seconds, and it looks like FUT are going ball in the corner. The hypercharge power-up has been placed next to it as well, which Angel Boy will want to get a hold of. And Guesty just holding it down on the right-hand side, gets the shots in, should be able to get 1, and does just that.
30 seconds now, 25 on the clock. It is go time here for Humble. They do need to get this ball and get something on the board, or it'll be FUT Esports, and they're not able to do so. Semantic will fall, and FUT Esports holding strong. It's just Boss. I don't think there's even enough time. Humble have given up. They have conceded. It is going to be FUT Esports that win the EMEA monthly finals for February in what was a spectacular fashion. Oh my goodness me! For that boy there on his debut, and it's a monthly final win. That is ridiculous. Angel Boy's first since 2023, and for Nob, he also earns his first monthly final win. Careful, mate, don't trip over the whiteboard this time.
Talking so much about whether Guesty is going to be able to hold those nerves and play as well as he should do in the monthly finals, and he's just proved a point to absolutely everyone. In his debut season, he's managed to go and win it all. Angel Boy getting his first win for a few years as well. Absolutely incredible stuff from the FUT Esports side. Got a feel for the Humble guys. They put up a fight, but in the end, just wasn't enough.
It's so wonderful to see Angel Boy taking home a monthly final win, and Guesty most certainly super happy right now for his very debut in a monthly final in the BSC for the first time in his life. A 16-year-old claims victory in February already. That gives Foot a huge lead in terms of points. They truly established themselves as the #1 seed in EMEA.
It's a very scary prospect when you look at EMEA and all the competition in which we have in this region and how close it is every single year. But it really does feel like a new challenger may have just risen to the plate. And I feel like for Foot Esports, this is and has been such an incredible showing.
Yeah, I mean, Humble seeming to be the eternal second when it comes to monthly finals. Unable to get the wins through. But, I mean, when you're doing what they are on the world stage, I'm not sure they mind as much as other teams.
Yeah.
But what an incredible start that is for Foot Esports.
LAN is where it matters. Now, that's kind of my next question. It's like, if
Stop questioning Guesty. I know what you're going to say. If Foot Esports get to one of them, is Guesty going to be able to hold his nerve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find out pretty soon, I'm sure, because it's looking like it's going that way.
Yes, because Brawl Cup is happening in Berlin. Maybe we see both of those teams there. Make sure to mark your calendars. 15th to 17th of May, we're going to Berlin. And yeah, Guesty has been doing a phenomenal job today. As mentioned, I'm sure he's super happy about that outcome. I also want to mention here, CMM has actually only lost to the champion this month. I think, honestly, if SK Gaming made it through to the semis, they would have probably also got defeated by Foot.
I think the way that they were playing today, they were just unstoppable. I mean, they had so much going for them. They had the power of friendship, which is the most important thing to have, in my opinion. But the vibe, it was very much in the room. Regardless of what happens in qualifications along that way to get to the monthly final, you know, Foot Esports had a lot to say on Twitter, a lot to say specifically towards Humble, and it wasn't all talk. They put their money where their mouth was, and they got the results. I think they're going to be sleeping and having a very, very good party tonight.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, getting the revenge as well is a big thing for them because, as you said, they were tweeting out about them so much. He needed to back that up with a victory today, Angel Boy, but clearly, buy the Foot Esports bundle. It's what needs to happen, apparently. He's won the show. I'll even say it now. He's deserving. He's deserving of it.
If you want to become monthly final champion, that's what you need in your Brawl account right now. We're looking at the bracket from today. We had a lot of close matches. The first one, 3-2 already. After that, a lot of 3-1s in the quarterfinals. And even in the semis, that 3-0 from Humble versus Reply Totem was closer than that result might show. For the Esports takes it in the end. Humble only claims one set. And as you mentioned before, Ark, Humble, the eternal second. It looked the same way last year, where they make it to grand finals consistently, but then just fall short.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen them stop playing so prematurely in a series before. I mean, you could see that just Foot had just, you know, peppered them down time and time again, and they were just kind of done.
And now the man of the hour, not only Guesty, it's also Angel Boy, the IGL of that team, the man with the big emotions as we've seen at Worlds. So welcome to the broadcast, Angel Boy. He looks super locked in, still not ready yet for the interview. But there comes a shy smile coming out from you. If you can hear me, give us a sign.
Тихо, мне интервью. Hello.
So first of all, I want to say вітаю. Good job, congratulations.
Hello.
And welcome to the show. Be honest, who of the three of you popped off the most?
Definitely not me. I think Guesty played really insane for his first tournament, like this big tournament. I think Nop is also like done really well. I've shown like small amount of mistakes, definitely 0 chokes. I'm a bit upset with my gameplay on Kenji, and I threw the second game in Brawl with Mina, but in general, I'm also happy with myself.
Humble as always. We actually just talked about how great your Mina is, but we also want to talk about Guesty a bit more. You've looked so good in scrims. You have the highest scrim win rate overall, and we were kind of just nervous if Guesty's nerves would show today. Do you feel like Guesty was nervous coming into a monthly final?
Nervous, I don't know, but of course it's his first tournament, and I think he played really well for the first tournament, and I also like proud of him that he had such a good performance for his first tournament. And I think actually the 2 sets that he had like played bad, it came to like sets that we couldn't lose anyway, so it doesn't matter how you play there.
What was the game plan for Foot? What is your specialty?
Game plan, I think we just wanted to get a winnable draft, but obviously we prefer to have the better one, and then to play as calm as possible to replicate our screen performance as much as we can, because of course not every time we can play this good as we do in scrims, and especially since we are a new team, it was very hard to play our best for the first tournament, but I think we did pretty well.
I think you did, actually, yeah. And then before we let you go celebrate your victory today, one last question. What can fans expect from you in the next month?
We are yet to beat a bunch of other teams, and I think Humble is also a really strong team. And it was a very close match, almost slipped out of our control. So we just want to grind even more. It was a very good tournament to get some confidence, to make sure that if we play to our level as we have on scrims, we will beat everyone, and that's what we did. So we will just continue to play as good as we can.
Thank you so much for your time. And before you continue to grind, which I'm sure you do, make sure to celebrate today. You're the the monthly final champions of EMEA. World Finals, well, we're going to see about that.
Okay, yes, thank you, Tanya.
Thank you so much. Some really nice words. Humble as always, this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was saying that he was playing bad, and I'm just sort of like,
yeah,
what are you on about? What are you on about, bro? Like, maybe he's seen a couple of slip-ups here and there, but by no means bad.
Yeah, I think that if you're able to win any of the monthly finals in any of the regions, and then, I think that you are safe to say that you are not bad.
Yeah, that was probably also the answer that, I struggle with the most. He says, yeah, his two teammates played well. He actually didn't. When we just talked about his MENA being so good today, so I think he can pat himself on the shoulder a bit more as well.
Yeah.
Today, it's been a lot of up and downs. We had some upsets, not as many as yesterday, but still very close games, which is super nice to see. As we said, we do want to see as much Brawl Stars as possible, so whenever it's no 3-0, I'm super happy. What was the biggest surprise for you personally, guys?
It's just been shown on the screen. That game right there where CMM took down SK Gaming has to be the biggest surprise of the day. I'm sure you'll probably agree, Ark. First quarterfinal of the year, SK Gaming, I'm expecting them to go all the way, and they drop out to a team who really hasn't been at the top level of Brawl Esports before.
Yeah, I mean, I was the first to be cheering for SK to win the World Finals last year. They looked to be in the best headspace they've ever been in, the best synergy, and today it was just not it. They were just so far apart from last year's performance, and I'm sure they'll be the first to say it as well.
Yesterday we've seen the Buffy brawlers come out on top, the three most picked brawlers being Spike, Frank and Mortis. Today we had a completely different meta. We had Pierce, Mina, Otis, Spike and Ellie on top, Pierce being the most picked overall, despite only having a 30% win rate, by the way. But yeah, why do you think that is? Is EMEA just banning out the Buffy brawlers more, maybe?
I feel like that must be the case. I feel like they've usually got a more diverse ban set, like there's more bans overall anyway, so it's definitely the kind of thing that MENA you expect to be up there, because we've got so many solid MENA players here in EMEA. Pierce as well, the sharpshooters. I feel like it was a bit more calm and composed today than it was in Asia as well. So I think Pierce probably showed up more because of that.
Yeah, I feel like EMEA tend to just not take as many chances as East Asia. It's kind of safer just to ban out those kind of Buffy brawlers, unless there's like kind of, a map and mode where one that maybe is a bit of an outlier, it is going to have a good time. Where in that case, ban the Colt, basically, in Heist. EMEA, I feel like, is the region that for me, you could call me biased all you like, but it does feel like the region that has the biggest stronghold on the meta. And I feel like, we will see that develop as time goes on this year. I mean, look out for the next wave of Buffy brawlers when they come through, and that's going to continue to shake everything up. So
East Asia kind of set the tone yesterday with 3 upsets in the quarterfinals. Ark, if you would have to summarize today in short, how would you do that?
I would say a little bit more kind of what we expected. I think from EMEA, it wasn't quite as chaotic, not as many upsets, but certainly a couple of teams that will be going back to the drawing board and gathering their thoughts as to how they approach coming into next month. Because again, Brawl Cup is just around the corner. There is not much time to get your act together.
And then Trev, we want to have a little look at the leaderboard. So far, of course, it's only representing the first monthly final, but it's going to change in the future a lot, I imagine, in the EMEA.
Yeah, you think so. Foot Esports sit on top, Humble in second as they've just come first and second. So, jeez, my brain is gone by the end of this show. Reply Totem and CMM down there in third and fourth, and then obviously the teams that were dropping out in that first round, well, obviously there's one unexpected in there, but a few of the other games were a bit more 50-50 as well, so surprising to see a few of those teams in that 5th to 8th spot.
It's crazy, Ark, that he's calling those 4 brain cells a brain.
I know, right? I mean, just the egotistical of it, though.
It's always lovely to have Trev on the desk. I always know where to direct my
cheers, guys.
It's an easy target.
Banter.
Easy target.
Playful banter. Make sure to tune in again next weekend. I hope you had so much fun this weekend. East Asia yesterday already with 3 upsets in the quarterfinals. Today, SK immediately dropped out. We had a winner that I'm sure most of you didn't predict as well. Foot Esports comes out on top. And next weekend, we're going to continue with some SA and NA action.